What's up, guys? How are we all doing today? Good to see you all in the chat already. So today, not to waste anyone's time, we got Moonsault Slayer here. Now, I asked Moonsault Slayer on here for a number of reasons, which we're going to get into now. But obviously, as with all things on this channel, we're just going to have a general chit chat. It's not going to be an inquisition or anything like that. If you guys have any questions for Moonsault Slayer, you know how it goes. At some point during the live stream, if Moonsault Slayer is comfortable with it, then we'll have people on to ask him questions. I know I'm yapping away right now. Can you guys hear me? Because my mic again was playing up earlier, so StreamYards doesn't tell me if everyone can hear me. Good to see you too, Who's and Nate. You can hear me? All right, cool. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna bring Moonsault Slayer in, not to waste any time. And yeah, as I said, if there are any super chats that come in and I don't reply to them straight away, don't think that I'm ignoring you. It's just that I don't want to interrupt the conversation if it's flowing nicely. I will get to them, and then at some point we can invite people on if Moon is cool with it. All right, guys. Well, first let me bring in C4. How you doing, bro?
Yo, 1 2 1 2.
How you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, I'm all good. I did try to get my camera to work, but I can't get it.
You can't get it to work. That's fine. It's no problem.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
I'm all good. You?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm glad to be back streaming. I haven't been streaming as much often recently, but there's been so much shit going on, man. August and September are such busy months. I've also recently gotten back into collecting One Piece cards, so it's a little bit of a money sink, but I'm having a good time with it. How are you?
Yeah. Same olds. Just I ain't doing nothing, bro. Just mobile games.
We were watching you at Evo, bro. Congrats on that. Your commentary was stellar. What was the reception like?
It was pretty good. You know what I mean? I don't like praise, so I know a lot of people said some nice stuff, but I just ignored it. So
yeah, man, we were bigging you up in the chat when we were here streaming it. So yeah, well done for that.
I appreciate that.
All right, well, let's get Moonsault in, and I guess we'll just start. I know at some point, I think King J wants to come by later on to chat as well, so we'll bring him in later on.
Sweet.
All right, Moonsault, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. How you doing?
Good, yourself?
Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad. How are you finding Tekken these days?
Actually, I am like really motivated right now. I am rediscovering my passion for lore, and I'm having fun making lore videos. Like I think people seen a couple of those videos, but I have like some more like June Ogre stuff coming, and yeah, I'm excited for people to see those videos. So I'm kind of doing good right now.
Okay, and before we get into like the question around your channel and whatnot, how are you finding season 2 specifically? Do you think it's going in a good direction, or do you still think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done?
On that front, I'm also starting to feel better as well, because you know, I think everyone knows when season 2 came out, I was like really upset. I was really like angry with what the developers did. You know, they lied, they admitted to it, they apologized, they removed the whole dev team. I think they showed like enough of that stuff to like basically make me believe in them. And I never not believed in them. I just believed that they were walking down a wrong path. They had like a flawed vision and they were just doing things that the players didn't want. But I think now they are starting to realize how far from Tekken they have walked, and they're starting to make steps back. I think Fakaram not being a disaster was like great. And you know, I think the next major test for them will be Armor King, because the way that they described Armor King, he seems like he's going to be nasty. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to doom Armor King, but stance mix-ups, poison breath, parries, and grab setups, I don't like the description, but I'm trying to, you know, believe that they're moving in the right direction. And also I want to see, you know, a big balance update.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of like any other fighting games, are you paying attention to like Virtua Fighter or Street Fighter, anything like that?
I play Street Fighter kind of like from time to time. I don't want to like make content for every game because like it's a level of commitment that, you know, sometimes I just want to play a game and just it be a game. So for Street Fighter, that's what I do. For Virtual Fighter, I am interested in that game. I'm making content about it. I haven't played it since, you know, like decades ago or whatever. But yeah, I'm interested in Virtual Fighter. I like what they're showing. I like what they're saying. And I want to see how difficult it is because everyone says that it's like really difficult and whatnot. But you know, I want to see if it's true or not.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, speaking of like commitment and whatever, your channel and C4, if you want to jump in and ask any questions, feel free, bro.
Cool.
Your channel is like really sort of blown up, especially considering like within the Tekken space, it's quite a niche. Just for those people that don't know, where did you sort of like get your start with creating content?
So for me, my journey, I always wanted to like edit. Like since like I discovered YouTube, I was like, wow, like that looks like fun being a YouTuber. But eventually where like I dived in is when well, okay, look, I'm not gonna explain what it is, but I had a channel before the Moonsault Slayer. It was kind of like a dirt bike channel, but that channel doesn't exist anymore. So that's really where I started. But you know, when Leroy Smith and Fakamram came out in Tekken 7, those characters were just so far from what Tekken 7 was doing to where I was like, I gotta talk about this. Like this is crazy. And that is kind of where like I just wanted to jump in the conversation. And those videos that I made were just like incoherent rants and like gibberish. But that's where the passion started, is like Tekken was starting to move away from the greatness that it was. And I just felt like, you know, I wanted to share my thoughts and try to, you know, give the developers like an opinion to say like, hey, like, you know, do this, like why are you guys doing that, you know? So that's kind of what I did. It started with like Fakaram and Leroy is where I made Tekken videos.
Okay. And like you've kind of like become the Tekken news channel. And I've always found your channel to be quite informative. I sort of go there when there's things that I'm looking either to talk about or like to brush up my knowledge on. What is the reception been like to your channel overall? Has it been more positive or negative?
Negative and positive. For people like the YouTube comments, the like to dislike ratio, it's all positive there. Of course, there's times where like I make a bad video and like I get something wrong and everyone's like, you know, rightly calling me out, like, hey, you said this wrong thing about Arslan or something, and then I correct it in a follow-up video. But generally, like if we're not talking about me making some kind of mistake, it's kind of positive. It's really like only outside forces who I feel don't watch the content and they misunderstand what I do. Because like if you don't watch the content, you probably hear the name every once in a while. And when you do hear the name, maybe it's some drama, maybe it's some leaks. And from that perception, you can see the Moonsault Slayer is only like, it gives you a different take. Like if you don't see the videos where I'm talking about lore and I'm talking about story and you only see the drama, it's going to give you a different version of Moonsault.
Can I jump in and ask a question real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
What's good, Moonsault?
How's it going?
What would you say your channel is? I know you're saying you've got a lot of different content, but predominantly, what would you say your content is? Is it like a news channel? Do you like a reporter on like the tech community or anything like that?
I kind of, it depends. Like right now, I feel like I'm in like a lower type of like mindset. But you know, sometimes I feel like I'm more so in like a news mindset, I just view myself as like a Tekken player. I don't really think that I'm doing anything in particular or I'm like one thing in particular. I just think that I'm a passionate fan about Tekken, and you know, whatever passion or whatever topic, you know, strikes that passion, then that's like what I am for the day, you know.
Cool. Do you have like multiple channels? Have you only got the one?
Only one.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it for now, Mike.
Why did you ask if he's got multiple channels?
Because you were saying that you do lore, and from the thumbnails, I can't see any videos talking about the lore of Tekken.
I have a
I didn't
lore.
know if it was on another channel.
I have a lore playlist. Like I took a long break from lore because I was really upset with what the developers did with Tekken 8 story. I before Tekken 8 came out, I was pumping out lore videos because I had all of these ideas of what direction each character can go, and I found so much joy in walking each path of like what can Steve Fox do, what can Fakramam, this and that. And then Tekken 8, they retconned so much. And then Heihachi showed up out of nowhere. So I was like, man, this story sucks. I'm done. But then when Ogre came back, so I took like a long year break of like I'm done with story. But then when Ogre and him that conversation came back up, I'm like, hold on a second, and I kind of was re-looking at some Tekken cutscenes, and I'm like, wait, the developers are kind of cooking with this. So that's why, like, when you look at my channel, you don't see lore, is because you don't see lore in Tekken 8. They ruined it,
Yeah, no, to be fair, I don't know why in my brain it was like, oh, the thumbnail for lore would be different to the like topical ones, but the thumbnail style changes. I have to look at the title of the video and then I can figure out if it's lore or not. So yeah, my bad.
No, yeah,
It is there. I just couldn't see it.
Why do you think so many, not so many, but whenever like I see you posting about news on Twitter, the reaction is so visceral. Like I've seen quite a few comments of people like going at you and being like somewhat nasty. Why do you think the reaction is so different on Twitter than YouTube?
Well, I think I figured it out. YouTube, I've been doing YouTube for about 6 years. And I had a Twitter for about 3 years. I've been slowly building up an audience on YouTube, and a lot of people understand like what I do, who I am. When I created it, the reason why I created a Twitter is because when Elon Musk purchased it, he made it to where you couldn't look at Twitter unless you made a Twitter. So when that happened, I had to make a Twitter, and that was my start. And since I made a Twitter, I was like, okay, I might as well share stuff. Like, like why would I have a Twitter and not use it? So I started to share stuff and post stuff. And at that same time, within like the same like 3-4 months or whatever, Tekken 8 started leaking stuff. And at first I was posting that stuff on my YouTube, but Bandai Namco strike me. And you're not going to keep posting leaks and get your channel taken down. So what I did was I would post the leaks on Twitter. I would talk about it on YouTube, and I would say, I can't show the image. If you want to see, go to Twitter. Now, what I didn't realize what I was doing is basically I was artificially inflating my post on Twitter. I would tell thousands of people from YouTube or on YouTube to go to Twitter and, look at the tweets. And of course, that creates this whole discussion that's happening there in the comment section. It's getting a lot of likes. But what that also is doing is it's like appearing on everyone else's feed on Twitter. And those guys, that was a lot of their first that was a lot of their introductions to me, was like seeing a leak on their Twitter feed for the first time ever. And they're like, wait, what is this? And then, another leak happens. It's again, another leak. And then that's where people on Twitter created this negative mindset that Moonsault Slayer created a, empire off, capitalizing on leaks. And then when the leaks dried up because the developer, also people who blame me for the leaks, like, you guys got to hold the developers accountable. It's their game. It's their, data. If it leaks and it goes on the internet, you can't blame me because I'm laughing and having fun with it. It's them. The leaks stopped because Harada and Michael Murray stopped being so, lazy with their game. Clear up your files and there's no leaks. So I never understood why people would blame me. Like, it's their game, But besides the point, the people, saw me as someone who made a huge, empire off of leaks, and he created this YouTube channel off of leaks, this Twitter account, and then when the leaks dried up, then they see it as like, he jumped ship and started talking about drama, right? Because you don't, because there's a lot of people who are saying, as soon as the leaks fall off, as soon as the leaks stop, he's going to fall off. But I, from their perspective, switched to talking about drama and controversy, and that's how I maintain it. So that's why I think a lot of people dislike me, is because that was their introduction to me, versus the people on YouTube who seen like the whole story.
Can I jump in real quick? All right. Do you do the data mining for the info?
Never.
for
No.
the leaks?
No, not once.
No. Do you not think people could be mad that you're profiting off of someone else's technically hard work? So if the data miners are getting info, you're leaking it, but then you're blaming the company
that's not how I
because
see
they
it.
got hacked, or not hacked, but data mined?
That's not how I see it. The leaks were never sent to me directly. The leaks were on Reddit, 4chan for hours. I would wake up and I would see a leak. Someone sent it to me in my DMs. The timestamp on it says 8 hours ago. And then I would talk about it. So it's not like someone data mined the game and then they sent me the hard file and then I expose it. It's been out there. And to prove my point, it's like when everyone got upset at me for talking about leaks, when the Marduk and Fakram leak happened, I specifically did not talk about it. And everyone still found out about it. Everyone is still expecting Marduk because he leaked. So to say that I am the one who's leaking all of this stuff is not true, because I specifically was hands off in that situation and it still went viral. And that's because it's always going to go viral. It's a leak. It's not the Moonsault Slayer is doing this. That's how leaks are.
No, yeah, but there's so many things here. Quickly, a leak is someone who spreads the information. If it's on Reddit, only a certain amount of people are going to see it. You said that you sent 1,000 odd people from your YouTube to your Twitter. So that's 1,000 more people. Let's say half of them don't go on Reddit. You spread it to 500 people. So you might not be the main source of the leak, but you are part of the leak, no?
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And on top of that, another reason people might not like you is because most people don't like the middleman. And from what you're saying, you are just the middleman. You see someone else leak the info, someone data mines it, you're just passing it on to another platform. And I'm guessing profiting, maybe not much. I'm assuming not tons of money, but you are the middleman. And I think some people just don't like the middleman.
Why don't people like the middleman?
You don't do anything. You don't add.
Well,
right?
There's been a lot of leaks that we've debunked. Like there was a lot of leaks that was going on, and I talked about it. I explained why this leak is not accurate. So it's not just like me profiting, because I know a lot of people think it's like, oh, he's just there to profit off everything. But people got to keep in mind, I did this for 6 years, and 6 years my channel was not monetized. I just reached this point to where I have 30,000 subscribers. For a majority of that time, I was sitting under 5K. And for the real majority of that time, I was under 3. So it's not like I'm just here, profiting off of everything. Like at a point in time, there was no money, there was no nothing. And I still did the exact same thing. And this is why I feel like people kind of try to say like, oh, you're just here to milk Tekken. If I wanted to milk a game, why would I choose Tekken? Tekken at times has a dying player base. Why wouldn't I just go to Marvel Rivals? They had Deadpool and Daredevil League. I would, if I was a vulture, the way people say, I would just go over there and hang out with those guys. Those guys, they love leaks. They talk about leaks. It's a lot of updates. It's a lot of. I could do the same thing I'm doing for Tekken for Marvel Rivals.
You couldn't.
Yeah.
Right? Like no, you couldn't. You could do the actual thing, but there's obviously people that are already doing it. Like I'm not saying this is the reason, but the reason you're in Tekken is because they want, like, you're the Tekken guy. You can't just go, oh, I'll go to the next big game and do it, because it's probably established. There's probably people that already do that.
I mean, I disagree. I think, just because someone's already doing it, that doesn't mean you can't do it either, right? If that was the case, no one would create a YouTube channel. Everyone right now would not create a YouTube channel. There's already people who's doing tutorials on Tekken. There's doing, that's not, I don't agree.
Yeah, no. What you said, that you would go to Marvel Rivals if it was about the money. But you could go to Marvel Rivals, but you probably won't make as much money as you do from Tekken, because they've already got established Marvel Rival people for that. That's what I'm saying. You couldn't just go to another game.
Marvel Rivals was just the example.
Yeah, and I'm saying any other game. You're saying, well, I would pick a bigger game. And I'm saying you could try picking a different game, but you might not. You probably won't get as much traction as you do from Tekken, because you're established in Tekken. You played Tekken. You can't just move to a bigger game and then go, oh, I'm going to get the same amount of success.
Well, so
I think he could with the line of content. If you're talking about leaks specifically, I think with leaks you probably can. I
yeah,
reckon.
and I think that what you're what you're leaving out is like, I put 6 years into Tekken. If I put 6 years into Rivals, especially if I would have started, because I was playing Rivals at the start of that game's release. If I put 6 years into Rivals, then it would be the same thing. You got to start every, like.
I don't disagree with 6 years. You said move to Rivals and make more money. That's again, that's what I'm disagreeing with. You can't just go to Rivals now and make more money than you do on Tekken. You have to do it for 6 years. Yes, I agree with that.
I still disagree. I think now, especially now because he has a base, I think maybe he won't make as much over there initially, but I don't think it'll take 6 years. I don't even think it'll take a year because his channel's already got traction, and I've seen him talking about other things that are not Tekken related and still getting views. So I think, well, the thing is that sometimes I don't even watch Moonsault Slayer's videos necessarily because of the topics, just because it's who I'm used to listening to. So I think a lot of people might just turn him on because that's the voice they're used to listening to. And I think if you say you went over to like League of Legends or Marvel Rivals or this new Marvel fighting game, I reckon in a fraction of the time you'd be able to pick up that base talking about leaks. Definitely. You don't have to crawl your way to the top anymore because you've already crawled there in one player base. You won't get there straight away in another one, but you've already got a base, so you won't have to work as much as you did initially.
And also, I was making some Marvel Rival videos, and there was some when I was like really locked into that game. It was a game that I wanted to make content for, and I was talking about leaks, and some of those videos were already reaching 3,000, 4,000 views. So, like, if I was to hard commit to it, I can make it work. Because I've already had glimpses of success.
Is the reason that you don't hard commit to it just because you have no passion for it?
I think that game has a very bad rank matchmaking, and I can't, I just have to play it casually,
Okay. So your content has obviously moved away from leaks now, and you sort of report on like the news. I've seen every time like we'll talk about something, whether it's like Mieri Zo or you're talking about something that's gone on, drama that other people have committed or been involved in, you're basically talking about it and they're getting angry at you rather than the people that have started the problems. Is this something that is consistent on Twitter whenever you're talking about something? Because it's what I see whenever I see your name blowing up.
Yeah. So yeah, like, I'll look at Twitter or something and I'll see, there's one example. Fergus, one of the best Oscar players on the planet. He beat Arslan probably about a month ago, and he plays Oscar. And a lot of people were, Oscar's really powerful in season 2. So a lot of people were attacking him, saying, Oscar's, you're carried by Oscar. You want to be able to do this, beat Arslan if Oscar wasn't so strong. People were like really attacking him. And I seen him put out tweets like trying to defend himself. And I made a video on it. And I was talking about how, like, how can you guys attack someone who's a lifelong Oscar main? It doesn't make sense. Like, from what I saw, he wasn't requesting Oscar to be made the strongest character in the game. So how can you blame him for that? And I see a lot of similarities with that situation with how I'm treated with Yoshimitsu. I know everyone hates Yoshimitsu, everyone hates the Flash, but people talk to me like I'm the one in there balancing the game and making Flash combos. I didn't do that. So I try to make these videos to say that. And it's not just me like trying to profit off the situation. It's like a lot of people be out there, doing crazy stuff to multiple different people. Like, a point that I also made is that, right now the conversation's on, Asuka, on Anna. But in the next update, there'll be some new character that's super overpowered. Let's say Armor King. Everyone who mains Armor King will be attacked. And that's not okay. You can't attack you can't attack the player base of the strongest character. So when I make these videos, those are the messages that I'm trying to, push. But a lot of people just see it as like drama and instigating. But that's not what I'm trying to do.
So on that topic, Moonsault, I wanna bring up this tweet, and I want to get your take on it, because I have a few things to say on it, and I'm gonna share the screen just so everybody can see what I'm looking at. Give me 1 second here. So there was this tweet put out by Joka, and it said content creators who rely on drama for engagement contribute little to no value to the online space. Now, I'm of the opinion that he is talking about you, potentially me. I don't think me directly, although possibly because I was tagged in it, and some other people. Do you have anything to say with regards to this?
I've seen tweets like this plenty of times before, where you have a streamer, pro player, content creator, um, and they're basically sending shots at drama content creators. And when it turns happens, because we're all Tekken, so when it turns happen is the people who follows this person, they attack me. I get DMs, I get tagged in this tweet, I get stuff in my comment section. And one, I feel like it's really irresponsible. If I did that to them, where I was like saying all of these nasty things, and then my audience wouldn't attack them, that's wrong. Us as content creators and people on the internet, we know how saying bad things can turn into like real life, like, problems. All it takes is one crazy person to take it to the next level. And I feel like these guys are making reckless tweets. And, if you continue to do it over and over and over again, you're basically, encouraging some type of crazy thing to happen. And I don't like that. So that's one part of it. But then another part of it is like, when I'm talking about these situations, a lot of times it's their tweets, it's their discussions. These guys call me out for trying to be in drama, but they are the ones who start drama. Every time it's a Pakistan Arsenal knee situation, Joka's involved, Spaghetti Rip's involved. So how are you going to say like I'm the drama guy when you are literally creating? You are the creator of drama. I'm just at the other end of it, like, oh wow, this is going on. So I feel like it's hypocrisy. I feel like it's a lot of things, but really, like I try not to fight with these guys, like, because I don't know these guys, they don't know me, and I don't want to have like this online beef. I think online beefing is super petty and ridiculous. So I try to let it go and I try not to get involved. But when these guys continuously like make tweets like these and I get real hate for it, like it'd be making me want to crash out. Like, bro, like I looked at Joker's profile and he hasn't won a tournament all year. It's like, bro, focus on that. You're over here talking about what other people are doing. Go win a tournament. You're barely a pro. Like, come on, bro. Like, you got other things to worry about.
No, I agree. Seafood, what did you want to say on it?
Wait, which bit did you agree with?
I agree with everything he said, but I was going to elaborate on it.
Can you elaborate? I'm interested.
Yeah, so I watched basically all of Moonsault's videos, and from what I can see, Moonsault's not out here creating drama. He's out here talking about drama that other people have created. So he's merely conveying something that someone else started on Twitter, right? The Tekken community is full of drama that is always going on. I've been involved in my fair share of it. And all he does is talk about something that is already going on. And him saying that that we rely on drama for engagement contribute little to no value to the online space. That's just his opinion, which is obviously it's obviously not true, because Moonsault Slayer's channel's growing. He's on his way to 40K. He gets thousands of views. He's a more successful content creator, if you want to put Joka in that same light, than he is. And Moonsault's successful at what he's doing. Joker's not. So for him to start attacking content creators because of something that they're doing is him directly engaging in drama. And Blackheart just said that whenever he interacts with Joker, some sort of drama starts. So I don't really understand why he would say something like this when he A, contributes it, and B, needs to focus on what he's doing, because Moonsault's doing a good job of what he's doing. He's getting the views, and Joker's not placing. I think I would, if I was a pro player, I would focus on not drowning in top 96 and leave content creators alone.
Okay. It was I don't even know where to start. So I don't know Joker. It seems weird to criticize someone going on Twitter and saying something where you literally said that's what you do. You basically, Moonsault, you see things that are being said, and then you say that you just make a video about it. But then you're criticizing someone who does that, which is Joka in this sentence, in this instance, sorry. So that doesn't make any sense. And to say, oh, he's a top player, he should focus on that. I mean, that could apply to anyone. It's like, I could say to you, oh, you should focus on the law videos because no one likes you doing the drama stuff. You're getting death threats, so why you keep doing it? Focus on doing the law videos.
No, but C4, the only problem with what you're saying is that if he had not said contribute little to no value to the online space, there wouldn't have been no problem. But you saying contribute little to no value is obviously not true if his channel is growing and if he's getting views from it. Like, you're just lying.
Then, well, I don't think that one doesn't lead to the other. You can get a big following and bring nothing to the community. 100%. That's
what
why
does Joka bring to the community?
He gives you match footage or gives people match footage.
I upload footage. I upload tutorials.
Do you play in tournament? Do you place hard in Joka?
It doesn't matter. I'm like one of the
I agree.
Percentage wise, I am in the top 10 highest ranked players in the game. So a lot of people can learn from me, and on my streams, I give a lot of knowledge.
Oh, cool. I agree. It doesn't matter about your placing, but you made a point to say about how Joker's not placing. And I also think that doesn't make a difference. He's a player. And when I was saying earlier about the middleman does nothing, prove that you're not a middleman. Like that's what I think. Maybe not, he's saying it in a like inflammatory way, saying you don't provide anything, but can you disprove it by showing what you do contribute?
You could check out my lore playlist. I make so many videos. I clear up so many misunderstandings. Like there's so much that I do in terms of passing information. Like when the update happens, I explain the update. I watch these boring Tekken talks that last 3 hours and I sum it up in 10 minutes. Like to say that I don't offer anything is just a lie. Like you can say like, oh, the drama this, the drama that, but once again, it's undermining the work that I do. Like I sit here and I, consume so much information and I try to put it in a easy to understand format. And a lot of people don't want to be on Reddit, be on Twitter, be on Michael Murray's Twitter, watch Tekken Talks. They just want to know what's going on. They want to know which characters are popular. I talk about statistics. I talk about a lot of things. To say that I offer nothing it's just not true.
I think
the other thing that you can add to that is that Dell said it in the chat just now. I was literally going to say before he typed it, like most journalists, like a lot of people that report on things tend to be middlemen. I mean, even when I'm doing the Smash Brothers stuff, I'm just conveying information that was put on Twitter and I'm posting it on YouTube so these guys can see it and so that it can spread around a little bit more. I disagree. Reporters have a big difference between what Moonsault Slayer is doing is they interview people.
I interview people.
He does.
On the majority of your videos or every now and again?
I try to find people all the time. I have one person on Discord who wants to interview right now, but I'm doing this.
Okay, so I haven't seen much of your content, so that could be true. That could be true. The only videos I think I've seen or that I remember were the Arslan Ash ones with the whole steroids getting banned, blah, 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 blah. There was no interviews in there, and you got information wrong.
And I corrected it, which I said I would if
as a reporter,
Arslan responds.
That's true, but you should. The mistake you made didn't need correcting. If you did the research properly, you wouldn't have made the mistake.
Even Dextero, the biggest gaming platform on Twitter, reports things wrong. I've seen a community note
that's
on there.
And you keep doing that. Like I'm talking.
He
about
does it too. Everyone does it. Everyone puts out.
Okay,
I'm a human. I can't be perfect. I can't. I can't. Be perfect. Yeah, I will mispronounce things. I will misquote things. But the best that I can do is, come back with the corrected information and say, look, guys, I was wrong, 100% wrong. I said this thing and it was wrong. Here's the actual story. And a lot of people won't do that.
Okay.
Don't you think
you're
that's
not getting
fair?
points. I'll just let Mike keep going.
I'm not understanding either, because him making a mistake doesn't take away from him adding value to the community or like just being a reporter in general. Like, I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to interview people, even though he does. But I don't. The idea that he would be valueless.
Again, we've gone to extremes. He says little to none, but we're focused on no value. I agree. No one can literally bring no value. No one can bring no value. So yeah,
I'm still trying to
when you
understand
keep saying
what
no
Joka
value, I'm like,
brings.
yes, that's a given. Obviously, that's not what he's talking about. He's saying little to none. And when I'm saying, okay, I haven't seen all of your videos. I haven't seen the ones with the interviews. I bring up an example of you getting information wrong. And you go, oh, well, everyone does. So it's just like, okay, cool. I guess because everyone does it, it's fine. That's what I'm saying. We might as well just move on.
No, I don't think he's saying it's fine, because if he thought it was fine, he wouldn't correct it.
No, but he's saying, I'm saying as a reporter, your due diligence is to make sure that you do as little mistakes as possible. And the mistake that was in the Arsenal Nash one could have been found out without prior information, just doing the research at the time. It wasn't a case of Moonsault Slayer said this and then someone redacted or took back their statement.
What mistake are you referring to?
The mistake about the what's it called? When Arslan, when Nee basically quote tweeted I can't remember the federation, whatever it was, that Tekken, it wasn't the Tekken, sorry, it was the gaming tournament.
About the steroid stuff.
Yeah, but the people that sent the tweet, Moonsault Slayer was saying that he was trying to figure out if they're like a reputable organization. I think it was an organization, right? The people that said that he was banned. And he was saying, I don't understand why why everyone's only finding about this now. But the reason everyone found about it was because that's when the ban was lifted. So when the tweet came out and everyone spoke about it, in Moonsault Slayer's video, he was saying, I don't know why everyone's only talking about this now. Shouldn't we be talking about this like before? But the reason it was posted was because it was the lift of the ban.
When I said that, I was confused because you think when Arslan gets banned, that's when we would hear about it, but we didn't hear about it. You know, I covered Tekken very thoroughly and I didn't hear about it. So when I said, why is everyone talking about this now? I mean, it's just me thinking out loud. It's, you know, and I probably, you know, you can argue whether or not that's a bad thing to say or whatever, but it's so insignificant. You know, the fact that he was banned, no one heard about it, and then he was unbanned. I mean, everyone's shocked about it. Everyone's like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, it's in this. I mean, you asked for an example. I gave it to you, and you said it was insignificant. So yeah, we can just move on. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason I wanted to bring it up is that Joker's tweet just it sounded like he wants to engage in drama. I know you were saying earlier that him going to tournaments or like posting match footage is providing value, but I could use the same argument against you, where there's better Feng players and we could just watch their match footage instead. You know, so Moonsault might be posting or talking about things that other people are talking about, or going into other communities and talking about things that are already on there. But we can all do those things as well, right? He can go to tournaments. I would have like even brought up this conversation had he not posted something like that. And initially it was sent over to me, but I messaged Moonsault. I was like, I think he's talking about you personally.
Right.
I don't think he's directing it at me. And there's a lot of these people on Twitter. There's a lot of them. I know some of them are probably watching now that say these things about Moonsault. Sometimes they're directed at me or other people. And it doesn't really make any sense to me, because if there was no value being brought at all, then nobody would watch, right? I think the main reason that they're getting annoyed is that the communities are growing and people are watching, and their stupidity is being highlighted, and they don't really know how to fight back other than like create these like Twitter mobs to attack people. And I think that's what Joka was trying to do. I think he was trying to start some shit again to get Moon attacked, which is why I wanted to ask him about it.
Does Joka not like you, Moonsault, or is it?
I'm assuming everyone dislikes me because that's the feedback that I get. There's only a handful of content creators who I know like either watches or enjoys the content. But when I see tweets like Joka made, and there was other tweets in the past like what Spaghetti Rip made, and I see in the comment section of those tweets you have a bunch of content creators or pros, you know, saying crazy things. I can only assume that everyone on Twitter thinks the worst of me, which is why I don't want to interact with them. But also, it's like, I'm the bad guy, right? But none of these guys has ever reached out and tried to help, try to give clarity. All they do is point fingers and laugh and try to create Twitter mobs. The right thing to do is, if this is a community, which is not, if it is a community, then shouldn't you help someone who's trying to be a content creator? Shouldn't you be like, oh, this guy made a video, that video has some things in it, let me coach him on what he could do better? Never happened. Never. All of these guys just sneak this. They just, virtue signal, and they just try to attack me. And it's like, I sit here silently, and because I don't want to fight with these guys. I didn't make YouTube to fight with other people. Like, that's not what I want to do. But that seems like what they want to do. They get on Twitter. These guys hate watch, and then they sneak this. And I'm the bad guy when I get upset and I, fight back. And it's like, bro, like you guys are a joke, bro.
So
You guys are
do
jokes.
you just think when you talk about the amount of people that dislike you, are you just talking about Tekken players, or like Tekken content creators, or Tekken people that spectate Tekken, or just the players, like the top players?
I think the some pros, some content creators, but I think they fester the hate. People will see Joka taking shots at me, and they'll be like, oh, who's this guy? Someone responds and like, oh, he's the guy who creates drama and problems in the chat, and this guy's the worst. And that person will be like, yeah, I hate him too. And then now it's like +1 hater for Moonsault. And it's like, that's what these guys, in my opinion, are trying to do. Like, I mean, because what else? When I see a tweet like that from Joka, I think to myself, what is the intent of that tweet? Is the intent to create something positive, or is it to destroy? Probably to destroy. Who is the tweet about? Probably me. The intent is to destroy Moonsault Slayer. And I have never made a tweet like that. I never made a video with the intent to destroy. Never.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be kind of like me tweeting out all Feng players that are not Kokoma offer little to no value, because maybe he's the best one, or Titan Thor, or whoever. It's just there to rage bait, to get under people's skin, and other Feng players would be like, why are you talking shit, blah blah blah. But in reality, there's only like 2 Feng players that I watch. But if I tweet out saying all these other Feng players offer me no value, it's just going to start. It's unnecessary beef, and then they talk about drama. And meanwhile, Moonsault's minding his own business. All he's doing is posting about Tekken, and they're getting annoyed about it.
What's the difference between someone tweeting and causing drama, or someone tweeting and trying to get a discussion about the topic?
Sorry, say that again. A bit cut in my headset.
Oh, sorry, my bad. What's the difference between someone tweeting to cause drama, or someone tweeting to start a conversation, like on a topic?
What's the difference?
I think it's subtle things like the tone, the wording. Because like I said, there's been times where, in the league situation where there was content creators who reached out, and those guys were like, hey, be careful this. Hey, do this, that. There's been, and I wish I had those tweets or those messages to show you the difference in what Joker's doing, which is wrong, what other people did, which is good. And I mean, even what Mike is doing right now, right? He sees this conversation going on, and he is trying to, find the truth. What is Joka doing with that tweet?
It's the intention behind it. There was no, when I think it was a while ago. Do you remember, Moon, when you said something and I took issue with it, and then we spoke about it on stream? Like my intention was to get his attention, have a conversation, and move on. Joker's intention, I think, is just to get him dogpiled. I don't think that. I mean, it's not. It's a very matter-of-fact statement. It wasn't open-ended. It wasn't put across in a way where a conversation could be had. So I think the intention there is to start a dogpiling campaign against Moonsault. And the thing is that I open my platform to anyone. So if any of these people that are always yapping on Twitter have something to say, they can come and say it now. I mean, they're very comfortable dogpiling people on Twitter, and there's hundreds, thousands of people dogpiling. There's only 3 of us sitting here now, so they can jump on here and they can say it. That's my
Is there
issue.
anyone who's done a tweet like Joker's that actually atted Moonsault?
No, they don't at anyone. They like
Spaghetti
I said, they sneak this.
Spaghetti Rip one time, you know, he accidentally, I can't remember what the thing was, but he accidentally posted something or did something he wasn't supposed to, and he was like, I'm the Moonsault now. Basically, he was saying I did this thing I'm not supposed to do, and now I'm Moonsault. So he was kind of making a joke about how like I'm always doing stuff that, you know, I'm not supposed to do, and now he's me, you know. So
Right.
it's subtle things like that, but no one ever really tags me. But what I see a pattern. I see, you know, one of my videos go viral or a situation go viral, and then these guys make a tweet literally hours after, right? Like I had a main man video, buff guy situation, and that tweet from Joka came hours, like literally hours after that. And it seems like he either seen that video, watched that video, or something, and he made the tweet. And this is what I'm talking about: patterns. Spaghetti Rip did the same thing. Multiple people, like I would have a video get a lot of views, and then tweet made.
Okay. Cool. Well, not cool, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Well, why do you disagree? Because like you're disagreeing with everything, but you're not.
Wait,
like,
well, hold on. What? When did I? Okay, I'm
Well, it
not
sounds
scared
like
to
you
say I
disagree.
disagree. I would say if I disagreed, I'll say I disagree.
Well, it just seems like you disagree because like when I say something, you kind of like I don't know the word to describe it, but maybe I'm just getting the wrong vibe. My apologies.
Cool.
Is your beef with Buff Guy squash now?
No. Well, I personally have no beef with Buff Guy. You know, I like Buff Guy. I think he does great work in terms of content. It's unfortunate what happened, but I don't think it was any fault of my own. I was just playing a normal ranked session, running into a content creator, and I wanted to see their perspective. And when I saw their perspective, it was bro crashing out, you know.
And before that happened, you two were cool, right? There was no beef between you.
Yeah, so I kind of found out about, well, like, you know, kind of got in contact with Buff Guy around November. You know, I was just doing my thing talking about Tekken. I have a real issue with throw breaking. People should know this. I can't break throws. You know, throws is like, you know, my arch enemy. But in November, I was going on this huge rant about throws and how they're so trash and trash in like they're breaking the game. Unblockable throws and stances, things of that nature. But Buff Guy appeared in the chat, like mid rant, and he was like, "Hey, you know, I can talk to you about throws and explain to you like how throws kind of work, right?" And we jumped on Discord and we spent about 20 minutes talking, and we were just talking about like throw setups and things of that nature. And it was a good conversation, you know, laughing, great convo, and that was it, you know. From there, I seen like Buff Guy comments on like my videos, my shorts, and everything was golden. And then, you know, months later, we have him crashing out on stream saying I'm the worst in everything. And you know, I don't have any bad things to say about him because like we all been there, but it's just the double and triple and doubling down on like, you know, Moonsault Slayers at fault. I think that's not right. And I think a lot of people realize that that's not right.
Yeah, I C4. Did you see the whole situation play out?
Nope.
Okay.
Did not see this.
I personally, I just to give like my opinion on that, I think that I like Buff Guy. I think he's cool, but I think he was in the wrong in that situation. That it went from insulting the character to insulting you personally. I think that's where it sort of went off the rails. So if he showed up today, because I haven't spoken to him, would you try to bury the hatchet, or is there like, do you actually dislike each other now?
No, I try to live my life like in a way to where I hate no one, right? I think everyone wakes up and we think that we're like doing good, right? No one wakes up and is like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna, you know, burn the world. No one really does that, right? So when someone makes a mistake, I try to understand that and, you know, forgive that because, you know, I made a lot of mistakes before. I've done a lot of things where I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. And so I won't hold it against anyone. But at the same time, you have to admit wrong, right? But I mean, like, yeah, I'm not gonna hold it against him. I'm not angry with him. I'm not upset or anything, right? I get exactly what he's going through and where he's coming from, but he has to do his part of admitting where he messed up.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I'm just gonna quickly read out these two super chats. Michael, thank you for the 45 DKK. What currency is DKK? Do any of you know?
No.
Donkey
C4, I
Kong
know you
coins.
know, bro. Donkey Kong coins.
Yeah.
I feel like Moonsault is Tekken's version of True Underdog Gaming from Mortal Kombat. By the way, is the buff guy MIA because of the incident, like both of you. Do you know True Underdog Gaming, Moonsault?
I'm kind of aware of him. I seen one video, and I don't know if this one video represents everything that he does, but I seen, Injustice, Mortal Kombat ended, and then Injustice was about to begin or something like that. But I seen he uploaded a video saying like, here's the full roster of Injustice 3. And I was like, oh, like that's crazy clickbait. But I don't know if he does that all the time, but that's one video I seen from him.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, me and True Underdog got up on the wrong foot initially, but he's actually quite a nice guy. I brought him on here quite a while ago, and we buried the hatchet. And I understand now why he does his videos the way he does. I know it's not for everybody, but yeah, I think he's a cool guy. Obviously, he's got a massive subscriber base from it, so shouts to him. Duke of Nylon, thank you for the $5. He brings entertainment. That's all he needs to do. Joka is just a prime example that being pro does not mean you are a good content creator. Yeah, it's kind of what I was saying earlier.
Does Joka do content? Like
Yeah,
YouTube
he's got
stuff,
a YouTube channel. I don't know if he I've seen a couple of his videos, but I think his most popular videos, funnily enough, are the ones that are engaging in drama or talking about them. So, take from that what you will. Moon, are you okay to answer questions from people?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And I know there was quite a few people that wanted to. So, guys, you know how it works. If you want to ask me a question, and it's not a super chat, then just send me a message on Twitter or Discord, and I'll bring you in as and when. I know King J wants to come on here at some point. So, Moon, before people come on here, I want to ask you, do you have plans for like the future of your channel? Are you always going to do this type of content with Tekken, or are you looking to pivot again?
I mean,
other than the law stuff,
like, I kind of just take it day by day. I don't think too far in the future. Because like for me, like I had many close calls. Like I could very much not be here, right? So it's like I just try to appreciate the moment, and I just try to be happy for what I have and where I am. And talking about Tekken is making me happy right now. Tomorrow, who knows? So I just kind of take it day by day.
Gemini, are you okay, bro? These lame-ass consequences are soft as fuck, asking dudes online to be friends and shit. See, this is what I don't understand, Jed. they'll say that we're engaging in drama, and then when everyone's like, everyone be cool, you get messages like this. I don't understand. What is the issue? If you want to come on and say something, you're more than welcome, bro. Sorry, I forgot what I was going to ask.
One thing too, if I could say something, another reason why I think a lot of people may not like me is because I don't really bite my tongue. I know a lot of people try to tamper what they're saying in order to not make the developers upset and things of that nature, but I really don't do that. I'm just a normal player, normal guy who likes Tekken, and my only goal is to like have Tekken be great. And I see a lot of these guys, they see me like freely just popping off, and I don't know if they wish they can do it, or if they or if they don't like me doing it. Like, I know that's a big issue that Spaghetti Rip has with me, is that like, when I was talking about leaks, he uploaded this like 3-minute video where he was saying like, these guys offer nothing. They shouldn't be talking about leaks. They shouldn't be doing this. They shouldn't be doing that. And then, eventually, he had so much respect and like, admiration for the developers. and then fast forward a year later and they kick him off the commentary team. So it's like I see a lot of these guys have this undying loyalty to Harada, but from what I also see is that it's not reciprocated, right? So I don't know. I just think like these guys crafted they the bed that they made for themselves, it's not too comfortable anymore. You know, some of these guys are, you know, pro players and they're losing in tournaments. Some of these guys are commentators and they're kicked off the staff. And you know, you have this guy Moonsault who's just doing whatever he wants and he's having a great time. I think that's a big part of it.
But you're actively not having a great time, right? Wasn't you just saying about how much like hate you get and it's not good?
Well, that's only when the hate shows up. Before Joka made that tweet, you know, and even after that tweet, I was still making lore videos, right? So yeah, like I see that tweet and you know, I'm like, this is ridiculous, you know. For like 2 or 3 hours, you know, I'm like, why did he say this? And you know, this and that. But then, you know, that 4th hour comes and I'm like, okay, I got to cook up this video about Ogre and June because I got some ideas. So it's like, I really don't dwell on it. The only reason why I highlighted it's because they're encouraging, the way that I see it is that they're encouraging violence. They're encouraging their players, their audience to attack me. Right. And that's not okay.
Joka tweet.
Did you see the comment section?
No, I didn't see the comment section. I'm talking about Joker's tweet was getting people to be violent,
attacking.
I don't know if violent is the right word. Yeah, I don't think he's promoting
not physical
like, violence,
but like, you know, to be malicious, to like attack, to like, you know, it's not like, you know, let's find Moonsault and hunt him down. It's not that kind of violence.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't see the comments. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just going from the tweet. So yeah, that's what I was asking. But I know some people go overboard and they can see a tweet like that and then start doing silly like death threats and stupid shit like that. That's why I was just like, from Joker's tweet, it didn't seem like he wanted you to be gone. Like, he just doesn't like what you do. That's what I'm getting from the tweet.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you have to remember is that they can say that like you provide no value, but they are forced to acknowledge you because of how many people watch your videos or how many people come and talk with you in your streams or comment. So the very fact that they have to acknowledge you, because you're not the only one that does videos like this. There's loads of people. It's just that your channel is probably the biggest one for it. So all of their comments kind of like it's just them being hateful for no reason, and they would never have an open discussion with you in front of people because they probably wouldn't even know what to say. I think a lot of the time people stick to Twitter because they know that other people that share their mindset but don't know how to articulate in an actual conversation will just jump on and it looks like everyone hates you. But in an actual conversation, I don't think they're going to know left from right. I think that it's just Twitter. This is what they do. They always do this on Twitter, whether it's Spaghetti Rep or Joka or whoever else is saying it. So for me, I just sort of laugh it. I don't know if it like bothers you, like it really gets you down, but these sort of things just make me laugh.
It used to like bother me. I used to be like ranting on stream for hours. There was actually the first time that this type of thing like really happened was with Rip, the normal Rip. I made a video, once again, made a bad video. I was talking about a tweet that he made, and you know, I didn't fully understand the context of it. And you know, I apologized to him. I took the video down and I tried to make all the necessary corrections. But then I seen on Twitter that he was you know, basically talking trash. He was like, he not only did he clip the video, but he edited the video to be even worse. So like the video was already bad, but then he edited it to be even worse. And you know, everyone was just like laughing and attacking me. And I was on stream, and I was very upset. And there was people who were going to the stream and going to my channel and taking screenshots of thumbnails. And, you know, it's no secret that I mispronounce words and I typos and stuff like that. It's just the way my brain works. Right. But I've seen a lot of people, you know, basically dogpiling. And, I just think that's wrong, right? At the time, my channel had probably like 4,000 subscribers. So I don't think they would try that anymore because, they can't. I will respond and, call them out. But when they were able to do it, they did it in huge droves, clipped me, and made fun of me. And now you don't see them mention my name and you don't see them speak directly because it won't work anymore that way, right? So that's why I think we've seen this shift from them like mentioning me to not mentioning me, because like, they can't bully me anymore. Basically, they used to be able to bully me and get under my skin, but it just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah. So essentially, what you're saying is that because you were a smaller YouTuber, they thought that they had grounds to push you around, and now you'll clap back because of your subscriber base.
Yeah.
Fair play. That's bullying. But all right. There's a couple people in the queue to ask you questions. C4, was anything else you wanted to ask before I start bringing people on?
Nah, I'm good.
Well, one thing I'll say, I know you don't watch a lot of my content, so I would really just ask you to watch, one of my lore videos or something, so you could just see the passionate side of me. Because from what it sounds like, you only know the drama videos, and I would ask you to just, give me a chance.
So for me, I don't think you're not passionate. Like, that's not the discrepancy. The thing I said at the beginning about the middleman not bringing much, that's why I think people don't like you. I don't dislike you. I don't think what you do is super, in terms of information, the information ones that I did watch, they weren't that good, but that's not to say about your whole body of work not being good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. I'll start bringing people on. So the first person we've got is Lord Canty. Hey, bro, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Your mic is not set up properly. All right. We will. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, cool.
All right, man. You got 6 minutes because I'm going to try it because the queue's quite long. So I'm going to try and
I'm going to try and keep it as brief as possible. So hopefully I don't have to use that all up.
All right, no worries.
All right. How you doing, Moonsault?
Good. Yourself?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'll keep it a buck with you, bro. I watch your content all the time. I don't like it, like most of it, but I'll watch it. I think it's kind of like how I don't like low tier God, but I'll watch him because it's just like it kind of is like there. It's a spectacle. There's nothing wrong with the content you do. For me, I think it's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's information that I feel like maybe I've already known, and I'm like, okay, this is just repeating the same thing. That's nothing wrong with that. I think for me, it's just what irks me sometimes is I just think you need to be mindful of like what, like, of before you post it, like, just be mindful of what you're posting. You know what I mean? Like, if you give her like a wrong number or something, like, I think there's a video I watched of you talking about I guess the player count on Steam for Tekken, and I think you just like misspoke and said 500 instead of like 5,000 or something, or 300 instead of 3,000. But like, you know, if people are just like listening to your, or watching your video in the background or just listening to the audio, like it's like that's just giving out wrong information, I think. And I think that's the only thing I'll say is just to, like double check what you're posting before you post it. Like, even if you just have to do a quick edit, like, I know some people will misspeak, but they'll just flash like an asterisk as a correction of what they're saying. I think that would be helpful.
When because this is a problem that I'm aware of, and I try to correct it whenever I realize it, but a lot of the times I even in editing I don't realize it, and I don't know why my brain operates that way. There was one instance where there was a tournament that happened in Japan for the elderly, and the person who won was 73 years old, and in the video I said 37, and I didn't realize it in editing and in everything. I didn't realize it, and
I think
when
something
I
like that is
uploaded
pretty
it,
small. You know what I
But
mean?
it's kind of like the same thing, you know. It's just
Yeah.
it's the same mistake, but that's kind of like a smaller example of it. And it's basically it's like I'm aware of that, and I'm trying to correct it, but it's something that I'm struggling to get a hold over.
That's again, I'm not asking you to be perfect. I think that's just like, I think when you're talking about, statistics and numbers, it's just uh I don't know. I like I said, I don't know what your mind process is like, but just take it slow and just uh, you know, reread it. Like do two takes or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just
Can I
try.
ask a question? Because for me, I don't understand this. So you said that you watch him all the time, but you don't like what he posts.
I I'll correct myself. I do watch him. I like I genuinely like some of the stuff because a lot of it is informative. But like I don't like when he goes into the drama side. I guess that's for me because it's just like I feel like if it's one thing where you don't like someone or like the whole let's talk about the whole like shill debate that happened like what like back in December leading up to season 2. It's like if something happens to someone where then it becomes serious, like when someone threatened FDX, you know what I mean? Like that was kind of fucked up, right? I get that, and it's like you make a video saying like, oh, we shouldn't be like calling people shill or be like bitches because if they like support Tekken, we shouldn't like say this to them. You know what I mean? It's just like to me, I watched that, and then like, but I watched a video you posted like months prior, which you're calling spaghetti rep a shill. So it's just like, okay, but you've also engaged in that. So it's like, what to varying degrees are is it okay or not? You know what I mean? I think that's just like it comes off as dishonest to me, and I don't think you meant it like that because maybe you were making a joke, and I didn't catch on to it, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean?
So is it fair to say then that there's elements that you don't like, but overall
Yeah.
you
Overall,
like him?
his content is fine. Like he puts out you like I said, you put out good videos. Like I think there's just certain aspects of it I think aren't necessary. Like you can be on the same plane as like Ernesto, like button check. Like it's very like genuine, just like I'm just an enjoyer. I just like watching this, I'm here for the beef sets, all this stuff. And it's just like sometimes it doesn't feel like that. I don't know if it's just because it's like maybe it's like we don't have all the information. So it's like we're just hearing it instead of like getting actual to the bottom of it. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Was there anything else that you wanted to ask him before we close up?
No, man. I just like I said, just I think that's just your content is very. I think your content is good. I just think there's if the way of presenting it is what bothers people, I think there's just maybe a way to like mediate and review on a different approach to it. Maybe there would be less like flack for you. I don't want you to get flack. I don't wish harm on anyone. I'd rather you just make content and people just watch it and discuss it as opposed to making fun of you. But again, it's up to you and how you want to approach that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's something that I try to keep in mind, you know.
I think as you're navigating the YouTube space, I think you're going to have to find your niche, and it is what it is. Like I said, man, you can keep making content. I may like it, I may not like it. It's up in the air, but I guess once you find that middle ground, I think you'll be fine. Personally,
Thank you.
no problem.
Cool, man. Thanks for jumping
Thank
on.
you.
Appreciate
No
you.
problem. Yep.
All right. Just before we move on, okay, I'm sorry, I have to address this. Gemini for life, bro. I'm gonna do you a favor. Either you come on here and you talk to us and you let us know what the problem is, because you had a problem with C4 earlier, and you got a problem with me and Moonsault. So I'm gonna do you a favor because you got a lot of energy right now. You can either come on here and chat to us, or I'm gonna ban you because I think you can do something more productive with your time. Normally, I don't ban people in chat. I don't mind them saying whatever they want to say, but you sound like you're wasting your time, bro. So those are your two options, okay? Either pipe down, or you can jump on stream and you can let us know what the problem is. I'm in both lives, dumbass. I mean, so ban him on yours, please. This guy's got too much energy.
Yeah, he's passionate.
Is he someone that you know?
No, I don't recognize that name or wait. No, yeah, I don't recognize him.
All right. Well, Gemini, you got two options, bro. As you're gonna get banned in both. Rain, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right, let's get the next person on here. GGB, can you hear us? All right. Wasn't ready. Get the next person in. What's up, Jay?
Yo, what's going on, man?
How you doing, bro? How's your day been?
It's been all right, you know. It's been all right. I was just playing ranked with Asuka, seeing what she was saying, but yeah, other than that,
Asuka?
yeah.
I should get him out here.
You know what? I'm playing. You know what? Because people say I complain about the game a lot. I was like, all right, let me just play the broken characters that I personally think are broken, and it's like night and day in it. Like you can, like, I'm just winning with these characters. You know what I'm trying to say? So yeah, man. But yeah, shout out to bro, what's your C4's name? I shout out Moonsault Slayer.
Bro, Net Impact. Come on, man.
This guy, bro. This
Nengers.
guy. Jeez Louise.
Did
What's
you have
going on?
something that you wanted to ask Moonsault?
Do you know what it is? I wanted to say something to Moonsault. Like, obviously, we're all here now. My thing is that obviously I noticed that he gets quite a bit of hate, but I think the hate is not really warranted personally. Like, I feel like a lot of the stuff that he documents, like sometimes it will be like just news of what's just happened. If there's a leak, he'll cover it. And I think that's personally, people will say, oh yeah, we don't need that. But I think we do need stuff like that. Like, you know, in the movies industry, wrestling, all of these things, there's always someone that kind of like documents like those type of things. Obviously, if you don't like it, just don't subscribe to that channel or just don't follow that channel. Then you won't see those things. Like this whole hate towards him, it's just like, it's annoying and it's kind of, it upsets me because it's like, if there's not people like him doing this or there's not more creators like him doing this, then we're just going to have the same old creators that are either doing guides or they're just professional players. And I feel like we need a mixture. Someone that documents, like, you know, the news and leaks and stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you have an issue with that, just don't follow it. This is in all types of things, even music. Like, there's always music leaks. There's wrestling leaks. Like, you know, if there's like a wrestler that's meant to return, you've got channels that talk about that. Like, how can you hate on someone that's just talking about like leaks in a game? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, so it wasn't really a question to him. It's just like, I have no hate towards him because I know usually when people have hate amongst the community, they probably think everyone's kind of against them. I just want to let him know publicly that I have no hate towards him. I think his channel's good, and I think he should keep on going with what he's doing, man.
I appreciate it. I've watched King J. Going back to Tekken 7, I really liked the interviews that he did, and the way that you created content then was kind of like an inspiration of like what I wanted to do. Obviously, I went like a totally different direction, but I do appreciate you taking the time and what you said, because like I agree that a lot of what I do is kind of normal, and a lot of people make it seem like it's not normal. Like, the worst thing someone can say about me is that I talk about leaks, and like on the internet, there's way worse things you could say about people that is like really bad. And it's like just having a discussion, especially when you're trying to be respectful and you're trying to correct your mistakes. Well, it's like, how is that the most hated, controversial person? It's like there's other people who really be going crazy, and it's like that's why I feel like it's justified, like the hate.
Yeah, like sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, what always baffles me is that they don't get angry at the people starting the drama. They get angry at the person talking about the drama that they started. But I'm always just like, you got to be a bit slow on some level to not understand that you guys started the problem. He spoke about it, and you're mad at him for speaking about it. You're not mad at the people that started the problem. That doesn't make any sense to me. But again, if all they're doing is drowning in pools and not paying attention to anything else, and I'm not surprised that they can't put 2 and 2 together.
Does he Moonsault? Do you know like the main people that dislike you, or do you have an inkling, or do you just feel like it's just like, is there? So actually, let me rephrase that better. Is there anyone that's like obviously in that type of limelight that you know that dislike you?
You want me to name people?
Well, I wasn't trying to get to that, but I mean,
Oh.
if you want to.
Well, I mean, I don't know everyone, and some names I've forgotten, but obviously Joka, we're talking about that right now. Spaghetti Rip really hates me for whatever reason. But I mean, to be fair, like I called him a shill, so I think he's right in his hate. But I mean, we all seen what he was saying about, you know, the developers this and why would you, you know, boycott a game. We already he deleted that video. We already know. But I think that a lot of these guys, and also too, you know what it is? Where I think a lot of these guys hate me from is because, you know, we all know downplaying exists, and these guys will be on Twitter downplaying their character. There was a Raven main in particular who was talking about how season 2 was terrible, but then when Raven got nerfed, he was upset and he was tagging the developers. And I made fun of that tweet, and then he later blocked me, right? And I wasn't making fun of him on Twitter. I was making
What
fun
Raven
of
player
him.
is that? Hopefully that's not my friend.
What's his name? There's someone
Then we'll be in some serious beef because it can't be my friend.
It's I can't remember his name. He's a Raven player though. He's
Hayes.
I think it might be him.
Oh yeah, then that's cool. As long as it's not Immortal Soul, I'm fine. As long as it's not him, it's cool. But yeah,
I think it is Hayes. But that's the thing, is like I think like when I am making these videos and I'm talking about you know, downplaying and how that's wrong, and then I pull up someone's tweet, I mean, I know that person is probably going to be salty about it, but also like we're trying to fix the game and you shouldn't be downplaying. So it's like if you hate me for saying what's right, so be it. Like stop downplaying so the developers, because we don't want to send mixed signals, you know. So it's like you can't say season 2 sucks and then why are you nerfing my character? It's like, come on, bro. Like, so those kind of discussions do generate a lot of haters, and then those haters also participate in like drama content. Content creators suck. So it's like a lot of those different things merging.
So I want to ask another question. So obviously you named Spaghetti Rip or Spag and Joka. Is there anyone else in the UK content-wise that you think like dislikes you? Because I'm seeing a name being thrown around in the chat, and I just want to kind of know, because if that's the case, it seems
K-Swiss. Yeah, K-Swiss. Yeah, that was, I forgot about that. So yeah, so when the leaks was happening, K-Swiss was like he uploaded a video where he was just crashing out. He was talking about how like the Moonsault Slayer is talking about leaks and that's going to ruin everyone's relationship with the developers. And he was talking about how he wants t-shirts from the developers, and if Moonsault keep making videos about leaks, he's not going to get his t-shirts. So he was kind of crashing out. And
bro, wait, hold on. Is his name K-Swiss or K-Wiss?
Huh?
I think isn't it Wiz?
It's K-Wiss. Did you call it Swiss?
Oh, the trainers.
Who? K-Swiss?
Never mind. Just continue.
Continue. It's cool. It's cool. Continue.
Yeah. But nah, that's what happened. He was he was mad that I was talking about leaks, and he was actually one of the people who were saying like, you know, when the leaks happen, you know, the game comes out, Moonsault's gonna fall off, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, are you gonna respond? Are you gonna respond?" And I did. I ranted on stream, and I was like making fun of him, and then I edited that, or I was in the process of editing that into a video. But then I was like, actually, I'm not gonna do this. Like, his argument is that I'm carried by leaks, and I eventually will fall off. And the best counter to that would be what I'm doing now. Like, you know, he has to live with the fact that, you know, he said I was going to fall off, and a year and a half later, I'm still here, you know. So that's why I didn't respond and whatnot. But that's why, like really a lot of people hate me because they don't like leaks, they are obsessed with the developers, or I made fun of their tweets.
Can I just jump on that one? So basically, he was rooting for your downfall.
Yeah,
it's kind of fitting, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, I do want to stress that I've told Jay this as well, and I've told Moonsault this as well. I don't like it when people leak stuff. I don't watch the videos. I just,
100%.
I'm not gonna. I know why people are doing it. Like, I understand. Like, there's all sorts of reasons. Like, Moonsault's given his reasons. I don't think you're a bad person for doing it. It's just that, you know, I remember the times when I used to be surprised about stuff, and I still like having that feeling. And being involved with games and like wrestling, everything gets spoiled now. So I just don't click on the videos. I don't. I just, all I say to people, the only way I will get mad is if someone puts it in their thumbnail and I'm like, oh my god, I couldn't even avoid that one. But if someone's just talking about it in their video, I don't see what the problem is. Like, to hate someone over it. And I told Jay ages ago, before you even like spoke to us, so I told him ages ago that I ain't got no problem with the guy. I don't get all the hate. I don't understand what the hate is. So
no, same. I don't like. There's some stuff I feel like I can't remember. There was something where, remember when before T8 came out and you posted, oh, there might be a Tekken Force mode.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
people got upset about that, but I can't. I'll be so real with you. I really don't understand why. We was getting like not much information about the last 8 characters or something like that, and then there was like no information about the mode. So you saying something like that on Twitter, like, it's just like, bro, if you don't like leaks, just don't follow the guy. I'm not saying don't follow you. If they like that type of stuff, then all right, cool, follow and see what's going on in it. But I would say, if there's like stuff like, I don't know, if there's leaks and stuff like that, they just don't have to follow you. Like, but to prey on a guy's downfall and say that, oh, okay, yeah, like he's just being carried by leaks, that when the game is out, you're not gonna be there. I think that's just very distasteful. In like, it doesn't matter if it was you or anyone else. I think that's just like, there's no need for that, because that's just like saying to someone, okay, well, you know, like, what happens if your sponsor drops you? Then how are you going to live on what you're doing? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, we can do that both ways, and it's not a nice thing to say to someone. And the truth of the matter is that you haven't fallen off. You've been consistent. Like, no matter what you're doing, your views have been consistent. Like, the way how you've been in terms of like documenting the news has been consistent. Like, I'll be honest with you, for someone that's been in the game for a very long time, I don't see you falling off anytime soon. And I feel like you shouldn't even worry about what these people say. Like, they're like the small 0.01% of what's out, like, in terms of people that's on, you know, these social medias and stuff like that. A lot of the people are like casuals and stuff like that want to know what's going on, and they're watching and following what you're saying. So forget what they're saying. Even if they're saying stuff like, oh yeah, you know, people building their content off of drama and all this nonsense, it's like, bro, they're never gonna say this stuff to you. And I've said this to Mike as well. Like, they're never gonna say this stuff to you too. They're always gonna do these indirects. That's what little boys do. This indirect stuff. Like, if you was to actually go to a man and say, look, I don't like your content, this, that, and the other, fair enough. But they're not doing that. So just don't even bother. Like, don't even worry about it, man. Like, again, if you had an inkling or felt like I had dislike you, I'd actually like what you're doing. I think there needs to be more people that do different content for Tekken. Everyone is doing the same stuff. We all play ranked. We all trying to get to the highest rank, or we all show when we get our God of Destruction. We all take a picture when we get our God of Destruction 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever. We all do the same thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's boring. Like,
that's
seeing what you do.
Like, because a lot of people do the same thing. When somebody like Moonsault steps out and does something different, that automatically becomes a problem. And I think,
do you know why it's a problem? Sorry to interrupt you. You know why it's a problem? Why you two, like, we've worked, like, obviously Moonsault is growing in, you know, subscribers, growing in, you know, viewership and all of that stuff. So they're naturally like, this is different. They don't have to do what is in the realm of, you know, Tekken content creators. You lot are doing something different. Mike, you do something different as well. They don't like the fact that you're growing, and it's like at a very quick rate compared to them. You know, I like when there's more content creators, and I like when they're growing, you know, their subscribers, the viewership and stuff like that, because again, it makes it more different. It makes there's a variety. Like, look how much people now do reactions to like these Tekken videos. Like, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't a thing before. Like, in the very early stages, before I even done Tekken 7, I was doing King of Fighters. There was no content creator that was doing that type of reactions. And then all of a sudden now you see Tekken 8, everyone's doing reactions to DLC characters. Everyone's doing their thoughts about it afterwards. Like this has become like, it's just very, very like repetitive content. Whereas Moonsault Slayer is not even doing that type of stuff. He does his own thing. So they're gonna hate on him because he's doing his own thing. He's lit at what he does, and he's growing in subscribers, and he doesn't have to do what they're doing. So, and he's not in their group as well. He's doing his own thing. They don't like that.
Yeah, I also think that if they don't like you now, just imagine if you continue doing your content, when Tekken 9 comes around, a lot of people are going to be looking to your channel, like, what is Moonsault Slayer posting? And someone said it earlier, like, Fakarama's come out now. There's nothing going on. You know, EWC's finished. It's dead. There's nothing, but Moonsault's always got content there. So for people that are, like Tekken in general, there's always something there to watch. And I think that pisses them off because there's only so many times you can watch someone playing ranked when they're not really entertaining. They might be good at the game, but if I wanted to watch the best player at the game, I would just watch the best player of the game. Like, why? I'm not going to come and watch you. Some people feel like that. So, and the thing is, I won't post stuff like that online because it's just attacking them unnecessarily. There's no need for that. But I don't know.
With that, can I ask a real quick question? I saw someone in chat say about Moonsault making a content tier list. Is that true?
Oh yeah. I'll bring that up in just a sec. Let me just read out these.
Now I got a bone to pick with Moonsault, bro. Why was that? Why am I in A, bro?
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up.
I'm on to you, man. We're here
real
now.
quick before it turns into like jokes and memes. It's very funny to be saying about spreading hate. Doing the tier list on people's content is actually as bad as saying, "Oh, if you don't, if leaks weren't a thing that you drop off." It's on the same level. You're basically saying someone's content is worse than someone else's.
Let Mike do his thing.
Yeah, I disagree with that take, but we'll talk about it in just a sec. Rain, thank you for the 2 months. Don't be thin-skinned when critiqued Moonsault. Well, I don't think he is, to be fair. He's sitting here, and C4's critiqued him, so. Lemon Taxi, thank you for the $4.99. We need to end this culture of pros/streamers talking out of pocket online and never addressing it again. They drive 80% of the hate we see. Yeah, that's true. And they'll never jump on to have an open discussion in front of everyone. They'll just sneak this on Twitter and then keep it moving because their work is done. Right? They've put the tweet up. Now the vultures are going to come and they're going to start the hate campaign. They're going to drive the traffic. They'll move on. They'll go and do that. They'll go and do what they were doing before, which is, playing ranked. And that's it really.
One thing I learned about what that guy said is, I feel like if there's stuff that I don't like anymore, I feel like I'm not going to put it up on Twitter. I'm not even going to talk about it. I feel like talking about those things doesn't really do anything, man. You know what I'm saying? People see it. It's a bit of entertainment for a little bit, but nothing gets resolved. So, yeah, I feel like it's only with some cases though, but yeah, it's mad.
Can I?
I'm gonna continue bringing people on in just a moment, but yeah, Moonsault, go on. We're just gonna do this tier list thing first before I bring anyone else.
I wanted to talk about what King J said. The Tekken Force leak. It wasn't actually Tekken Force; it was just that chapter mode from the story. But when I to draw a comparison, right? Because a lot of people hated me for sharing that, right? Which once again, I was already online for a long time. I found it and just reshared it, and But another point to talk about how people are unfairly hated, not to bring in Yellow Motion, but Yellow Motion was given access to information about Tekken Ball. And when he talked about Tekken Ball on Twitter and basically revealed it, a lot of people didn't take it as a reveal and they took it as a leak because it came from a source that they didn't like. And they attacked Yellow Motion and they tried to ruin his relationship with the developers. And I don't know if they were successful in doing that, but that just speaks to the levels of hate that people will have. When they deem you as a bad person, they don't care if you're leaking. If you are breaking news or if you're doing something, they will attack you. So I feel like Twitter is very negative and they're very unfair. And they do a lot of things that, everyone forgets about, but it's very, very wrong. Like, how are you going to ruin that person's relationship with the developers just because you don't like them? Like, congrats to him for getting that information and sharing it with everyone. And I think that's wrong to do stuff like that. And I always see, you know, these hate mobs form where it's like, oh, it's cool to pick on Moonsault. Oh, it's cool to pick on Yellow Motion. And that's not cool, bro. Like, yes, people make mistakes and yes, people do things wrong, but you can't just hate on the guy when he's talking about you know, Marizu or whatever. Like, you can't do that's not right. And I feel like those same guys who make tweets about Yellow Motion are the same guys who talk about, you know, drama being bad. And it's like, you guys dislike drama, but you're okay with bullying. That's not right.
What he's saying there, just to echo off of it, the same people that don't like Yellow Motion, the same people that don't like him, they're the same people that don't like me. They once you're not in that circle, that's when certain things get planted, and they just don't want people like Moonsault, Yellow Motion, anyone that's not in a circle to do good. And I think that's very toxic, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I never understood the hate towards Yellow Motion because I always used to go on his channel, just listen to the music or look at the renders.
You know
and then
what?
I started seeing people posting shit and they were like, I can't stand this guy. And I was like, what did he do? And I don't understand what he did.
You know what happened? And I don't know if there was something before this, but I remember Kunimitsu. Kunimitsu leaked in Tekken 7, and I believe Yellow Motion was the content creator who posted it on Twitter. And everyone hated him a lot for that. And that hatred still carries on. But here's where I'll point to the hypocrisy, right? Everyone hates Yellow Motion. Like, the source of the hate, from what I see, comes from him, quote unquote, leaking Kunimitsu. But Eris, avoiding the puddle, leaked Ganryu. And everyone thought it was the funniest thing on the planet. Everyone loved it. And that's hypocrisy. If I'm leaking Tekken 8 characters, I hate Moonsault. Yellow Motion leaks Kunimitsu, I hate Yellow Motion. Eris does it. Oh, that's so Eris. We love that guy. The developers literally walked on stage making jokes about, you know, Eris leaking Ganryu. And that's hypocrisy.
Can I just so basically the reason why people just laugh it off with Eris is because Eris is too big for the Tekken community. That's just the be all and end all. Eris doesn't have to stream Tekken again. Like, he's gone, he's far gone, has a big audience. He doesn't need it. Whereas, you know, the people that do main content on Tekken, that's where the hate starts to travel from, because people will be like, so how come he's getting views? How comes he's getting subscribers? How comes he's doing it? And that's where the hate comes from. And then, you know, all of those things, like, say, for example, like, you know, Yellow Motion leaking, like, I didn't even know he leaks Kunimitsu, but, you know, him leaking Kunimitsu would cause that type of problem, because without Tekken, they're looking at it thinking, well, what is Yellow Motion going to do? And obviously they're looking at it the same way with you. Like, obviously without Tekken, what would you do? So it's just like, and obviously you lot are not, like, not in no disrespect, even me, I struggle to do stuff outside of Tekken and get, like, you know, a large viewership. But, you know, if they was to get me out of it, get you out of it, they would like to see you lot fail. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, and it's like, I don't really see what they gain out of that little being in a group and just being like that, because
I think it's gatekeeping.
It's 100% gatekeeping. Like, there's like a lot of things I'm not going to talk about it because obviously this is about you, but I was a part of the Esports World Cup at the start, and I'm not about right now. And there's people that are on it now. That's what I'm going to say. That's one thing. There's so many other things that I've seen, and I'm like, oh, what's happening here? But this has been going on for years. With you know,
yeah, but we know this. Like, I've shown Jay shit before.
You know what I think? I think that a lot of these guys have been doing content or streaming or whatever. They're just influencers in the Tekken world. They've been doing this for a very, very long time. And the end of Tekken 7, that control that they had, that monopoly was starting to slip. 100%. Their audience, their voice is no longer the dominant force. They can't shape balancing without being challenged. If they put a tweet out saying, my character is this, people are going to be there to criticize them with an equal voice. And I think that is the real, like, that's a part of why I think these guys are lashing out the way that they are, because, you know, they have been like number one, or their circle's been number one for a very long time, but now they have these outside forces rivaling them.
Yeah, I've spoken to Jay in private as well. Like, there's so many things that are said about content creators in, like, Discords and WhatsApp messages that I've seen sent over, and I just, you know, I haven't publicized them, because then the person that's sending them will obviously get outed. But I've seen people talking about I've seen people talking about you, so I've seen people talking about C4. I've seen people talking about Jay, myself. They won't say it online because they don't want that kind of argument. But there's definitely people that are connected to people that are bigger in the scene that will try to hold you down. I think one of the reasons why they really dislike you, Moonsault, and I think me as well, is because I'm not looking for I'm not looking for a commentary position. I'm not looking for a handout from them. I could care less what their sponsors think about me. So it's a thing where like they can't hold something over you. Because as far as I'm aware, you're not looking to become a Tekken commentator, or you're looking for a handout from Bandai Namco or something.
Yeah, none at all. Like there's no way they can control me. You know, you can't, threaten to remove me or threaten to, blacklist me from tournaments. I won't say the name, but there's one guy who did something at a tournament and he got blacklisted from getting on stream. And I didn't realize that they did that. That like if they don't like you, you can go to a tournament and they will actively not put you on stream unless they have to, unless you make top 8 or something, then they have to. But they will do everything in their power to make you not appear. And I always wonder why, where's this guy? Why is he on stage? That's why.
But there's a lot of stuff that's like that in, the content creation / pro gamer circuit. And it's just Tekken, to be fair. And I think it's just EU Tekken. Like, I feel like a lot of like issues or stuff that has happened with me, it's always been like the EU side of things. Once I go to if I go Thailand, I get a lot of love. If I go Philippines, a lot of love. If I go Korea, a lot of love. If I go America, I get a lot of love. It's just, I don't know what it is about Europe and this whole there's these groups that don't want you to do good and stuff. It's weird. It's like
it's not just Tekken though. I mean, it happens in Smash as well. Technicals have literally got an entire scene bent over, and like they hate him for it because he exposes their stupidity.
But okay, there's also Smash. I knew Smash is gonna have, the madnesses going on over there. But like, bro, Street Fighter ain't like that from what I can see. They probably be like, some rivalries and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think it's as bad as Tekken. Like, obviously, I'm deep into it and I'm seeing, and I'm like, yo, this is crazy. The amount of stuff that I hear behind closed doors, certain things I've seen in group chats, like even there's one team, well, they're not around no more. There's one team that, there was a group chat where I got shown stuff that what someone's saying about me in their group chat. And they're all a part of a team. But like that stuff I can't talk about that because the person will get in trouble. But yeah, I've seen a lot of things and I'm just like, wow, is this what it's really like? This is why the community is so divided and there's so many problems. Like, it's insane. Yeah. But then, you'll squash it up, like you'll squash it, hash it out, and then everyone will be cool. Like, I'm not gonna say no names, but
why are we saying no names, guys?
Bro,
why are we saying no names?
No, I don't want to say names. Obviously, that whole Discord thing. One guy at that Discord, gave me a handshake and we spoke, and we still haven't spoke about our situation. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's just like, what is that chess move you're trying to do there? Like, this, versus fighting was like 2-3 weeks ago. We still haven't spoken about like what's happened. So yeah,
did you see these people at versus fighting? I couldn't make it because I was out, but
I saw one of them, and I was like, obviously for me personally, he came up to me and he's like, yo, Jay. But he put his hand like to say, yo, like, as in that, dap man up. And I'm thinking, it's awkward, isn't it? Like, there's so many people around. Like, I'm there for Justin Xavier that owns it. I don't really want to be like, just switching. And this person wasn't like, out of everyone in that group, he's probably the least problematic person, or the person that I dislike the most. He's probably the least one that I can kind of give him do you know what I'm saying? But like, we haven't spoke. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks. He was meant to actually talk about what was going on in that thing. And I wanted to press him about it. But again, I don't want nothing going on with Justin Xavier or me saying that I've done something. It gets blown out of proportion. Someone says, oh, I did this and I didn't do anything of the sort. Because that's happened in the past. And I'm very wary of that ever since then. It's like, oh, if I said something, they might say, oh yeah, he was completely aggressive, even though I haven't said anything of the sort. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
No,
So
fair, that's fair.
yeah, it's mad.
Shout outs to Lisa in the chat. Now I do wanna we need to address this tier list that Moonsault made. And
I'm fucking fuming about this tier list.
we need to go over this. So to start with, just before Moonsault gives us a breakdown of why he put certain people in certain places, obviously shout outs to me in S tier. Appreciate that, Moonsault.
Yes, sir.
Why were you saying earlier, C4, that this is the equivalent to what we were talking about?
Because it is just on his face. The same way.
Can you elaborate?
Tiering, I think most people in their heads, something similar to like content creating is commentating, where when you tier list an individual, it's a personality. That's what you're normally talking about. The same way the whole thing with Sajam and Jam has happened. If Sajam had a tier list of all his favorite commentators and he put some in a D list, we'd have the same issue. To be upset about people critiquing your content, but then to put people in a tier list, I think something that you talked about a lot is being hypocritical is hypocritical. I don't think being hypocritical is a thing. I don't really care about it. But if you're talking about being a hypocrite, tearing people on their content and then being upset when someone critiques your content, whether it be in a harsh or a soft way or whatever, is just the same thing.
I ain't gonna lie, he kind of got a point still.
I disagree.
You would disagree? You know why I think he kind of got a point? Yeah, it's because a tier list is always about critiquing characters, but when you're critiquing a content creator, like it can be looked at as raw. Like, why are you putting me in B? Why are you putting me in C? Why are you putting me in this rank? Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm just anyways, go on, Mike. You go.
I don't think so. This isn't the first time that Moonsault has done this. This isn't the first time that Moonsault has done this. He did this last year, and he put me in D. And when I saw that, I was like, "That's fine. Like, it's just someone's opinion. Like, maybe the particular style of content that I do is not for them." I saw some people rearranging his tier list and putting people higher and lower, and I was like, "It's not a problem." Someone even put me in. Who the fuck watches this guy? It's some bracket in there, and I was like, that's fine. Like that's how they feel. You know, my content's not for everybody. It's not, I don't feel like it's a sneak diss. You know, like Musa hasn't really given his breakdown for why. It could also be a thing where everybody's much closer than what it looks like on the tier list, and he just had to place people in certain places. Like, I don't see it as an insult to put me in D, and I mean, he put himself in D.
Yeah, but that's all irrelevant. That's you're talking about from your perspective. You might not find offense to it, but that doesn't mean everyone else is.
Well, see, the thing is like, so where I got the idea from was from some of the biggest Twitch streamers on the planet. You know, the Kai Cenats, the AMPs, stuff like that. Last year, I seen those guys doing streamer tier lists, right? Aiden Ross, all of those guys. I seen them doing it, and I was like, oh, that's a fire idea. And I was like, let's do it for Tekken. And of course, it's not with the intent to,
assassinate character or nothing like that.
Yeah, it's not malice.
Okay, real quick. So if Joka did this and put you in D tier, it would be fine, yeah?
I would love it.
Okay.
Do you know what's crazy about what you're saying, C4, is that them guys like the Jokers, the K-Wiz and them, they were doing actual player tier lists and putting people in tier lists, including myself and stuff like that. So, and obviously people were getting a bit like obviously upset because it's like, how come you're putting me in this tier when I've beaten this person and vice versa? But obviously,
I was gonna say real quick, that's basically like seeding, right? With players, we're talking about skill objectively. We're not talking about personalities. We're content creating.
No, they were talking about players, as in like how good are they in tournament.
Yeah,
it wasn't
skill based.
Really,
that's not personality based, is it?
At the same time, I still feel like there was like some personal type of like choices. Do you get what I'm saying?
Personality.
I mean, this is why it's cool. It's normally fine when people do tier lists for like characters and fucking cereal and shit, where there's not a person attached to it. I understand that. But with content creating, you're saying the person is not good. Like, there's no way around that. You are saying that. And I agree with what Mike says. Reddit have done like commentator tier lists. I've been in them. But I have Mike's attitude where it's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You're not hiring me, so I don't care if you like me or not. But
did they put you low?
They put me A. This is like 2 years ago though. This is like 2 years ago.
A is decent though.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like they put you like B or C. Like, I can't imagine. Like, I don't even know.
They put St. Cola in D.
Yeah, no, that's tough.
Yeah,
That's
so if I
It's
was
like,
a
it's not that I don't care, just to be clear. Like, I would just ask, oh, what is it that why did you put me there? Not as in like my feelings are hurt. I'm just interested to hear what is it about my content that put me in D or S. You know, like I don't want to say I don't give a fuck, because I care on some level, but I don't care that it's going to upset me. I just care to hear what your opinion is. And if you say that you produce slop, I'm like, cool, I know where you stand. That's fine. That's not a problem. Like, in your eyes, that's what it is. And then someone else says something nice, I'm like, cool. Or if someone offers me a critique. So I don't want it to come across like I don't care about these people, because I listen to haters. When I went onto RVD's podcast the other day, there were people in there hating on me because I was English. And I asked them, I asked RVD, and everybody that was in the chat, certain questions about why they might dislike certain things I'm saying. So it's not a thing where like I get upset by it. You know, I am interested to know though.
My bad. I shouldn't have used Mike. I meant as in some people thicker skin, right? Some people just have thicker skin and they can take it as a criticism that they can, improve from. But some people won't take it like that. That's what I should have said. But,
do you know what? I got a good question to ask you, Moonsault. So obviously, I see a lot of people in S, and obviously this is your personal opinion. So I'm not gonna attack you on your personal opinion. I think this is a fun thing to do. I think it's great. I'm happy you done something like this, because it shaked up the whole community. Everyone was like, why is he doing this? Why does he feel like he can do this? I think it's sick. I didn't even care that I was in A. But I have a question to ask you, because you did say that you watched Diana doing stuff in Tekken 7. What did you like about, and don't stop circling S, bro. Stop circling S.
I'm just saying his opinion is also facts. I'm just saying.
What type of content would you like to see from me for me to be in that S tier? This is a good question. Because I don't even know right now what content. Like, I've been doing content, but I don't know what content people would like to see. But there might be stuff that you might want to see from me that I probably just haven't done.
I like the interviews you've done. I know it's probably like difficult to like, move all these places, Korea, Pakistan, wherever, right? That's like always amazing when it happens. But also just like dig deeper into like the problems, or not problems, but just Tekken 8, talk about like specific mechanics, and I don't know if you do that like on stream or whatnot, like but like I like when people dive deeper into what makes Tekken, and this is kind of general. It's not really like something that like I'm saying you should do, but I just like when people like really get into the details of why this is bad or why this is. But I also seen I was watching, maybe someone in the chat remembers, but we were watching your video about Tekken 7. Is Tekken 8 better than Tekken 7? And that video was great. Like I like those kind of things. Like, you were making a lot of points that like I completely either didn't think about or missed or etc. Right. So I like those kind of like deeper, like thought-provoking kind of videos. Like, Tekken 8 isn't all bad. It does this better than 7. 7 does this better. So just like, I feel like the audience wants more than just here's some ranked gameplay and this character's broken. I feel like the audience wants more.
Doesn't Platinum Producer do that? Doesn't Platinum Producer do like conversational talks about going?
You know what he also
Tekken?
does?
Could you answer the first one first and then explain the rest?
Well, I don't watch. Once I found out what he does, I don't care about what he also does.
So he's there for his personality. I got you. Cool.
More so his actions, but I guess actions and personalities is same thing, right?
Like, back to the main topic. What I'm saying is, all right, cool. So if I did a thing like, say for example, now I have an idea, because you said to dive deep into like the Tekken topics and stuff, and obviously you like the character interview. So what if I said, all right, cool, I'll plan a trip and go to Korea, do the same thing I did with Nee last time, and get interviews with players from Korea, but then get a translator? Would that be something you would want to see? Or it wouldn't matter?
The translator, I mean, you know what, like when IGN interviews Harada, what they usually do is like they ask Harada the question, Harada responds in Japanese, but then they dub Michael Murray's translation over Harada. I don't know if people would like that, but I feel, and also that would take a lot of more time editing, but like, yeah, something like that would be cool. The methods on how you do it is like really up to you. I just think as long as you are asking questions that's important to you and also important to whoever you're interviewing, right, you got to make sure it's like in their field, right? I feel like that's great. But also, not just interviews, but I feel like something that I think about is like, I try not to limit myself to just making this one type of content. If you have an idea that you think is stupid, just run with it, and that's really what's been driving me lately is like, I have like these ideas that are like, what this Paul Phoenix lore story thing, and I'm like, actually, let's talk about this, let's dive into it and figure out, this. So those are the type of things that I would encourage everyone to do, is like, if you have that idea, explore it, and just do that.
I've got an idea for something you can do, Jay, and this is something that I would love to see someone do. Is, how like the story of how Pakistan came to be the most dominant Tekken like place that Tekken is played, and like how I think they left an arcade there and it was like the only game everyone was playing and everyone got really sick of it. There's probably another region somewhere, or there's some other country right now that's like they don't have the funds to move about, or they haven't been to the Tekken World Tour yet, and they have their own Arsene Ash there who's just cleaning up. And it would be cool if like you traveled, if you could somehow get information and find these hidden communities that don't have the means to travel. If you could go there and speak to them and play Tekken with them and see how they feel about it, and maybe they're like that they're going to be a future champion or something like that.
You know what's interesting about that idea is that's something I wanted to do with Ivory Coast, because I feel like Ivory Coast have a lot of talented players. They have like Skywalker, they have Akon, they have I forgot the Raven player's name, man. I can't remember. They have a bunch of players there that are really good, but there's no one that's documenting their scene. They're not streaming as much. So, pardon me, I wanted to like try and go over there, but again, these things, they require time, money. Like, you gotta pay for the travel, the accommodation when you're over there, the travel. Like, it's a lot of money, and I don't think like for that to be a very good video, I feel like the production would have to have at least 2 people filming. You know what I mean? I've tried doing I go over to these different countries and I film, and then I do things like I went to, I felt like when I went to Atlanta, when I've gone to the Philippines, when I'm seeing all of these stuff, like seeing the way how different cultures play and stuff was amazing. So when I went to Atlanta, I showed like a little documentary of like, how they play at the Tekken house, and like they're seeing bare like TV, like not even TV, sorry, monitors are just around, the trash talking. Me and Porkchop got into it. Like, I tried to show all of these things in my content, but I do feel like the type of thing that you're asking for, Mike, is more on the documentary type of, you want to see like them playing, get a couple of the people talking, this, that, and the other. So yeah, it's difficult, man.
You know what I think? I think even if you can't travel there, if you could just get those guys on Discord and talk to them that way, I think that would not only allow you to talk to more people, but it still would have the same effect. I think like places like Africa, where's AK from? Philippines,
Yeah.
and I think China, bro. China, we know they have a Tekken scene, and they've been cut off for a very long time. We had that one player, XCC, show up and do really well, right? So I feel like there is some untapped regions, and yeah, if you could, get a hold of some of those guys, I know the people will love it.
Mike, you know what? I just thought of a sick idea. Mike, we should do a joint duo content out in these countries. If you're on it, I know we'd have to talk about it and work and stuff like that, but like, I definitely would like to go out to China. I don't know.
China.
I'm a bit,
China.
yeah, I'm a bit cautious on how their like filming policies and stuff is over there. Because again, like you said, I don't even see anything documented for the Tekken scene out in China. I don't see no streams or anything like that. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, my friend's girlfriend's from China, so I could ask her like if she knows of anywhere of like how it all works out there. Yeah, definitely. Just before we continue this tier list, because I have a couple of other questions. I'll just read these super chats. Tom, thank you for the $5. The fact that the Smash community lost a civil rights lawsuit shows how far the FGC has gone downhill. I don't know if you guys have seen that. Technicals did a video on it. I think yesterday. I watched it today. I've never seen a community take that many L's. It's just constant L after L after L, and it just seems that they are insistent on shooting themselves in the foot. And there's going to be more stuff coming out. I've got a video coming out about a couple of scenes in the Smash community. Yeah, it's just I've never seen anything like that in my life. But yeah, they definitely got bent over. Tired Eyes, thank you for the 60 PLN. Not the reason people don't like Moonsault, in my opinion. He'd be taken a lot more seriously if he didn't purposefully pronounce Tekken characters' names wrongly or end videos midway with him still talking.
So for this part, right, me mispronouncing things, part of it is uncontrollable. Like there's times when I'll be talking about Harada and I'll say Heihachi. One time I said, I was talking about Heihachi having like 25 children and I said Harada, obviously big mistake, but those subtle things I don't really like realize. And, I try to correct it when I see it, but my brain just don't realize it. But also there's another part of it is where like, when Tekken 8 was releasing, there was a lot of things that I said purposely because I thought it was funny seeing people react in the comment section. When I say Jim Poppy and everyone's like loving it, I thought they would love it, right? When I say Christine instead of Christy, I thought people would love it. I used to call, I stretched this so far to where I would call Victor Sanchez, and obviously that's nowhere in the ballpark of his name, and I thought people would love it. But so many people just seem to hate the joke, and I don't make jokes like that anymore. Whenever I mispronounce a name, it's just like me like either thinking about too many things or trying to put my words together. Like I don't know, right?
Wait, let me just get this straight. People like legitimately are getting angry at you because you're having a laugh with people's names.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a true thing.
That's like people, you will see tweets, people like Moonsault caught this character, Oscar or something stupid, and it will be like real anger, like real anger.
Bro, put it into this perspective, yeah. I used to call Asuka, and people got so pissed with me, and I'm like, bro. So now I call it Asuka. Yeah, it's bad, bro. Like I was like, what ain't it? And they're like, no. I'm like, wow. But this is not. I don't want to like generalize Tekken community because there's some wonderful people that like are in the community, but there is like this online kind of like they're like the teachers of Tekken. Like you have to say this correct. You have to do this correct. That's not the right term. And it's like, chill out, man.
Yeah.
Can I jump in? And the first person who jumped on. And they brought up this point, but more in terms of not the jokes, like the name joke thing. That's crazy that people get upset about that. Don't you think if you have the ability to edit, right? You're in one of the few jobs where if you make a mistake, you can take it out. You've got that ability. And to say like, oh, I just miss it. There's probably things you can do to, rectify that with technology or whatnot.
Yeah, but that's
don't you think he looks bad?
that's just his content, though, isn't it? Like he wants to just make the like. I don't think he's doing it on purpose. For one, number two, I think it's just a joke. Like,
no, I'm talking about the non-joke ones. The non-joke ones.
But also
the actual mistakes. That's the ones I'm talking about.
Things like that too is like when people watch my video, I want them to hear the person. So like I'll intentionally leave in stutters or like, you know, things of that sort, because I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm AI, like I'm perfect, right? So this is why I really don't like hyper analyze my editing, because you see the human behind it, you know? So when you hear me stutter or slur my words, or, you know, I say ask instead of ask, like, you know, that's
I'm not talking about those ones. There was one, I can't remember if the first guy gave an example, but there was another one I remember watching, and you made, obviously I knew the mistake where you was like, I don't want to be, I know everyone's a little bit unbiased. Well, I know you meant everyone's biased to a degree.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the topic was, and it was one of your videos, and I was like, that is like an easy mistake to edit out. And you're saying that you sometimes miss them. And it's like, well, it's kind of like me as a commentator saying, oh, I get like stage side. Like maybe I shouldn't do commentating then, right? If you can't edit out small mistakes, maybe either get help with like AI, like I said, or someone to proofread it. But what the first guy said makes a lot of sense, where someone could dislike you because they see the mistakes and go, oh, you're not putting in enough effort to rectify the mistakes, not the kind of ones that don't matter, but like the number one. He said about the 500 versus 5,000. That's a big difference.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. You know, those big mistakes should be caught. And you know, like when they happen, they happen, and I have to own up to it. You know, like if I'm talking about the numbers, like there was one video where I said Tekken sold 4 million copies, and I meant to say 3 million. And there was people in the comment section to say, wait, Tekken sold 4 million? And then I had to like tell people like, no, like that's on me, like my fault, right? So it does happen from time to time. And you know, you're right. I should catch those things. I should prevent it from happening. But at the same time, I'm not gonna like, I produce a lot of videos and a lot of content, and I'm not gonna police my own language. Like if people because I try to show, you know, what I'm saying, right? And I mean, I get it. Some people like listen to the videos while they're getting dressed for work and whatnot, but like I can't help that aspect of it, right? Like I show the stuff, and if you're not looking at the screen, then that's not me, right? And I'm not like, yeah, I should edit, I should fact check, and all these things, but I can't do it all the time. There will always be a time where something's wrong, and all I could do is correct it.
I think I know you said you do like a lot of different types of videos, but if you're doing a factual YouTube video, that doesn't really cut it. Like you just have to not have mistakes in it. The other stuff, that's fine, but with stuff like I said, the Arsene Ash one with the doping, apparently, that one there should be no mistakes in that, because that's like a serious thing, right?
Yeah, I agree. And I tried to tackle that video with as much like care as possible. But I mean, a lot of people took issue with the fact that I was, because like, here's the thing, right? I looked up, because I don't know too much about steroids and the effects of it, right? So I really tried to research it. And I know a lot of people were making jokes about, oh, his research. But it's like, I did the most research I could, and there was a lot of conflicting answers. You know, and I was even doing it with the chat the next day. Like we were looking up, you know, we were asking AI, Chat GPT, Gronk, Google, you know, Bing, and they were given conflicting answers. Some of them would say, yes, that steroids impact your gameplay. And then some would say no, right? And this is why I said, like, let's not take this too concrete. I'm sure Arslan will respond. And when he does, I'll follow up on that, right? Because I said I'm not an expert, right? And I don't think, I didn't understand how confusing of the results were until after. But you can even see in the tweets where some people were saying no, it doesn't affect. Yes, some people were saying yes. You can even see outside of my discussion, people were confused about it, right? And people didn't know. And like I tried to do not only my research before the video, because I knew how important it is. I don't want to slander no one's name, and I don't want to bring Arslan. I think Arslan's great, right? So I tried to tackle that with as much respect as I could. But the topic was crazy. no matter how my video was, people were going to be upset with Arslan, being banned for steroids. People were going to look at that Moonsault video and they were going to hate it no matter what. So all I could do is just try to, be accurate. And then if I make a mistake, clarify it, which I did.
Tired Eyes went on to say that it's not anger from me, by the way, just a critique in terms of professionalism. It's not that deep. Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with like critiquing someone that's presenting news and getting something wrong. I think Moon understands that. I think my thing really is just how angry they get. That's what, because like I've had conversations with Moon before, and I've done it myself as well. I've got something wrong, but some of the responses that I see are they're so like, I can only imagine that their eyes are like bloodshot red and their veins are popping up with some of the things that they're saying, which is why I find it so weird. Like, I don't understand how you can get that angry. I completely agree with C4 where he's saying that you need to fact check things because the steroid stuff is serious, but to get that mad, it's a bit like, what are we doing here? Like, how are we getting this upset about it? Do you get what I'm saying?
I guess they're like really hardcore Arthur and Ash fans.
And also too, what I said in my Arsenal video, none of it was actually wrong. What I said was true because I mostly spent the video, verifying that the source that the tournament was like a factual tournament. I was, trying to verify that he was actually banned. And that's pretty much all I did. I didn't make any crazy assumptions. I didn't say Arsenal's bad for this. I didn't do any of that. I just said, this is a real org. Arsenal was really banned. Let's not make any assumptions and wait to hear what he says. And, in my follow-up video, I didn't really have to backtrack or correct anything because I didn't make any crazy assumptions, nor would I want to. If Arslan decides to do what he do, that's his business. We all have consequences for our actions, and I don't go around judging people because that's not my place.
Yeah, no, definitely. Bars, thank you for the $5. Hey, Mike, big fan of your content. Do you ever plan on getting Fighting GM and Nova Psychen to cover that controversy anytime in the future? I didn't even know there was. I know he uploaded a video on Fighting GM. I didn't know it was a controversial one. I didn't listen to it, so yeah, I don't know. I'll look into it. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $20. This is going to sound dramatic. These MFers out here who slander, ruin people's reputation, and at worst, their livelihood, because guys like Moon expose their BS and they come up with dumbass excuses to try and get rid of him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sad.
It's pathetic. It's actually pathetic. I always welcome these people on to talk outside of their echo chambers. I know most of the time it falls on deaf ears, but it's just crazy to me how this is a reoccurring thing. Have you guys heard? Because like what they're doing to Moon on Twitter a lot of the time, to me, is bullying. But have you guys heard about the situation in the Marvel vs. Capcom community?
No,
There's a player that put up a post the other day. I believe his name is Hazy or Hoozy or something like that, and his girlfriend's name is Lena. Forgive me if I'm getting the names wrong. I always forget names. But there's been like some harassment campaign going on for a while. And it sounded so bad that the guy was basically like, stop harassing my wife because like you guys want her to like take her own life at this point. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, like it's just a never-ending cycle in this community. And the thing is, is that I would ask them, do you want to come in here and talk about it so that people can see what's going on, like because of the amount of harassment that some people get. That's why I asked Sophie to come in here because I saw some of the death threats and I was like, okay, this is getting a bit mad. And then they'll get angry at me for saying stop harassing these people. It's madness. Like, these people are the ones that are doing it, and then they get angry at you for telling them to not harass people.
Yeah.
Was that the Marvel 3 thing?
Yeah.
You took that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Do you know them?
No, I don't know the people. I know some of the people that were mentioned, or I know some of the people that were kind of like the trolls. Some of them have got like anger issues. Like it's a well-known fact that they've got anger issues. So yeah, doesn't okay it.
Wait, who's got anger issues?
I think there's a guy called Escalante.
Right. Okay. And he's
Yeah,
directing his anger at them.
I've not seen it. They mentioned his name, and I was like, yeah, I get that. I've seen him go off on people on Net Impact in the Discord. He'll just start slewing their mum out of nowhere for losing a match. It's a madness. Yeah. So
it's the Call of Duty era.
kind of. To be fair to the person he did that to in an Impact thing, like 2 days later, he was like, I had a bad day. I'm sorry. He did apologize. But that's the only thing I have to go off. I don't know what he's like in the NBC3 Discords, only the Impact one. Every time I've spoken to him, he's been fine. So
okay, yeah, I don't know of anyone in particular. I saw the madness and I was like, this is crazy, like, because they were talking about hacks again and that whole situation. I was like, are we really doing this again? I'm gonna read off another super chat and then I want to ask some more questions about this tier list, and then there's a couple more people in the queue that I'll bring on. Del, thank you for the $5. Shout out to Del Walker. We went from Moon only exists to create drama to okay, so he don't create drama, but Moon sometimes mispronounces words, and that is pissing us off. Yeah, I think in Moon's situation, similar to like maybe technicals or other content creators, that they already don't like him. It doesn't matter what he does now. You could cough. You could literally cough on the video now. If you cough or sneeze on the video, they're gonna lose their shit. So they've got it in their heads that they don't like you.
Do you know what is so funny? I don't want to bring this onto me for too long, but obviously I don't know if people saw the situation I had with warning I spam, and I think there was like
that guy, bro.
We're not gonna go on too much into it, but then like Shaiko asked like what do people have problems with me about? And then it's like some were saying that the way how I talk on stream feels forced. Now, one thing I want you lot to understand is that obviously when you're around me, I talk a lot more. Like it's like Hollow, you know how I am. If I'm with people that I know, I talk a lot more. The way how I speak, like if I say clip that, like they don't like the fact that I say clip that and stuff like that. And I'm like, bro, this is something I've been saying from tag 2 days to now. Like
these are grown men.
Yeah, like bro, I'm saying, why does that bother you that I say clip that or the way how I thought? And some of them are saying that I'm cringe and this, that, and other. I'm like, cringe for doing what am I doing that's cringe? Like,
I can tell you why.
Go on.
Because I get this as a commentator. You've got people think that you're playing up to the camera. That's all it is. But
this is how I'm way worse offline. This is what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense.
No. So something like clip that is like when people other than Steve say make some noise. Like you're trying to appease the crowd, and that's what comes off as cringe. I've had that. There's loads of people that have said like, "Oh, you're not like this when I'm not on commentary." And I'm like, "Yeah, of course I'm not. I swear all the time." But on commentary, you'll never catch me swearing because I'm commentating. I'm on stream. I'm not talking to a friend. I'm talking to an audience. You're doing the same thing. It's stupid. People see you speak, but talking to me as a commentator is an instrument. Like it's not your personality. When you talk to different people, you have different mannerisms. You say different words. Like, and yeah, people just look at you, or people look at people that stream or on a camera and go, "Oh, you're being non-authentic." Because you wouldn't say that off camera. It's like, yeah, dummy. That's why you can't do what I'm doing because you have no filter. That's how you should look at it.
No, I hear that still. It's just like clip that is such an old thing that's been said. Like I say that all the time, and it's like I'm like, what do you like? If we was at a session and someone did something that was like shocking or something, I'd be like, bro, do you see that? I don't say that. That just gets replaced with clip that because you can clip it. Because we're online, and on number 2, like I'm not gonna say, "Oh my gosh, did you see that? Oh my gosh, did you see that?" Like, bro, like it's just weird, isn't it? Like this is just how I talk on stream. I've been like nothing has changed, so it's not like I'm playing up to the camera or I'm like this is just how I am. I've been streaming the same way.
Just to give people some backstory, what's his name again? Did you say it's Warning?
Warning I spam.
Right, this guy randomly tagged Jay about for no reason, and then when questioned about it, said, "I don't even care about this. This is just funny to me." And I'm thinking to myself, bro, you're either 14 years old or you have serious problems. Lo and behold, the guy has serious problems. I think Jay put like you found on his Twitter him just venting about, And look,
Just
I
die
don't
for
wish bad on anyone, even this guy. He is as much of a waste man as he is. I don't wish for someone to like go through shit where they're losing their dog or they're financially in ruin or they're about to get evicted. But you're tagging somebody on Twitter, randomly hating on them, and then getting confused when people are coming at you saying, "What is your problem?" And you're going through real life shit. Why don't you focus on your real life shit? You've just posted that your dog passed away. You've posted that you're in financial ruin. You don't even like the game you're playing. It seems to be driving you mad. You've got problems, but you're
Oh.
tagging Jay in. Oh, I think that you. What was he accusing
that
you
was
of?
view button. Basically,
Yeah.
he said that basically since the Twitch thing has done like removed like the button thing or they're tackling it. Apparently, I've got lower viewership, and obviously this is something that obviously that group have been saying for a while, and it's like, no, I play other characters. No one cares about me playing Lydia, Asuka, this and other. Today when I was playing, I played Asuka and a couple others. That is like 70, like had 70 viewers. It's just like, bro, no one cares. If I pick Leroy and I start doing GOD1 stuff, people are gonna care. Do you get what I'm saying? That's just all that it is. We don't have a Leroy player like, you know, that streams and stuff like that at a high level at the moment. Do you get what I'm saying? So if I was to pick my highest character, people are then gonna be like, oh, snap. But Lydia, you can go to XO, who's in America. If you got Asuka, you can go to Fergus or Tibitano. They care about those characters. Do you get what I'm saying? Like the Tekken is on this, like of the viewership is very much about who is the best person for that character. Do you get what I'm saying? But then there's like people that they don't care, like they don't care who they're playing, they just like them for them. And that's the main man. Do you get what I'm saying? He could play whoever and he'll get the viewership or whatever. That's cool. But I'm just known for I'm known for Leroy. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not really known for these other characters that I muck around with.
But
Plus, I don't even.
You have to even explain this. Like he had no reason to tag you.
He
kept on commenting saying that, oh, Jay's this, Jay's that. I'm like, bro, you started this. You started again for no reason. You know, I was at London Anime Con when you text me. And
Swear
I was
down.
Like, yeah, I showed my girl. I was like, look at this. And she was like, I'm glad I'm not on Twitter, man. It's just they're waste. There's no nice way to put it. Absolute waste man behavior.
Bro, just to like wrap that section up, yeah. It's the fact that he tried to say it, and then all of that people in that little group were coming over saying stuff like, yeah, I bought. And then obviously Immortal posted up like, look, this is the app where what you lot screenshot, which is nothing to do with it. It just shows active chatters versus people that are in the chat. And then you lot have something else where you've posted it up saying, yeah, this is like another website to kind of show if you got bots or that. And that's like one thing that I get annoyed with, which it's like, where are you lot getting this idea that I'm botting for 60, 70 viewers? I'm actually doing way less than when I was at my studio. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm still trying to do what I'm doing. But it's just when I don't want to play ranked with Leroy at the highest rank. And it's the fact that I have to explain it to you all. Or it's just stupid because I've been doing this for a very, very long time. I'm not going to just all of a sudden just start botting now for 60 viewers, 70 viewers. It's so boring.
It doesn't make any sense. But I guess this is why they stay on Twitter and they don't have open conversations. But forget them waste cadets. Let's move back to the tier list. Musa, I wanted to ask you, you've put all these people in S. Before we start bringing people back in to ask you questions, I want you to briefly run down why you put people in S, A, B, C, and D. Like, what was your grading criteria?
Well, so first, when I did the tier list, the top of A row was also S, and then the bottom half of A and B was also A, and then the bottom two, C and D, was C. But we were talking on stream, and I was like, this is just giving out good like participation trophies. Let's really break up the tier list and divide it so you can see like real division, right? So I intentionally wanted, because like if you're going to do a tier list, then do the tier list. So if you just throw everyone in A, S, B, or whatever, then it's a joke, right? So that is like the real version of the tier list. But I think everyone at S and A, I think all of those guys are doing great. I think they found what works for them, And you may not like it, you may not, agree or whatever, but I think they are doing great. And I think, depending on what you want out of Tekken, they offer the best version of that. And then I think, the low A, B section, I think all of those guys are really great as well. But I think some of their journeys are either just beginning, or I've seen some of their content like slow down. Like for Anakin, right? I think Anakin's a great player. I think he's a great content creator, but Anakin hasn't really been making the splash like he used to. And I feel like I want to see more out of him, and I want to see him do better. So me putting him in B is not saying that Anakin has fallen off. It's saying that, like, he can do so much more, and I know he can. And I really tried to, of course, people don't hear these like explanations that we have on stream, but it's really like a type of motivation type video. Like last year, Mad Mike seen he was placed low, and he was like, "Oh, you placed me low." And I told him, I was like, it's because, like, you are just beginning, like you have so much room to grow, and you will go on to do great things. And a year later, he's doing great. And that's really how it is like, I know the B section, especially when you get to the lower side, it looks like kind of dicey, but I really would even add like a couple of spaces between the B and C, because I think everyone in B is doing great. It's just that they haven't either reached their full potential, or there's something else or they're like slowing down a little bit. And I get it, like, content creation is difficult, but that's like my thing. Now, what I will say about Blackheart and Yellow Motion, my logic was, I want to put these two guys next to me, right? I was like, I'm gonna put Blackheart and Yellow Motion right next to me, but I then put myself at the bottom of B tier, so it looks crazy like that. And I didn't realize, but that was like my logic is like, yeah, Black Karma, put him right next to me, Yellow Motion right next to me, and then I put myself at the bottom, right? Or what's perceived to be the bottom. And then C tier is people who I think are not doing well, right? Michael Murray lashing out on Twitter, Jason, defending developers even when they apologize and they admit they made mistakes. That guy will still be out there talking about, it's the player's fault. You have the one person who's the diehard anime and it says Anna is like a great character, good job developers, when we all know that's not true. Me and D had, this intense rivalry. And I was telling him that, like, he gets too, angry. He gets too, emotional, right? And he was in the chat, and I was telling him these things. This is this tier list. Like I was telling him even now, and I just think that he can be so much more if he doesn't be angry. I like the anger, I like the passion, but not every video needs that level of like intensity. So that's what I was telling him. Like, if he can dial that back and choose when he wants to pop off, not only would it make his content better, but it would make it more interesting. If every video you're ranting, but if you get really spicy in this one video, it will stick out so much more. And for Yasuda, I don't think you guys, well, I don't know if you guys are too knowledgeable about Yasuda, but Yasuda is the guy who does like the esports side of Tekken. Yeah. And I feel like, I mean, they made big mistakes charging for DLC, lousy collaborations. To my understanding, that all falls on him. That's why he's low. And then the D section is just like some of the most toxic the players have to offer, right? Whether they're like, it's just toxic,
The only ones that I would personally take out of this are Low Tier God and Maximilian, because I feel like whether you love Low Tier God or not, I feel like he has transcended fighting games, and it doesn't make sense to have him in C tier because he kind of plays everything. But Low Tier God is one of those people where it no longer matters what he's doing. People are just watching it because it's him. And by that same token, Maximilian as well. I wouldn't say Maximilian is an S tier Tekken content creator. I would just say he's an S tier content creator. Is that why you put him up there? And could you explain Low Tier God as well?
So with Maximilian, the reason why I put him in S tier is because, season 2 is season 2. We all know. But he made the videos that he did make about season 2, right? There's probably like 4 or 5, right? Like, he doesn't really cover Tekken, but when he does, he was saying a lot of the things that we say. And I was so surprised to see the biggest fighting game content creator share our opinions. Too much aggression. The game's all over the place. It's lacking direction. So I feel like for him with his platform to talk about the real problems of season 2, even though he's not a Tekken content creator, when he decides to talk about Tekken, he has done a amazing job in explaining it, because the developers probably won't want to hear it from the Moonsault Slayer. But the fact that Maximilian is carrying the same, opinions, and he is like actually, because Maximilian could try to be buddy with the developers, and but the fact that he's actually generally interested in the game, I feel like that's what people should be doing. So that's why I gave him an S, because when he decides to talk about Tekken, he actually cares about the game and the players, and not the developers and whether or not they're gonna sponsor him with next character. Low Tier God, I do agree that he transcended not only Tekken but fighting games. I be watching movie reviews and Superman something, and there'll be Low Tier God memes in it. He has, I don't know if you guys see it, but there's these Twitter posts that has like millions of views, and it's Low Tier God memes, right? So I do agree that he has created this he's like a true personality. But in terms of Tekken, I mean, the guy be having some wild takes, but also season 2 has gotten so crazy to where he low-key be spitting facts. Like the most like notorious is like, I didn't get opened up, I just got tired of blocking. Like that so much describes season 2, and it's crazy. When Low Tier God starts spitting facts, something's wrong. Like what?
He's not wrong with that. That's actually a good line. I got tired of blocking. I turned on rank today, and I thought, let me give it another chance. And within 10 minutes, I was like, this is so fucking long. I was either in the air for 10 years, or I had them in the air for 10 years, or I was just blocking and I was like, you know what? Going back to Bleach. Fuck this.
Oh man, no, it's crazy. Yeah, you can't. The funniest thing is, I was thinking of doing a 24-hour stream on Tekken 8, and I'm really still thinking about if I can even be bothered to even play at least 5 hours.
You're mad. 24 hours on Tekken 8.
I don't think it's possible.
I mean, 24 hours on any game is going to be rough. Tekken 8. Bro, I literally turned it on my lunch break, and I was like, you know what? Let me get some points. Let me get back to Tekken God Supreme. And within 10 minutes, I was like, you know what? This was a bad idea. I'm turning it off again. And that's it. I'm done. I can't. Tekken 8 is not a good game. I think if you play it as like a party game with your friends, yeah, it's funny. Like there's a lot of crazy shit happening. But Tekken 8 is not a good Tekken game. It's not in a good state. They're making it better slowly. Like I will admit, the sidestepping does feel pretty crisp, but there's too much stupid shit in it. Way too much.
I agree.
One thing I'll say about the tier list as well is that it's really just like memes. It's just like something you're supposed to laugh at. Obviously, there's truth to it. I want people to do better and be the best versions of themselves, but it's not like a weapon. It's not me attacking people. It's just like for fun, because I also feel like we're missing fun at times. Tekken gets too competitive. People get to, try hard. And I also try to add in a lot of like, just even if people don't consider me funny or whatever, so be it. But I try to add in that sense of like, let's have fun,
Yeah, no, I hear that. Like I said, I don't think that it's like, I don't see how people could take it as a personal attack, because all you're doing is voicing your opinion on who your favorites are and aren't. We all have our favorite content creators. That's why we subscribe to some people and we don't to others. So I don't know how people took it personally and got really bent out of shape about it. I mean, people got so bent out of shape about it, they started like rearranging it and making their own and writing spiteful shit. And I was like, way too much in your feelings. Like, you put me in D tier last year. I was just happy to be on there. I was like, damn, I made a tier list. I was just happy to be there. Can I ask, why did you put me in S this time? What changed in the year?
I think that you have I wasn't too locked in the year 1 of the tier list, but like year 2, I think you have done a very good job of providing a platform to others. I think that's something that's really valuable, is like, if a content creator is willing to share the platform, a lot of people will be like, nope. But you being willing to share the space. You're being willing to correct, you know, when people are like saying things that's wrong. And then you just like wanting the best for, you know, the games and the players. Like just those three things are like what I feel a lot of people should do. And yeah, that's I feel like over the past year, that part of you like came out a lot. It's always been there, but once again, you talk about people growing, like you were able to do that a lot this year, you know.
No, I
Just-
appreciate that.
Just to put it out there,
Why are you making that face, bro?
whoa.
Are you disgusted by what he's saying? Why are you making that face?
Bro, that is I'm constantly like that unless I'm playing an impact. But yeah, just to put it out there, what Mike said about it not being a personal attack, we've just to reiterate, the D tier was people being toxic, and that is a personal attack. Whether they're bad or not, the top end of the tier list seems to be about people growing due to content, but the D list, it doesn't matter about the content, they're just toxic people, which is fine because it's Moonsault's tier list, but let's not
It's a difference.
you know,
It's a difference because, you know, the D tier is people who are, yes, toxic, but they're okay with being toxic. Discords filled with some of the worst things imaginable. They every day wake up and they're okay with being the worst versions of themselves. And I think that not striving to be better is why they are the worst.
Well, I did ask about Planet Medusa. I said the 3 or 4 videos that I saw, I remember the first time I watched it was about the Spag thing, when Spag spoke to Planet Medusa. And then obviously he just keeps playing. And he does talk about the game in depth. And that was one thing you said, which makes a good content creator. And he was like, yeah, but he's just a bad person.
Well,
which is fine.
I don't
want
to
sugarcoat it. It's not about the content. It's that you think the person's bad, which is, it's your tier list. You can do what you want. But let's not pretend that the whole tier list is about content.
I don't want to, you know, bring up Planet Medusa because it will involve, you know, but what he's done is not good. You know,
I've seen it. I was here for the podcast with Jay. I've seen it.
It's not just the podcast though. There's a
the Discord. I saw the Discord. It could be, bro. He could be the most horrendous person. All I'm saying, it's a personal thing, right? Can we just all not pretend it's about content, like the bottom bit of the tier list?
No,
Well,
but like,
the whole tier list is going to be a personal take, right? But what you're saying is it's an attack at the D tier.
Well, you were saying it wasn't about. Well, I think when you do a tier list, it is obviously about a personal bias. And what Planter was saying as he was going down was the like where he put himself and Black Art. It was about the potential of the person and how good their content can be, right? And then I think I've watched the guy with the cap. Is that the D? That's big pause.
D
is that the guy with the cap in the C tier?
Yeah,
D all the way G.
Yeah, that's it. That's a crazy name. But yeah, I've seen his videos and they come up. Also, real quick, I don't care if you're a drama content like creator. It doesn't bother me. I know some people think it's like a slur and they don't want to be with that. But ever since I started watching Mike, I've got his content coming up. It's a pipeline, right? I watch it and it's funny. It is funny. Like, yes, it's not most of the time I watch it. It's not about Tekken or whatever Mortal Kombat. It's normally because he just rants about Sonic Fox, and I find it hilarious. The hatred is cinema. It's some cinema level hatred. But yeah, I was just saying that you are not attacking, let's say critiquing the person and their personality when it gets lower down the tier list. And to me, it's like, don't throw stones if you're in glass houses. Don't dislike it when people critique you when you are also critiquing other people.
Well, what I'll say on this is because me and Medusa community made an agreement to not speak about each other, so I won't talk about him directly.
For breaking
the No, it's fine. You don't speak up. No one said anything nasty here, so it's fine. But just to skirt around it, I would say I think what Moonsault is getting at is that the behaviors maybe exhibited by the people lower on the tier list outweigh the informative content they might create. Whereas like maybe some people on the higher end have also not done such great things, but their content outweighs that. Again, I'm not talking about anyone in particular. Maybe that's just the mindset.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's this like looking at the tier list, I know I watched Ayo Richie when I was learning Leo. And like Moonsault was saying, when I was learning the game, I was looking for people that would give me all the details. So I watched Richie, I watched Finn. If I played, I think it's Jin that he plays, I would watch the Juicer because I don't know any other Jin player on there. But I know that they give information. Yeah. So that's what I was making a point at.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, like I said, I mean, for now at least, there's peace between the communities. Someone says like the Uchi and the Senju. Basically, yeah, there's peace. There's peace. There's no need for any more fighting. So we'll move on from this. But I'm gonna start bringing people back on. Is that okay with you guys?
Yes.
Oh, Kazuya? My bad. It's a Kazuya player. I don't know.
But listen, okay, all right. Before we bring anyone on, this whole Kazuya thing is silly. Like I used to main Kazuya. Okay, I used to be a Kazuya main as well. Yes, I used to be able to hit electrics many moons ago. Can't anymore. But yeah, Kazuya being the character that certain types of people play is obviously like, it's just Kazuya has a very large player base. So sometimes there's going to be people that play him that maybe you don't like because the player base is so huge. But I think he's like the most picked or second most picked. I'm sure Moonsault knows. You've got the stats and all that. But I always see Kazuya up there.
Yeah, he's top 3.
Yeah,
Him,
so
King,
obviously,
and whatever DLC just released.
Yeah, so if Kazuya is one of the most picked characters, then obviously because of the giant pool of players, there's going to be some people in there that you don't like. It doesn't mean that Kazuya, because this is something that is going around right now. Kazuya attracts bad people. And,
really?
Yeah, that's an actual thing. People like Brian and Kazuya are the 2 characters where, again, I'm not saying anyone in particular. I'm just repeating what's on Twitter. If you're racist or hateful, you play Kazuya and Brian. That is how those characters are seen now. And I guess it's because Kazuya is genocidal and Brian is like a murdering machine. There's no real connection, obviously. It's just they're super popular characters. They're played by some of the more, I guess, passionate players, I guess because of their high execution, at least Brian used to be, like Kazuya. And I think because of that, people correlate. People think that racists are drawn to Kazuya, but that's obviously that's just nonsense. It's obviously not true.
That's funny, right?
I think that the same is true for like what people say about Lily mains and Yoshi mains. I think like when a character becomes so basically characters become like stereotypes.
Yeah. Well, I mean the Lily mains. Do you know what? Let's not go down this road.
Say it.
One thing. I'm just gonna sound like a hypocrite.
Do it.
I'm just gonna sound like a
cool
hypocrite.
with him. It's okay to be a hypocrite.
No, what I will say is that, and just to make this clear before I know someone's gonna clip this out of context. I like Millie personally. I know that Moonsault and Millie had beef, or there was something going on Twitter. I like Lady Gravano personally. I find the things that Millie posts really funny. So this is not a personal attack. However, Anna mains are delusional. Okay, they're mad. I don't know what they're smoking right now. Anna's design is awful, and she's obviously a problem. And Akuma was like very powerful, but it was hard to use. Anna can be picked up by a toddler, so there's obviously a problem with the character that needs addressing. People that are saying she's fine. I don't hate people that play Anna. I really don't. I'm just saying that some Anna mains have had the worst takes that I've heard by far, like bar none. And as for Lily mains, what I would say about them is I have nothing against them. It just seems it feels like they're more interested in playing dress up than playing Tekken, and that's fine.
Wow.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that whenever I see discourse around Lily, it's how are we going to ship her with Asuka, or what is she wearing today? I'm like, it's fine. You play Tekken for different reasons. That's just what I see a lot of the time. Okay? No hate. I ain't got no hate in my heart for Lily mains. Okay,
so Lily players are just not serious at getting good. Is that what you're saying?
The vast majority of them, yes. I'm saying that now. I got whooped by a Lily player online today, so I'm chatting out of my arse almost. But that's what it feels like. It feels like they're more interested in what she's wearing than what balancing her or taking her to go to destruction. So,
can I ask you guys a question? Do you guys know, like, is Millie like a pro or like a streamer? Like what are they?
I just know Millie for the really funny monkey gifs. That's
Hey,
I
yo.
don't no. Well, we're not talking about what. Why did you say that?
Monkey gifts. That's
Yeah, just gifs of
Context?
monkeys.
okay.
She,
Okay.
as far as I'm aware, there's no like racial connotation here. Like,
Okay.
why did
I
you?
believe you.
Wait, hold on. Why did you jump to whoa?
It was just a crazy thing to be known for off rip.
No,
Monkey
But-
gifts.
all right, Moonsault, you've seen what Millie posts, right? There's every whenever she's talking about something, there's like a monkey gif, right?
Yeah. Or
Yeah, I
like
just-
like
I
the
think they're funny.
slay memes and stuff.
Yeah, I think the shit she posts online is funny. I find it very, very funny. I don't think there's any racial connotation attached to it. I don't know if Millie is a content creator or a streamer. Well, technically, yes, she would be a content creator because she posts on Twitter. But I don't think she posts on YouTube. But as a matter of fact, before we move on from this and we start bringing people back on, can you just let us know what is the beef between you and Millie?
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna talk about. So this goes back to me posting leaks, right? When I was doing that, started Tekken 8, she was one of the people who were in the comment section who was like very aggressive. And I ignored the person for a very, very long time. And then eventually, you know, someone comments on every one of your posts, like you eventually be like, hey, what's your deal? And I literally said that. I was like, why does every time you comment on my post, it's negative? Like I do a lot of posts because a lot of time has passed, like 8 months or something. And I was like, I do a lot of posts, but you only comment on a post where you can like try and take a shot at me. Why is that? And then I got blocked. And then bro started like ranting about like, I hate Moonsault. He mispronounces things. He leaks stuff. Disrespectful. Bro just started ranting. And I was just looking at that and I was like, wow. Like, it's weird that people can have that much animosity for so long. Like, if I don't like someone or what they're doing, they don't exist. But for that person to like watch me every time I post, it's kind of like a mental thing. But another thing that the person did was like, so once they blocked me, they would like screenshot my thumbnails and whatnot and try to take jabs at me that way. Like if I make a lore video and let's say I'm theorizing on what happens next, they would be like, this guy's stupid. What? And it's just stuff like that. And that person just basically just did that over and over and over again. And then eventually I start responding and you know, get into these petty arguments. But really, like, I don't know. Like, I get that the person doesn't like that I leak stuff, but like, why do you spiral into so much more? Like, that person was stalking me on 3 accounts. The main account, the backup account, and then the other account where bro posts like nudes. Like, bro, what? Why are you stalking me on these accounts? Like, I had to block all 3 of those accounts, and bro just like still even to this day like be trying to screenshot stuff, and it's like you don't got nothing else to do. Like that's but also trashing on the Moonsault gets you likes, and that's like positive reinforcement, right? So you can, you know, when some of these guys make these tweets like I hate Moonsault type tweets, I would look at their page and they would have 3 likes, 3 likes, 3 likes, and then the tweet I hate Moonsault has 500 likes, and it's like that's your biggest tweet of the month. And it's like that's your biggest moment of the month. So I don't know. It's just interesting analyzing people like her because yeah, it's a wild card, and it's just hate for the sake of hate with no basically they're not trying to make amends. They don't want to come to a resolution. They don't want to make peace. It's just I will hate Moonsault Slayer until the sun, you know, burns out. And and that's the kind of stuff that's like you just stay away from that, you know.
No, that's fair enough. All right, I'm gonna start bringing people back in, and then I'll get back to the super chats in a little bit. So 6 minutes per person, so we don't have the queue waiting too long. First person is GGB. Can you hear us, bro?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Alrighty, so my first time hearing about Moonsault, sorry, Here I go. My first time hearing about Moonsault was in regards to leaks about the motion capture process before Tekken 8 came out, but I wasn't really interested in Tekken at the time, so I haven't seen his videos in my YouTube algorithm. So I don't have a prior opinion of him. I'm really here to learn a thing or two. So I got some generic ass questions to start off with, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's fine, bro. No problem.
All right. First question. What is your favorite video that you've made?
Favorite video. I think the favorite video that I made is probably about the one, funny enough, where Harada was talking about why it's time for Heihachi to end. Like he was going into the details about like how his father, now he changed the story. Now he says that his relationship with his father is really good. But in the past, he was saying how his father was very harsh on him. And I just liked how he took that, real world experience and created one of the most iconic characters. And this is why Heihachi feels so real, is because it's crafted from a real experience. So I like that video where I talked about that.
So what did I do now, Jay?
It's the chat.
Don't rechat.
Barbecue quality mic.
question.
No, all right. I'll stop for this one because this is a $200 mic. So if something is wrong, do I just need to get further away? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? What the fuck is going on?
It's perfect.
No, it's not. Stop
It's ASMR perfect.
Someone said barbecue quality mic.
Barbecue quality mic. I have.
Is that the one you? I read the ovaries one, bro.
I have a
Are you
word
mad?
around it. What the hell is going on?
Bro, I don't even know. It made me laugh. I didn't mean to. Sorry.
Tingling ovaries. Let's go. Keep talking.
All right. So, second question. What would you recommend as a video for people to watch who are not familiar with you? For like people who have that opinion of you that's just, oh, I just see the thumbnail. I don't like the thumbnail. I'm not going to watch it.
Well,
what is the video to counter that?
I just got done, like right before Mike reached out to me on Twitter, I was making a video about Jun Kazama and Ogre. And I think the discoveries that I make, the pieces of the story that I put together, I think that video is like going to be my best one. The Tekken 8 update is happening in like an hour or so. I'm gonna have to cover that. But then after that, I want to drop that video. And I think that video will be the best one that I ever made. But currently right now, I think I did a lore video on Eddie. That's really great. I did a lore video on Jin Kazama. I think it's about Zhao Yu actually. It's the story of Zhao Yu and something about Jin breaking her heart, something like that. But I went so deep into their relationship, and I think that video is like great. Basically, my lore videos where I really dive deep into the characters, I think those are some of the best videos I ever made.
Well, I definitely appreciate it in terms of the aspect of how, Tekken or fighting game content can be very one note or very particular about just the competition aspect. So really anything of that type, I'm looking for. I'll get more into that in a second because I also want to ask, do you have an Armor King video lined up?
I need to make an Armor King video. That's next up to do. Update, whatever happens after the update, and then I need to do Armor King. I want to do Dragunov as well, and I want to do Bob. But yeah, I have some ideas. Yeah.
Is it just about the lore, or do you talk about things that you like about them? Maybe like specific moves that you are fond of?
Well, I haven't done a Armor King and Bob video. So like when it's my first time doing a video for a character, I try to dig like really deep and talk about everything that like I can. So yeah, so that's what I'll do. When I already covered a character like Jin Kazama, I sort of just stick to whatever the point is. But yeah, I think, whenever I do get to make those videos, I think I'll put my all into it,
I have a video idea, a couple that I've been bouncing around since Tekken 8 started. Might want to bring that up to you actually if I get a chance. But moving on from that,
you can DM me on Twitter. My DMs are open, so anyone can feel free to DM me, whatever, you know. No feet pics. I had that happen before. No feet pics, no nudes. That's not what I mean by DM whatever. DM
Someone
me
send
Tekken.
you feet pics.
Please be normal.
Someone sent
Please
me
be normal.
more than just
God.
feet pics. When I first created my Twitter, I told people, like, you know, I just created Twitter. You guys, my DMs were open. Send me whatever you want. Within the hour, a guy sent me a picture laying on a black couch, and it was, you know, his cheeks
not
was
the
out.
casting
Not
couch.
the
His
speed running
cheeks was out.
goonery. God.
And he was smiling at the camera, and the caption said, the message said, "Do you like what you see?" I was terrified. I was like, "Is this?" It was the first hour. I'm like, am I going to get more of these?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, I've had crazy messages, but I haven't had a dude sending me his whole butt. That's mad.
yeah. He said, "You like what you see." I was terrified.
Have you ever showed people what you look like, Moonsault?
No, but I do know that people were Googling Moonsault Slayer face reveal. Y'all got to knock that off. That's crazy. Ain't no way we doing that. Look, the reason why I haven't shown people is just because I haven't. Like, I just kind of don't. But here's a deeper side of Moonsault. Like, at times I'll be paranoid. Like, you know, crazy life, a lot of things going on or happened, and sometimes I'll be paranoid. So, like, I also have a lot of things that I want to, like, I have to protect, right? So if I wasn't trying to protect these things or do this or do that, then yeah, I would be more open. But, you know, with the way that my life is right now, just exposing these things would be used as a weapon, right? People on Twitter would try to do crazy things with them. So for privacy reasons, I just have to, you know, not do that. And this is also like, you know, with Joka's tweets and whatnot, hate mobs, you know, this is like the real consequences that, like, you have to be more protective because people will attack.
Yeah. 100%.
Well said.
Do you have a final question, bro?
All right, final question. Let's see. I do. I had some multiple ones, so I'll just pick one here. Do you think that Joka's concern, or the reason that Joka made that tweet, is because of the fall of hate speak?
Well, I don't know what happened with the fall of hate speak. Didn't they just decide to? That was weird. From my perception, they were like, as a punishment to the players, we're not creating content. And it's like, wait, what? Like, why did you guys stop hate speak? Like, everyone loved it. Obviously, you know, it's going to get rocky at times, but why did they stop? I don't know why they stopped. And in my opinion, keep going. Like, start it up again right now. Like, do it. I see a lot of people wanting them to do it. So I don't know if he's upset at me, if his anger for me is kind of coming from that, that's crazy. Because I feel like, you know, he should keep going.
I mean, there was a lot of people calling him a shill. I think it's understandable why he just stopped. It didn't make much sense, right?
There's a lot of people that liked his podcast, though. I mean, people cuss us all the time.
Yeah, I get that. But if I was doing the podcast and trying to talk to the top players about their opinion about the game, and everyone just said, "Oh, it's just a bunch of shills," it kind of nullifies the point of talking about the game because you just don't believe what they say. You're going to say they're only going to say good things about the game because they're shills. So there's no discussion to be had because you've already made an assumption on their opinion on it.
The thing with Heat Speak is that, like, he would bring, in fairness to him, he would bring people on. I'm pretty sure I watched Kokoma or someone on there just started trashing the game, and he let them speak. And I was just like, you're letting people, even if I said it or Moonsault said it or whatever, like, we're not thousands of people. These are maybe like a couple hundred on Twitter that don't like what you're posting, and you folded.
But you know,
like, come on, man.
Do you know one thing that I think might have happened is obviously he's a commentator. He's making a podcast. People are coming on trashing the game. Do you know what I mean? I feel it's not the first time that I've heard, like, you know, or seen people that are associated with Ban and Namco. If they see that people are trashing their game and that, they just lock them off, like, completely. And I think that's just what happened. And then he obviously said, yeah, this is the last one done. And in hope that Ban and Namco would bring him on again, but they haven't brought him on back on again. But obviously he got EWC, and obviously EWC is a nice payout, so he can't really be too mad about it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like I would like obviously if we wanted to do heat speak again, bro. Yeah, I think you should just do it. But this whole like soft shit of I'm gonna stop doing it because this is what's happening, and like just do it, man. If you're gonna do heat speak, do it. If you're not gonna do it, then don't do it. Like just I'm saying.
Yeah, if it was a business move, then okay, fine. But if it was because he got a bit of hate, then I'm like, come on, man. This is the internet.
Yep.
I'm still getting hate just for talking to RVD. Literally, guys just messaging me going, "Why are you talking to RVD, bro? Why are you talking to?" I was like, bro,
why did you get hate about that? Is RVD like canceled at this point or something?
No, he's not cancelled. He just said something that some people didn't agree with, and I went onto his podcast to talk to him, and people were saying, "Why are you talking to RVD?" I mean, first of all, if like I've been watching Rob Van Dam since I was a kid. If I woke up to a message in my inbox from a guy I've been watching wrestle for years. People are surprised we're on this podcast. Like, what? We stupid. And someone said to me, "I bet you'd go on Kane's podcast," and I was like,
"Why not?"
First of all, Kane. I don't know if Kane has one, but if Kane asked me to go on his podcast, of course I would. He was one of my favorite wrestlers. Why would I not go on his podcast? They bring politics into it, and maybe someone has a take they don't like, and immediately they demonize you. There's still. I literally opened my phone just now just to check if there were more people waiting to come on, and there's still people insulting him and insulting me just for talking to him. That's just Twitter, bro. Idiots.
Politics. I was about to start ranting, but now I'm already out of time. I was just going to say that the reason why I call in here so much, even though I don't have there's a lot of people who I call in for, and I haven't even heard of them, but then I find out that they're like legacies in their respective communities. And I'm like, well, I've been following fighting games for 2 decades at this point, but not so much from the competitive aspect. So I'm just trying to hear different people's takes on their enjoyment of fighting games. Whatever opinions that they have personally behind that, I mean, I'm trying to find out and not be biased about it. So I'll let that be the end of my spiel here. Moonsault, I'll send you a message later. Jay, C4, nice to hear from you guys. And
yeah, bro.
Have a good one.
Easy, bro.
Take care, bro.
My ovaries. I wanna bounce off real quick.
What did you say? Did you say you're gonna go?
Yeah, real quick. I just want to say to Moonsault that I don't have a problem with you. Just in case you think I do. I'm more looking at it from a perspective of the reason that you think people don't like you. I feel is a little bit cartoonish. I think the same reason that people dislike Button Check, was it Ernest? And yeah, what's his name? Sorry,
Ernesto.
Ernesto. Sorry, my bad. See, we all mispronounce names. My bad. Ernesto and Technicals. There's obviously a big stigma with drama, and I know you didn't say that. That's not your only piece of content is drama, but there's legit reasons why people can dislike you, and I think giving them a cartoonish reason won't work in your favor. I think that's just going to push more people to dislike you. But yeah, and I think when it gets to so many people disliking you, you have to kind of look at yourself. You can't just say like all these people dislike me. It's all their problems. There might be a reason. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying there is one, but you have to be a bit more genuine in why people dislike you. I would say just saying that they're hating you for like no reason is a bit crazy. When I don't think it's like, when I think of hate, I think of what happened to Jay. That's hate. That's real hate. People just being mean to you and a bit nasty, I don't think is the same level, personally.
Well, I mostly just ignore it. When people make tweets, I just ignore it, and sometimes I get upset. But I mean, yeah, like I am actually open to criticism, and I try to evolve and adapt as much as possible because I think it's stupid to be stubborn and know everyone else is wrong and I'm right. I try not to be that person. So yeah, I take as much criticism as possible, so I can be better.
That's fair. Yeah, no, that's no problem. Like I said, I ain't got like a problem with you or your content. I think what the first person said when they jumped on basically had everything I had in my mind, and they said it, and they've watched more of your content. about just like double, triple checking the videos that are about information, and all the other stuff. You can do what you want. You can say every name incorrectly. It doesn't make a difference. It's just when you've got like facts that need to be correct. I don't know if you do. I know someone said in chat, but they were asking. I've got dyslexia, so I have to double check a lot on commentary.
C4, just before you go anywhere,
Yeah.
maybe you want to stick around for this. Now, just again, before I bring any of the other guests in, there's been a development on Twitter with regards to Moonsault, so I'm going to read out. Millie's watching the podcast right now, and she's retweeted it. I'm just going to read it out to you so you can hear what she's saying. Now, again, I just want everyone to know I'm cool with Millie. I like Millie. This is between Moonsault and Millie, and it says, I of course make a cameo because I live rent free in this twink's head, which is absurd. I never stalked you nor used my NSFW account to find your posts, and I don't hate you. I just hate your content, which half of the community does. I wonder why. No shade, but I genuinely don't care about you. So for you to think I'm constantly coming at you, I'm not. You've done a few videos about me and you expect me to be quiet. Girl, you are delusional to think I'm chasing you. Lol, I'm sorry, and I've never commented on your fuck-ass engagement farming YouTube channel, you little liar. Please pull up receipts.
I didn't say she commented on my YouTube video. I said she commented on Twitter. Well, I don't know if like I mixed words, but that's what I meant to say. And I mean, I'm not going to argue semantics. Like, the person has harassed me for a very long time. I mean, like, she has screenshots of my thumbnails on Twitter, and I mean, you can run and delete them because I know that's what she does a lot. And it's like, I'm not going to argue. Like, you know, the fact that you were so, you know, the fact that you're doing so much to where you're a name that I remember says all that I need to know. Like, you're doing a lot, and it's like, but I kind of don't really care. Like, you know, I don't.
You
I don't
do care though, right? Let's be serious. You do care.
I mean, in my day to day, like, I'm just doing my thing. Like, I'm just having my fun.
Yeah. Like life wise, you don't care. But
I mean,
clearly the person makes you feel a type of way when the name is uttered. Like,
I mean, you could say the same for her, right? Like, both of us obviously have this history. But for me, like, I didn't do anything. Like, bro attacked me multiple times for months. And when I first responded, I said, why are you always attacking me? And then bro blocked me and proceeded to attack. Right?
I've only got one side of the story, but yeah.
Is it possible that,
I mean, we just read her side.
Is it possible that you and Millie could like squash it though? Like, you know, there's no
I don't like having beef with people. I think I tried to DM her and apologize and make amends. I think I tried to do that because I always try to do that.
Why don't you just get in the call? Can't you get them in the call, Mac, together?
Well, Millie's watching right now, so Millie, if you do want to jump on, you're more than welcome. Like I said, this isn't going to be like an attack, and no one here is going to beef with you whatsoever. Certainly not me. So we'll bring on the other people in the meantime. But if you do want to come with Millie, just send me a message and I'll bring you on, and hopefully we can squash this beef. It seems a bit unnecessary. It seems a bit silly.
It is.
But C4, were you staying or are you going?
Oh no! If Millie's gonna come on, that's some good drama.
All right. Well, we'll see what Millie says. I'll keep an eye on my phone. I'm gonna bring on.
Let me go and chat. Let me jump off. Yeah, let me go and chat. Jay's more fit to be here as a Tekken player, right?
All right, cool. That's fine. No problem.
All right.
I appreciate it, bro.
Nice meeting you, Moonslayer. Moonsault Slayer.
Thank you.
Names are hard, actually.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. Take care, man. All right. Chat, stop asking if Millie's got a fat ass if she's hot, man. What's wrong with you guys? Chill out. Let's get Noob Sock on here. So there's a couple people in the queue. So I'll give you all 6 minutes each, so we can get through everyone.
Oh, can I say something as well?
Yeah.
You know, so Millie also said that she didn't stalk me on her, adult account, whatever account it is.
Wait, what did you just say?
adult
Adult
account.
what's an adult account?
Like
You know, an
basically
adult account
she'd
is.
be posting like nudes, like stuff like that. Well, I don't know if it's nudes, but it's like adult material, right? But the thing is like I was getting attacked from another group of people who were saying like, oh lol, the developers blocked you. And the thing about that is like, yes, Harada, Michael Murray, and Yasuda blocked me, but the reason why they blocked me is what's really important. They were being very egregious with their monetization, and I was calling them out, and that's why they blocked me. But you have people who try to twist the narrative and say like, oh, he's blocked because he's drama. No, I got blocked for the most justifiable reason. Where people get blocked for making fun of them, I got blocked for calling out greedy monetization. But when I was making that tweet clarifying, that's when Millie came in with the adult account, and I saw you tweet and I saw you delete. I was responding to you, but when it refreshed, it disappeared. So you can't lie and say you didn't do that. I had you blocked, and you used another account to comment, and you were like, no, that's wrong, you're lying, this and that. And I was responding, and you deleted it. So like, that's what happened. That's like how, that conversation had nothing to do with you, and you were stalking me.
Fair play. Well, hopefully Millie jumps on and we can squash this. We don't need more fighting in the Tekken community. But let me bring on Noob Sock. Also, Mr. Mars, thank you for the $4.99. I'm a veteran and I play Kazuya because he's badass. He has a commanding presence. Yeah, man. 100%, bro. Thank you for the donation. All right. Noob Sock, can you hear us?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Cool beans. Thanks for having me on, man.
No worries.
So I just want to start off and say I'm an advocate for anybody who's trying to carve their path in life. So I want to say I'm coming from a place of love here, Moonsault Slayer. When I first was watching this podcast and you said Joka was like garnering a hate mob coming after me, my first instincts were to say, well, I know I've seen you kind of do the same against Michael Murray. Simply put, like I know I've seen content where you were pushing the hate narrative towards him, and instantly I'm like, oh, he's a hypocrite. I'm like, all right, Noob Sock, let's take it a few steps back. Mike's a pretty cool guy. Maybe he'll let me pop on and I can actually ask your opinion, because I don't want to just like, really, I was just a guy in a chat at that point. I'm like, I want to go a step further. I kind of want to ask, like, in your head, where does that hair split? Is it because he works for Namco Bandai and therefore he has more control and therefore participating in a hate wave against him is different? Or like I'm genuinely asking. I'm not trying to, cast any aspersions.
That's a good point.
When I make videos about Michael Murray, and you guys can go back and watch, I always say like, I don't encourage the hate. And when I call him out on things that he's doing wrong, it's because he's actually doing things wrong. Like, for example, when someone on Reddit was talking trash about season 2 and Michael Murray was on Reddit, click that person's profile, click their Twitter, and then block them on Twitter, I said, that is a very stupid thing to do. Why would you do that? Season 2 is getting so much like backlash. Like, why are you doing things like that? And I'm not trying to hate on the guy or anything, but it's like bro, that is wild for you. That would be wild if I did that. If I went to Reddit and I saw Moonsault Slayer this, and then I clicked profiles to get to Twitter and it's crazy. Like, so when I highlight these things that Michael Murray is doing, it's because it shouldn't even exist. Michael Murray is adding unnecessary problems to the game, and I'm simply saying that he should stop doing these things. And I don't think that's like.
But you do understand that, like, that's how Joka feels about you, and whether or not he's right, I guess where I'm at is, what I'm wondering is, do you feel any sort of regret for having participated in that wave with Michael Murray now that you're on the end of a wave coming for you, even if you disagree with the reason why the wave is being pushed? Like,
well, I always say that I feel bad about how things turned out for Michael Murray. I don't know if I would say I regret it, because I don't feel I did anything wrong. Like, in older videos, I may have like popped off, like there's a lot of my older videos that I try to like not repeat mistakes, right? So I'm not going to say that I never did anything or said anything like crazy. But like in the season 2 era, like I don't feel that I ever disrespected the developers. Everything that I said has only been towards their balancing decisions, their ideology towards the game, and the outside effects that they're having. And I feel like it's all with the attempts of making the game better. And also, I try to highlight that the developers said themselves that they want the criticism, they want to the feedback so they can improve. So with me saying that Michael Murray is doing this and that and he should stop, I don't feel he's asking for it. They literally put a tweet saying, "Me and Michael Murray will be watching. You guys give us feedback." And
are you saying that because they've asked for? So are you saying that you don't want this feedback from Joker, or you just don't want the hate?
No, I
think you're actually hitting the nail on the head, where it all comes down to respect and intention. Where it's like when somebody's coming at somebody with like they actually want to hear their side of the story, I feel like it's very different. And I feel like Twitter generally is just a mob trying to look for blood. And like, so like anytime there's like a wave, I try to avoid it.
Well, for me, even though I can critique someone, I could be fair. Like, you know, for the tier list, right? Content creator tier list. Everyone knows that I called Spaghetti Rip a shill, right? But also I placed him A tier above many others because I think what he's doing for Tekken is really great. I just think at times people, I mean, we're all human, right? We do things and it's not the best, and sometimes we should be let know, like let someone let you know, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I look at the comments and I reflect all the time. But I think the issue is when your message is basically to hurt. I never made a video with the intentions of like, yeah, let's make Michael Murray cry with this one. Like, I never ever done that. And I feel like Joka, he definitely made that tweet, you know, in a way to hurt me. He probably didn't know how or why, but
I find that interesting. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off here, but from my perspective, I more so see like, so like you're saying that if Michael Murray got hurt by, like, say, like the giant swing Muay Thai gif that everybody, it is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty funny gif. But like that hurt his feelings, but it was in the intention of getting change for the game. Then wouldn't Joka's take on you kind of be the same? Is he like, it's almost like saying let's discredit Michael Murray so that his opinion has less sway? Isn't that exactly what Joka's trying to do to you? Which again, I disagree with, for the record. But I just find this whole thing interesting.
The thing is too, like with Michael Murray, I don't just talk about like, he did this bad thing, he did this. I'm actually his biggest defender. You know, through many of my videos, like the reason why, like I say this all the time, the reason why I believe that Tekken 8 can get better is because we have the developers that we have. Harada, Michael Murray, even Nakatsu. Before Harada said that Nakatsu played a big role in Tag 2 and Tekken 7, I was already telling people that. I was telling people, you guys are saying Tekken 8 sucks and Tekken 7 is better. And remember when people were saying the Soul Calibur devs are ruining Tekken and they were talking about Nakatsu and whatnot? I was saying that Nakatsu made Tekken 7 what it is, and he worked on Tag 2. So it's like, you know, I can critique someone and say like, what you're doing here is not best for the game. But then also when you're doing something great, I'm going to champion that and I'll remember it and not forget, because that's the thing too. A lot of people, you do something great and then you do something bad, that bad will outweigh the great, and they will just only remember the negative. And I try to never do that. I always remind people, you know, your favorite Tekken was made by Harada. And if you like 5, it was made by Michael Murray as well, right? And everyone who loves 7 was also made by Nakatsu. So I try to be very fair in my telling people that they're doing bad, but also celebrating them when they're doing good. And Joka has never done that. He's willing to critique me, but he's never said good job.
So you believe he's coming from a disingenuous point of, like, he's doing it with disrespect in mind, almost, you know, which, you know, I can understand that. Like, no one wants to feel that way. Sorry, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I have one thing I want to say and then one other question I want to ask. The thing I want to say is I feel like when it comes to your stream, sorry if I rant for a little bit here, But it kind of reminds me of like the conversation of McDonald's in America, where people are against it because they believe it's intentionally selling you bad meat with the goal of having you buy good meat, and I think that's where people are getting a little hair tied with your stream, where it's like you may get things wrong every now and then, but like I don't think that like the goal of your restaurant, so to speak, is to have every single like frame, like you get every bit of math right. That's not what it is. You just have a good vibe in your stream, and that's kind of what you're trying to sell to people. So for them to be held accountable for how accurate you are when that wasn't the purpose of your stream feels a bit odd to me. And that's where I would say I think the argument against you gets disingenuous, where it's like that's not like, you don't tune into Moonsault Slayer's stream to specifically get the exact frame data of it, which isn't to say that you don't offer it. It's just, I don't think that that's the standard you should be held to. And now I'm going to accompany that in with, I do think another thing that you're the victim of is the YouTube algorithm here, where a lot of the times what happens, at least for me with shorts, you said earlier, why does this guy watch me so much when he's just hating me? And I have a lot of shorts that I cannot avoid. Like I click the button and I try to click, I'm not interested in this. And it doesn't let me. And then because I've interacted with that short at all, YouTube then gives it to me more. So how do you feel about the concept that, like, I'm almost supposing right now that I think the medium is almost kind of throwing you to the wolves here, where I think that anytime somebody who says something controversial will end up being shown mostly to the people on the two polarizing sides of it. And I want to try to be a guy in the middle of it, but do you agree with my assessment there, where it's like the people who are seeing your videos, I think, are actually the extremes of the people who love you and hate you, and the people in between just kind of, they don't get, the algorithm doesn't pump the video out for you.
That's something that I try to think about. Like one example of this is, once again, talking about leaks, right? Raven and Azazina leaked at Evo. And what I did when I was covering that is I used a picture of Blade in the thumbnail. And everyone was really upset. They were like, oh, like you spoiled Evo reveal. And from that point on, I tried to, hide the real crazy stuff. Like I'll just say like, DLC leak for Tekken 8. I won't use a picture of Blade or, something that describes it. So that way, if you do run into it, you can avoid it. Now, a lot of the times I can't do that. I can't, the topic is just so specific to where I can't be ambiguous like that. But, I do try to keep that in mind. And when I can, like another example, right? EWC just ended, and I was talking about how Ulsan won. And when I made that video, I seen a couple of people talking about how, oh, you just spoiled the tournament. Now, like, I'm not going to watch it, right? And that comment had a bunch of likes. And when that person said that, it was like 3 comments. I felt kind of bad. I was like, that wasn't my intent to like spoil the tournament. But at the same time, as someone who covers like Tekken heavily, how would I obscure that to where it doesn't spoil?
So that one I can't. I think that's a bit silly, because obviously EWC post up the winner with a photo and stuff. So I feel like people are just kind of nitpicking with the hate when it comes to you, because like more time, if I don't watch the tournament and I'm like locked into the tournaments, like Twitter stuff like that, it will show me who is the winner, who came top 3, who came top 5, whatever. If you want to, like, I don't know, like moving forward, if you want to like not hurt like a certain audience with that, I think the best thing to do is probably do a silhouette of a character or a silhouette of something, and then obviously maybe like when 2 days or 3 days is gone, then have another thumbnail where you actually show the character. Does that make sense? So like we're talking about Raven as a center, maybe like get a render and cut out around as a center and Raven, put them in a thumbnail, and then obviously like in a couple of days time when everyone's kind of seen it, then you could kind of show that thumbnail with the one where it actually shows the characters. Does that make sense?
Yeah, things like that I try to do. Like if it's something that's going to be like spoiler kind of, I try to be very careful with what I do with the I usually, when it's something that I feel people would get spoiled by, I usually just show like, I'll find like random brick wall text, something that looks Tekken related on Google, and then I'll just put words. I'll just put like DLC leak, just some ambiguous term. So like I try to, you know, be mindful of that, but at the same time, everyone's going to be spoiled by everything, you know, so I can't protect everyone on the internet, and it's not my job to, like, you know, if you subscribe to, you know, and I know a lot of people don't subscribe as well, and they just like bro was saying, where it just pops up in the feed or whatnot. I get that. Basically I could do as much as I can to mitigate spoilers and stuff, but I can't protect everyone, you know.
Yeah. So I just want to say too, I have actually had this gripe with I mean, I don't want to go to say this right, but I really would like for YouTube to add a tournament setting so that when I'm watching like some sort of top 8 and all that that's been posted, it doesn't show me how far along in the video I am, because there's nothing worse than you're like about to get a reset and then you move the mouse and then you see there's no time left and it's like, oh, there's no reset. You know, like it just like sometimes it gives you, so sometimes it is honestly on, I think the platform should have like a spoiler thing, like Discord has it, where it's you type a message and then you click a button and it'll have like a spoiler thing where it's covered. You know, like I really feel like that'd be dope if YouTube could do that for like thumbnails and shorts, but I think that might drive disengagement. I don't know.
Yeah, I used to watch Smite tournaments, and the tournaments last like, or the match lasts like 40 minutes, and then they have like 3 matches, right? Well, it's like a best of 3. But like, yeah, if you're watching the VOD back and you see it's only, you know, 80 minutes, you know, they only played 2 matches instead of the full set. So whoever wins that first one, you know, they already won the second one. So
Exactly.
yeah, like I'm aware of like a lot of these things, and I definitely do my best to navigate it, but you know, sometimes it's uncontrollable.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
we
thanks for having me on,
need-
Mike. Yeah,
I appreciate it, bro. No, I was looking at the time. I was like, shit.
Yeah. King J, nice seeing you, man. Keep doing good work. You know, follow him. Great streamer. Play more Lydia.
Appreciate
you later.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Play more Lydia. What the fuck? Oh, hell no. There's no way he left on that. Fuck that character.
Character's cheap. I love that character, man.
All right, let's get the next guy in here. Dragon Eye.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, bro?
Not much, man. I got the big heater turned off just for King J, in case he was asking. Oh, man.
That's good, man.
No, man. It's you know it's good, but so I honestly don't understand what they hate with the Moonsault. I don't know how to pronounce your name perfect. Sometimes I see it as L, like Moonsault Slayer, but the thing with you is that I know a lot of people like to call you like a drama channel, right? But I personally don't see you that way. Like you're like kind of like true underdog, you know?
Yeah.
But the thing with that is that I have never seen a community that gets so like bent out of shape over leaks, because going like from the Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter community, right? Whenever skins leak out, typically most people are like kind of like either excited or they don't get mad about it. But in Tekken, for some reason, I don't know what it is, but y'all like get bent out of shape over it. Like, why is that?
Do you know what I think it is? I've got an answer for Moonsault. I just think because Moonsault is different. He's not like, you know, he's not what Tekken has seen before. Tekken, in terms of content creators, they're either commentators, they're either professional players that compete, and then they showed like, you know, what like their tournament runs, and then that's about it. There is nothing new, and when there is something new, everyone gets upset. You know, we've seen this happen with a lot of like new Tekken content creators. Like if it's not the same stuff, like if it's not reactions, if it's not like, you know, the guides, if it's not all of those things, then people just get upset. So it's just very, very weird at this point. I think obviously Moonsault, he's not a Tekken that you're like, no disrespect Moonsault, but you're not like a professional player of that level. But your content is like you talk about the game from your perspective, and I feel like there's a lot of elitist stuff that happens in this kind of community where if they see that he can't play it, he can't get God of Destruction 1, 2, 3, 4, but he's talking about the game, he's talking about loads of different things about it, people just don't like that. I'm not saying it's everyone. I like his content because his content is informative. He talks about like stuff, you know, if there's a leak or if there's something that, like, for example, I was watching you're talking about the Harada thing where he's speaking about Lucky Chloe, made a tweet about it, and all of those things, they're interesting, man. Like it's good to know. Like if I don't see the Moonsault Slayer post or anything like that, I'm not gonna know too much about what's going on with Tekken because no one else really covers that type of stuff. Do you know what I mean? No one.
I
No
mean,
one
DL
really
the
covers.
way G does, like when he covers the leaks, like people go after him too. Like the other day, I was watching one of Slayer's videos. I don't know if it was like a leak video, but someone in his comments was like, "You're ruining the game for everyone." Like they went after him hard for that.
But I don't think it's their fault. Like I know people are gonna be like, oh, but that's the other industries. But in all walks of different industries, music gets leaked and people will listen to it, react to it. Like, and no one says anything about that. Movies,
Yeah.
when there's information about characters, like they've shown like majority of the Street Fighter cast, where like you got Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns as wrestlers, that got leaked, and no one said anything. But then all of a sudden, anything to do with Tekken, everyone gets upset, and it's like, why? And then they will say certain like things like, oh, yeah, he just wants the money, because obviously if you cover leaks, then it's going to be a lot of people that want to know what's happening with the leak or what's going on, so you get a lot of revenue from it. But at the same time, it's like,
God forbid someone makes money on YouTube.
You
Like,
know
God
what?
forbid.
You know
That's what
what
I'm
is interesting? There's one content creator who called me out for making leaks. Like back when the leaks were happening, bro was like, the people who talk about leaks are terrible. But fast forward a year later, and now that person is, whenever there is a leak, that person interacts with the leak. When Marduk and Fakram, before they released, that person was talking about them. And I mean,
who's the creator?
Hybuff Gigas. Hybuff Gigas called me out for talking about leaks.
Oh,
But before Marduk was revealed, and or he's still not revealed, but Fakram, he talks about it now. So this is what I mean when I say hypocrisy. He talked trash about me for talking about leaks, and a year later, now he's doing it.
Yeah, but
that's the same people, that get upset about Moonsault talking about whatever. Will go onto Main Man's channel, see that he doesn't like Horang, right? Because he uploaded that video about Horang and everyone got upset by it. He does a follow-up and these guys are bent out of shape. Like some of them are losing it. And I'm like, you understand that's a character, yeah? And you're losing it at this guy for having a take on a character, which everybody else can see. We can all see what Horang's doing, right? But it's not that deep. He's just a character. And they're losing their minds over that, sending hate over a character. But they get upset at Moonsault because, like, if Moonsault, for example, sees that situation, he'll talk about it on YouTube, being like, Main Man made a video about Horang players are angry. They won't look at the fact that they were spewing hatred at Main Man for pointing something out everyone can see. They'll get angry at Moonsault Slayer for talking about them spewing hatred. Do you see what I mean? That is backwards.
Yeah, like going back to Mortal Kombat 1 when Chaos Reigns got leaked, like the entire DLC roster, like nobody was really like getting mad about it, but whenever Falcon got leaked, like everybody was just going after all the content creators that were talking about it because it hadn't been revealed yet. And then like didn't like the entire base roster get leaked like back in November before that game came out?
Yep.
It was like on Reddit, I think. That's where I seen it, and everybody was saying, like, I think like the leaker was getting like death threats or something like that, and they were like doxing him over that.
So dumb, man. I go outside, fucking idiots. Like, what is wrong with you?
There was one person who messaged me and he was like, if I ever see you at a tournament, I'm gonna punch you in the face. And I was like, all right.
Damn.
That's crazy. Dude, you know what? Don't worry, bro. Like, people were telling technicals for years if he showed up to a tournament, he's gonna die. And then he went to Evo and people were taking pictures of him. So you know what Twitter's like. No, I'm not saying that there isn't crazy people out there. There is definitely a crazy person that will make they'll make sure on their promises, but most people are just talking shit for the sake of it. They're just spewing nonsense. And I don't take, I mean, me and Jay have had it ourselves. I've been told 100 times, if you show up to this, if you show up to that. The guy that was sending me death threats for like a whole year comes up to me at Comic-Con and says, hey Mike, it's just a joke. Cool? I was like, bro, get away from me, fucking moron, man. You've been calling me brown this, garbage human being that, and then you're shaking my hand. I was like, just go away, man. Don't want to talk to you.
Bro,
Yeah, there's some like crazy people online, but the thing is that like I've been online like long enough to know like when people are just like saying stuff just to say them, and like who's actually like means it. Because like some of those people that are actually like deranged, like whenever like based on their tone, like they can tell like they really hate you, you know? Like
Yeah. No, you got to be careful. There was one guy. He messaged me, and he sent me a voice note. He was furious, and I could hear in his voice that he was from Croydon. I could just hear the accent, and I was like, "Do you know what? I'm gonna back down from this one. I ain't fighting no guy from Croydon. Sometimes it's not worth it." If for those of you
Yeah.
that are in America listening, Croydon is our version of Compton or whatever.
I don't know.
area
I don't know if I've ever told this story on YouTube before, but I had this one time like a couple years ago in Call of Duty where I made somebody mad, and like most of the time, like you just shit talk on there, right? But this guy like followed me into like a private lobby and then just continued the argument through there, and he basically like threatened me with like a firearm, you know. So I'm not gonna go into and like too deep into it because I don't know if that'll get Mike demonetized, but it's like crazy. Like this dude was going like in depth of what he was gonna do to me if he saw me. I was like, God damn.
Yeah,
What I did is like
some
block the
people
dude.
you gotta walk away from the conversation because
Yeah.
you forget even in the moment that you're talking. This all started over a game, like main man talking about Horang, or like I remember like because I met Jay back in the Tag 2 days back in 2012, and I was playing Jinpachi, right, and loads of people hated that character, and people would send me all kinds of madness on PS3 chat, like just bare hate, and I would say to them, yeah, I know Jinpachi's better powerful. Like I know I'm probably carried on some level, so it's not that deep. And then they just sort of like stop. But I think if you lean into it, like I remember when Feng got his back turn 2 nerfed and it didn't launch anymore back when they did that first change. And they're like, oh, how'd you feel about that, Mike? And I was like, I'm gonna sleep the same, bro. It's not that deep. Some people get really attached to these characters.
Yeah. I had a dude the other day where I lost to him in Mortal Kombat, and he just started teabagging me. He's like, I bet you feel like shit now. And I'm like, not really, no. Like, he's like, how does that make you feel? Like some of these people, like they don't like log off the game, but like they take it like way too personal. But
yeah, well, no, I'll be honest. I when someone one and dones me, my blood does boil.
Honestly, the one and dones aren't too bad. The thing that really honestly gets me is whenever it's like a tie, and then they leave on a tie. That's what gets me.
Yeah, Blackheart did that to me.
Like that happened to me today. That's happened to me several times today. Like people, like I'll beat them the first game, I'll rematch them, then they beat me, they key charge, and then they leave, and it's 1-1. I'm like today, I've tried a new thing of not getting too mad at that, but it's just like, why can't we just finish the set? Like, like what happens if I won the first game and I just left? Like, I would be on Reddit forums, everything. Oh, King J Lee's on the one goal. Like, but then when I'm doing the run back, I don't know their names or remember their names. I just kind of like, oh, whatever. So it's just like, we could just do a first to 2. That would be so sick. Even if you win the first to 2 and you key charge me, all right, cool, whatever. But
yo, King J, I had a guy once where it was like a tie, right? Like exactly how you said it. But when right before he left, he had his mic on, and he's like, I'm not about to keep fighting you. You're never gonna find out how this ends. And he just leaves. Like they know what they're doing. It's like they know.
That's crazy.
It's like you'll never find out who wins or loses, and he just lives on a tie.
That's hilarious. You know, I couldn't even hate him if he said that to me.
I busted out like I was kind of like half mad, but like I couldn't help but bust out laughing because that like sounded like it was like some super villain stuff right there.
Did you have anything you want to ask Moonsault? Yeah. Just because there's a long line.
Yeah, I got you. So, with regards to season 2, how are we feeling about it, boys?
I mean, it's getting a little better, but they need to do more. They need to actually nerf characters. Those new moves were all atrocious.
They still haven't fixed that?
Not really. No. I think the one new move the one that I can remember was Kazuya's. They reverted to tracking, but a lot of those new moves shouldn't exist. Like, I think here's the thing, right? I'm a Yoshi main. A lot of people, blame me for the way that Yoshimitsu is, but people got to realize that I dislike this Yoshimitsu. This Yoshimitsu is the most un-Yoshi to ever Yoshi. They took away all of his unblockables and they gave him cheap, garbage pressure. And he's not supposed to have that. The reason why he has his gimmicks is because he can't pressure you and check you and lock you up, right? But if you give him that, he becomes a monster. So I think the developers they gotta allow the characters to be the characters. They can't force every character to be rushed down because what I don't know. I think season 2, Fakaram is decent. Armor King needs to be decent, but we also need balancing.
I remember I was watching a stream of yours last year back in season 1 where you had Yoshimitsu out and I think you were playing rank, but you know how he spins around because I haven't played Tekken 8 in a while. You know that move where he spins?
Yeah.
I seen you do like the spinning thing over and over while your opponent was just running away, and I was like, bro, what the hell is this? Looks like a damn Beyblade. Like,
yeah, you gotta throw him off.
Yeah, but the thing with season 2 is like honestly, Mortal Kombat 1's rank season ends at the end of the day, and I hit God rank, and I had some people asking me, "Are you gonna grind out the Tekken 8 rank system?" And I'm like looking at it, but I'm like, I don't know, man. It doesn't look fun. Like none of the content creators think it's like good. It's just too inconsistent.
It's not fun because the game is so stressful.
Yeah,
like Tekken 8 is the most stressful fighting game I've ever played in my life. And the thing is, Tekken's always been a high stress game because just for the fact that it's got all those characters with all those moves. But this Tekken in particular, whenever I'm playing it, I'm like, I am not having fun. I just feel like I am trying my best to survive. I don't feel like I'm having a good time. So I actually think the ranking system is not too bad. The God 1 to Infinity, it seems pretty difficult to obtain, but the methods in which you need to take to get there, I don't know. It's not for me. If people are having fun with it, that's fine.
Yeah, like the way I see Tekken 8, like it's like perfectly how you describe it. It's kind of like Super Smash Bros. It's kind of like a party game. You just go in there, play casually for like 30 minutes, and then kind of like log off and repeat the next day. I just don't see like it's just not competitive enough. And it's a shame because like we gotta wait a while until they try again on the next game. So
all right, bro. Well, I need to get the next person in here because this queue is building.
Gotcha, bro. But right before I hop off, I don't know if CF4 is watching this, but congratulations at Evo. And catch you guys next time.
Take care, bro.
Easy, man.
We gotta find someone who like really hates the Moonsault Slayer. I be trying to find people like who really like this guy's the worst, and I be trying to hear their opinion so I can learn from them, but they're just never there.
You know what's crazy? You're never gonna get those type of people, Moonsault Slayer, man. The problem is that a lot of those people that dislike you, even the names you mentioned, these people or the people that similarly dislike me, they say stuff behind closed doors. You can invite them to talk to you, but they ain't gonna turn up. They ain't gonna say anything. This is what they like.
Yeah. You're gonna get that on Twitter because on Twitter they can post a message and then everybody else can do the dogpiling for them.
Yep.
A lot of people, and this is just evidenced by the fact that they don't say it to you when they see you at events. Like Jay went to Versus fighting recently, and the fact that like I don't go on the attack on people. I bring them on here. Obviously, if they say something I don't like, I'll point it out. But we give people free reign to say whatever they want, and as soon as this ends, the yapping will begin on Twitter. And they were watching. There's 970 people watching right now between Twitter and YouTube. So you've got some detractors watching, obviously. And they'll yap away. And I'm not talking for anyone that's saying Millie, I'm not talking about Millie. I ain't got a problem with Millie. That's between Millie and Moonsault. I'm just talking about people in general. They'll yap away for hours on Twitter, but then they'll pretend like they didn't see you streaming. And it's because they can't really string a sentence together. Most of the things that they type, they probably got it from ChatGPT. So you expecting them to show up here? Yeah, it's fat chance of that happening. This is highly unlikely. Right, let me get the next person here, which is RJ Umbra. Just to give people in the queue an idea of how it's gonna go. It's RJ Umbra, then Tired Eyes, then Duke, ASD Network, Nebula Breathing. Blackheart's coming here. I'll bring on Blackheart after to join us. So I know he's only gonna be here for a bit. RJ,
yo. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Man's good, bro. Man's good. We're saying King J.
Yeah.
My boy. Alright, bro, cool. Bro, I wanted to talk about like obviously Moonsault and also like bro, King J like on Twitter, yeah. That one spam brother. I don't know why he's on to you, bro. Why is he on to you?
Some people just don't like the fact that obviously, I do what I do. I've been doing it for a very long time. Obviously, since coming back, things have not been the same as how it was before, but they don't like the fact that, I keep on going no matter what. Like, it might not be the same. The numbers might not be the same. The viewership might not be the same, but we're still working. And I think the thing is, but like, obviously, with myself and Moonsault has been going on no matter no matter what hate has gone on. He's just been pushing. No matter what hate that I've had, I keep pushing. And they don't like people to just keep pushing them, even if they get backlash. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
They kind of want people to be a bit weak-minded and be like, all right, cool, I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna do content. Like, it's like, bro, when like obviously Warning did what he did, I don't even want to speak about him too much, but obviously when he did what he did, for me, I looked at that and I said, hold on, this guy is coming for me when he just tweeted about his whole life about, like his life is going down the drain. And you just randomly attack me. And it's like, bro, you don't even know. Like, obviously, I don't tweet about my personal problems or if I have my issues or whatever on the internet. You have publicly shown people this, and you want to attack me for something that's not even true. And then even when, you like, obviously, Mortal corrected him and showed him that, right, I don't view bot and this and other. He's in like, oh, I don't take it serious. That's like, what? You tried to insinuate that I done something that I don't even do. And then now you're like, oh, why do you take it? He's like, he's asking everyone, why do you not take it so serious? It's like, bro, shut the fuck up.
Bro, I clocked that one that spam guy, yeah. Bro, he's actually like a weird brother. I saw him like on a tweet, yeah, like through not like a year ago, yeah. I was just looking through some tweets and he was like being Islamophobic, bro.
Swear.
Yeah, bro, like he was posting some mad picture. I don't know if I can put it up here right now. But I want to check
maybe not.
Yeah. But it was like a picture in it, and he was trying to violate Muslims in it. It was a tweet at Dev. I don't know if you know him. It was at Dev.
Yeah.
And yeah, because obviously he looks like Muslim in it, and he tried to post like a picture, and yeah. But I just clocked, man, that when I spam, he's just a miserable guy. He's actually a miserable guy, bro.
It's like I said. I hope he recovers. Like even though he was trying to put some hate on towards me, and obviously his community don't really like me. It's fine, but at the same time, I don't wish anyone to be like miserable. I wish he has success in his life. I wish him happiness, no matter what he thinks about me. I'm still gonna be doing what I'm doing, man. That's all that is.
Bro, it's like everyone in the tech community right now is a bit miserable, man. Like everyone's onto each other.
Bro, I'm be honest, bro. It's Tekken 8 season 2. No, like there's nothing going on. Like obviously, Fakaram has dropped. I think people even forgot that Fakaram dropped not too long ago. No one's really playing that character. The game is miserable. You're just blocking and you're getting punished to block. There ain't no skill in it. Like, I'm losing to like random people. Everyone else is losing to random people. You can't ever sit there and say, all right, cool, this is my skill. This is what I've learned from Tekken today. No one is learning anything. We're just going on the game and we're just putting some buttons together, some combos together, some maybe changing up the moves, and we're just hoping for the best of the result. And that's why I think that it's a really bad game. And I know, obviously, like I'm not on a payroll, so I'm able to say that, but a lot of these pro players that are in teams and stuff like that, they're not able to say that. I'm just trying to tell people what other people want to say, but they just can't say. Do you get what I'm saying?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of enjoy Tekken 8 right now, though. Not gonna lie. Like,
Who do you play?
I'm playing Jin. I think Jin is calm in season 2. Like he's balanced.
Yeah,
balanced.
No, Jin ain't like. No, Jin is not like top 10. So
what rank? What's the rank?
I'm GOD right now, so I'm playing in GOD.
Okay. I mean, GOD is respectable.
Yeah,
GOD is respectable. Yeah. But
no, RJ is leveled up a lot because I met RJ on ranked in season 1. And
bro, before he used to stream.
Yeah. Like we ran into each other, and then I started seeing my stream, so he's definitely leveled up quite a bit.
Wait, I've played you before, I think. RJ.
Yeah, I played you before. I remember I played with Jin in season 1. I mean, I versed you a pool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I remember seeing the name.
Pool, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's sick though. But like, yeah, no, the game is just, I don't know, man. Like, I tried my hardest not to be miserable at the game. Like today, I tried so hard to not rage. I didn't rage, which is sick. But I was playing Asuka, so I didn't need to rage. You know what I'm saying? If I lost, it was just yeah, I lost, innit? But I'm playing a top tier character. But like you see that if I go and play like a lot of people wanted me to do the GOD1 to GOD2 run, but I ain't gonna lie, playing Leroy is mad stressful. Like, and I have to really lock in, and that's sad because if this was Tekken 7, I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna do it today. I have to be in the right mood. I wouldn't even think about it. It's just when the day is there, I'm playing. Do you get what I'm saying? And
yeah. Well, you know what I clocked though, like with like Tekken 8, yeah, there was never that Tekken 7, there was not that much controversy where everyone was like onto each other and no one was really getting onto like Moonsault like that, and no one's really getting to King J. But now everyone's like, you look at Planet Medusa, like he's just going ham. Like he's just going mental.
I think everyone's just bored. Like no one's really, let's just be honest. Like no one's really happy with this game. You know, I think we've been through the whole of Tekken 7. We waited till Tekken 8 came out. Tekken 8 comes out, and it's not what we wanted. I don't think anyone really wants the game to be like this. You know, I've spoken to like a lot of like the top players overseas, like just like not like on Twitter openly, but I've asked them like, what do they think about Tekken 8? And they say they don't like it. A lot of them say they don't like it, and it's just like it's sad because the devs they're doing their best. Obviously, I always say to people, don't dogpile the devs and stuff like that. I do feel like they are moving very slow with updating this stuff because I've looked at games like Fatal Fury, I've looked at Street Fighter, and Street Fighter they update most of the time. They update once a year. From what I know, like once a year they'll have a big like patch, and then things would then we'll just have to play it for where it is. But like Fatal Fury, they've been updating like frequent. There's like been like at least 4 or 5 patches, and it's just been frequent. If there's like a bug, boom. If there's like an infinite, boom. But like Tekken, it's like we're openly giving them content, free content, where they could actually say, all right, cool, watch these people. They're telling you the reasons why these moves are busted. And they're still like, oh, okay, we're gonna give Devil Jin a while standing 14 frame launcher. And it's like, that's not what Devil Jin needed. Devil Jin had these issues, these bug issues that needed to be fixed. But you've now given him 14 frame low, like while standing launcher. It makes no sense. So I feel like, and then we've got characters like Armor King. Don't get me wrong, Armor King's coming back and he's gonna be interesting. But then Mirizu, that could go really left, based on the track record of what's happened with Tekken 8, because apparently she's meant to have like animals fighting style as well. And it's like, that could go wrong. Like they could literally have all of these things that we probably never asked for, and everyone could go crazy. But then we could also say it's good. But yeah, it's just crazy.
Depends if he has execution.
But that Tekken is Tekken 8. There's no execution in Tekken 8, bro, for new characters. That's out the window.
Yeah, but man, I want to talk about Moonsault, man. I like watching Moonsault's content. Like I wake up, like sometimes I just play him on the background, like when I'm just doing my thing, like eating. But like sometimes he's very clickbait. Like there's a lot of clickbait, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like the Deadpool, I recently saw the Deadpool thingy, and like, bro, I can't like Deadpool's not come to Tekken 8, bro. Let's be real.
You think that's clickbait? That's what Harada literally said.
Yeah, but like the way you put in the thumbnail, like it looks like he's coming into Tekken 8, but he's definitely not gonna come in Tekken 8, bro.
I mean, Harada said he wanted to add Deadpool. What am I supposed to say?
Yeah, but like to be fair, like you're right in it, but it's still like a bit.
That's not really clickbait though, because if Harada's talking about Deadpool, then what character is he supposed to put in the thumbnail?
You're right.
It was a literal question. Someone asked him, "What guest characters do you want?" And he said, "I want Deadpool, John Wick, Trump." You know.
Yeah, like bro, come on, be realistic though.
I mean, I like obviously I don't. I would like for something like that to happen, but I mean, I can't change Harada's words. And if I said Harada wants Deadpool, but that's not going to happen, like, you know what I mean? Like I
don't know, like it just feels a bit pointless to report. But like, I get it, like that's your job, like you need to be doing that, so it's valid.
Yeah, I try to add context as well, because in that same video he was talking about how Lucky Chloe was like a character who has like personality issues, right? And I was just showing how, tweets where, some people were saying they didn't like her. I was also highlighting how like she's one of the most cosplayed, well, Tekken 7 era, she was one of the most cosplayed characters in the game, right? So even though like, Deadpool may be like out of reach or whatever, I still just try to give people that information so they can understand just more context, like why he said this, what the players said in the past. Like, you guys were talking about just a second ago how you want them to update the game now, and I do too. But I also remember the time when players used to get upset at the developers for updating mid tournament. I made a video about it, and I found tweets where players were literally like stop releasing updates while tournaments were going on. And yes, they yes, they should balance the game right now, but when they got backlash for doing that in Tekken 7, you can see why they wouldn't just jump the gun and do it, because like that was a big part of 7. I mean, 7 was a great game, right? And now we're okay with them balancing the game now because it sucks. But let's say they fix it in season 3. In season 3, will we still want them to balance right before tournaments? Like, it's crazy that people don't remember getting upset at the developers for that when they literally tweeted. Some of the same people who say update the game right now are the same people who in the Tekken 7 era said stop updating the game before tournaments. And when they say we are going to delay balance until the tournament is over, that's why. And I'm not saying I agree or whatever. I'm just saying that's the history, right? That's how we got here, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we need to get the next guest in, RJ, because the line is still quite long, bro.
Cool.
Appreciate you coming on, man.
Thank you,
bro.
All right. Now we're gonna have Blackheart join us on this whilst we get the next guest in. Blackheart, listen before I bring you in here, because we're gonna get Tired Eyes on next. Blackheart, I know you're very upset right now. I know me being higher on the tier list really upset you, but you do need to chill, okay? Blackheart.
Yo, guys, sorry. Sorry. Wait.
Take the mic out of your mouth.
No. Right. Now it's okay. Is it okay now? Huh?
I don't even know if Moonsault is alive. He hasn't responded.
I was shocked. I was stun locked. That's like
no, sorry. Because okay, is it okay now? Is it okay now?
It's fine now.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, so I was looking a little bit of at the conversation, and of course, first of all, hi guys! What a beautiful crossover! What a beautiful crossover here, by the way. First of all, it's beautiful that we are all together here: Blackheart, Moonsault, KJ, Mike, the best of the best. The best of the best ever. By the way, apart from this, I was looking a little bit of the conversation, and it really struck me about the part of the hypocrisy, in the Tekken community. And it's something that I feel very often. You know what I feel sometimes? Sometimes I feel there's a little bit of, let's say, almost. I don't want to say that in really in derogatory terms, but it's really something that I feel like some kind of mafia. You know what I feel like? If you are not in certain circles of content creators or in certain circles of friendships and so on, you start being watched in a different angle, let's say. Okay, that's what I feel sometimes. For example, Moonsault is a very independent guy. He does his own shit, and that's all. Same with me, mostly. Like, of course, I am friends with other content creators, but like, let's say I'm doing things my own way. Okay, so it almost seems like sometimes if you're not in certain circles of friendships, in some certain circles of content creator, areas and so on, you start being viewed as a bad person. Not only that, but of course, you pointed out yourself, Mike. Some weeks ago, probably, the fact that some people were actually trying to cancel other people for being friends with you, something like this. And
yeah, I can't be
yeah,
it wasn't people just because it was sponsors and organizations telling players that if they interact with me, that they're no longer going to be affiliated with them, and that they would have to go out of their way to either delete me from their profiles or block me. So this wasn't just random people. This was sponsors, and unfortunately, the players wouldn't come forward and tell me who the sponsors were. Obviously, for monetary reasons, they won't say
Yeah.
my sponsor's the one
Yeah.
that did it. But yeah, that's what was happening.
And that's what I feel sometimes, you know. Like people sometimes think it's so free to discredit others, or just because you're not in their friendships and so on. It happened to King J too. You remember the whole story about the Discord group and so on, you know, when things got bad and so on. And I don't know if it's a case, but some people that these days don't say no drama, please. I hate drama. We're in these discords, by the way, and not only that. So yeah, I don't want to make public names because I don't want to have drama. You know, I'm not a drama creator. I just play the game, okay? But it feels so hypocritical. It feels so hypocritical that these people say no drama. I don't want to have beef with anybody, but they talk shit about anybody else that's not in their group of friends. Okay, and same happened to me some days ago. Okay, same happened to me. So apparently, because I have 1 or 2 people in my block list, okay, the other matches I do against everybody else in rank doesn't matter. Okay, every run I do, everything I do on stream, every single run to God, everything doesn't matter because I have 2 people I don't want to play with in my block list. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid that people need something to attach to attack, continue, and to you know, to always discredit others. It's so fucking bad. Stay in your own fucking business and do what you want. Do what you do best. Okay. If people want to do content on drama, let them. Okay. Of course. In the moment in which they don't exceed the limit, of course, of doing, I don't know, maybe personal or maybe leaking personal information, you know, you need to be, you know, like maybe discussing about public things, maybe public stuff, you know, of course, that's how you do drama content, let's say, and that's what you do. That's what Moonsault Slayer does, for example, okay? Because of course, guys, you're trash at Tekken, so of course you are gonna do. No, I'm joking. Of course you're gonna do. So of course you're gonna do down content and other things, of course, because you're trash. You don't know how to play. But okay, I've seen Moonsault not punishing any single fucking thing of Kazuya when he was against the buff guy. Moonsault, do you want to learn frame data or not, man? Please, for the love of God, man, do it. But okay, apart from this. Huh?
Didn't I beat you?
What?
Didn't I beat you?
I don't recall, but okay. Maybe that
running into you on ranked and
no.
You beat me in the second game and then left immediately.
No. Don't say bullshit. You're in a fucking dog shit connection. Okay, in a fucking 100 million milliseconds. So
That's
shut up.
You told me that Italian players have bad connections.
Here we go. Here we go. I can name at least 10 countries with worse connection than Italy, okay, and he wouldn't say a thing, okay? Russia, Spain, King J's house has a very bad connection, you know, every single. No, I'm joking. Okay,
I have 1 gig internet, bro. I
have 10 megabyte download, and so I'm so envious of you, bro. Apart from jokes, like it's really sad, you know, that people just can't mind their own business for 2 seconds. And again, in my case, it only happened because, again, I'm not denying that a year ago. So we are talking about a year ago. Okay, I blocked one guy, because I had it on my balls. One guy, one. Okay. So because of that, since then, oh my God, I block everybody I used to. Oh, here we go. Doesn't matter that I stream every single run and I lose against everybody. Doesn't matter. All the streams I did on stream, playing against everybody in rank, that doesn't matter. Okay. Apparently now I'm a cherry picker for some people. Okay. I just wanted to address this publicly now that I'm here, also because I wanted to talk about this. And I think it's really bad. You know, I think that in the moment in which you're not a pro player, or in which, I don't know, you're not a classic content creator, you're immediately shit or immediately have to be judged on something. It's so bad. It's so bad. And I really wanted to, you know, to be free from this, from this immense weight on me. Okay. It's just sad, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm very sorry that this happened to Moonsault, of course, and I don't know, like also. What I wanted to say is how do you deal with this? I would like to hear some of opinions on Moonsault because he's very criticized. Okay, so maybe it also is a form of suggestion because when people criticize me, okay, and I know it's fake, I know it's false. Okay, I get so angry, and I get rage baited like frame zero. Like if someone rage bait, I immediately answer with with all of my rage with Italian. So I want to ask Moonsault, how do you deal with this? Like personally, do you respond to this? Do you suffer from this? Like, what is your personal emotions when something like this happens? When people attack you, like this? Because maybe I can have some kind of inspiration. Because every time they attack me,
you gotta let him answer the question.
yeah. Go. Yeah.
So I think
fucking idiot,
that boy, black card.
fucking idiot. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think there's two type of criticisms, right? There's constructive and deconstructive, right? What tweets like the one that Joka made, there's nothing to learn from, right? There's nothing to take away. But then you have other tweets or you have other criticisms where it is something there to, be like, oh, okay, this person's right, this and you gotta not have the ego and be able to admit that you're wrong. You know what I mean? Like if someone gives you a valid criticism, blocking the guy or banning them in your chat or something like that stuff, it's lame. You got to be able to admit when you're wrong and when the criticism is fair. And
okay,
I think it's easy for me now to tell when someone is like really giving criticism and they want me to do better versus when someone is just like, I don't like this guy and I want to make it known to the world, right? That's really how some of these things come off. And there's nothing to take away. It's like, okay, you don't like me, fine. I don't even know you, right? I don't have an opinion of you, right? So you are drawing all these negative emotions, because to hate someone, you got to fester that hatred, right? So you're channeling all of this negative energy for someone who is not even bothered, right? So it's like, I think a lot of people don't social media is very negative and it feeds off that negativity, and I think a lot of people are captured by it. And I try to be very aware of like how social media can encourage you to steamroll like that. And I try to forgive people. Like even though we're talking about Joka right now, I don't hold anything against Joka. I think that he probably thought that tweet was the best thing to do, and he probably didn't know how else to channel his feelings. And
Say.
Yeah, King J apparently cannot do either because he's laughing.
Wait.
Look at him.
No, because he said he probably thought that was the best thing to do. It's kind of funny, bro, because that's not the best thing to do. So,
well,
anyways,
a lot of people they're short-sighted. They can't think of here's an example, right? It's easier to destroy than it is to build, right? Trying to help someone along is helping them is helping build them, right? And some people may not have the tools to do that. You may be really good at Tekken, but your ability to help and guide someone, you just aren't there, right? So a lot of these people do what they know how to do, and that's destroy, right? So I try not to hold it against them. It's just the only thing they know, right? Like if I was to build, like some kind of toy Lego thing in front of a baby, they're gonna want to interact with it, but they can't do so in a way to assist. All they know how to do is just jump on it and destroy. And that's what people are doing with me, is that they don't know how to help Moonsault. They can only hurt.
So yeah, I want to ask you a question. Sorry, Black. I want to ask you a question because,
sure.
like, obviously, I don't like Joka for my personal reasons. But did Joka publicly say he does not like you, or was it all indirect? Like, what was the?
Well, it was so. I could be very much wrong, and he's not talking about me at all, right? But when he makes a tweet calling out drama content creators, and our 2 hours after, you know, my buff guy situation, you know, main man reacted to it. And then also all of the people in the chat is tagging me. He should be like, whoa, guys, why are you guys tagging him? Leave him alone. Didn't do that. They allow these people to, you know, hate. And that speaks volumes, right? If I did something and I seen like, you know, you or Blackheart Mike getting tagged in, I'm gonna be like, wait, like you guys need to chill. And I do it all the time. If people are in my stream and they're talking about even the buff guy situation, right? I had to tell so many people like, bro, y'all chill on buff guy. Like, we're not going to hate buff guy forever. We all have our bad moments. We all do things that we may regret, but we are too ashamed to say it or whatever. So let bro have his time to reflect. Let him think about what he wants to do next. And also, we got to be willing to give him a second chance. He did that for a reason. And, you know, we have to understand that he's human, and humans are, you know, really complex, and they, you know, are sometimes struggle to express things, right? So I don't know. I'm not going to, you know, hold it against people and like, you know, I try to give people second chances. Like,
yeah, but at least if they don't say it's you, yeah. So here's one thing about the internet, yeah. People can say stuff and it can look like the shoe fits in it. So what you're saying about drama content, it could be you. They might be talking about Mike. They might be talking about someone else.
I wish it was Mike. I would love Joka roasting Mike.
Well,
honestly, I would
don't you think they should clear it up? Like, if they're not talking about
they're
me,
never gonna.
Why would they allow their audience to attack?
So what they do. So what I'll explain what people like him does. They will do stuff indirect, so that it's not confrontational and you never know. But they're never gonna be like, oh, I don't like you, Moonsault Slayer, because that's direct and personal. They'll just be like, oh yeah, you know, we don't like people that create drama for this and make it sound like it's a good IG type of, like, I don't know, post. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, it's just obviously you're gonna look and be like, oh, is that me? I just posted this out 3 hours ago, or I posted this out 30 minutes ago, and then now they're saying this. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the problem is if you're not ready to have a confrontation with someone you don't like, just don't call them out. Or don't do this. Just don't say anything. Honestly, it's better to, you know, like it's just sometimes better to shut your mind instead of talking and leave all doubts about your your intelligence, something like this. You know, like, honestly, just let it go. If you're not ready for a direct confrontation with someone and you don't like, for example, it also happened to me. You know, I got called out. I asked for a confrontation. Nothing. You know, people just love to talk shit about others. But when I say, okay, you said this about me, can I please say what is wrong? You know, let's try to chat. Either I got blocked, even though, or banned randomly, even though I was very polite, or this kind of stuff. Like, it's very bad. It's very bad. Like, honestly, I don't like this kind of behavior too. Like, honestly, if you're ready for a confrontation, like also what Fighting Gem did. You know, Fighting Gem did the same. Not talking shit now about everybody, but honestly, it's what happened, because I made a tweet, he answered, we had a confrontation on Twitter, and I said, okay, let's make a podcast today. Let's discuss about. We clearly have different opinions, and he just said, no, he's toxic. I don't want to talk with him, and he did the same with Nova. Like, this kind of I don't like this kind of behavior, because if you're always gonna stay in your echo chamber, you're not ready for a confrontation. Just shut up. Honestly,
I think the main reason why they don't directly tag Moonsault, they don't directly, even in situations, I'm not saying that Joka was talking about me, because I honestly think he was talking about Moonsault, but just in general, when people are doing these sort of things, they won't tag you because they know that you're going to make a video about it. And one of the things they hate about, like, me and Moon, for example, is that obviously making videos and a lot of people watching them generates revenue, and it grows your audience, and they don't want that. They want your audience to disappear. They don't want you to make anything from it. And the other thing is that they would get dog walked in a conversation. They don't know left from right. They don't even know what they're on about half the time. And they say these things very vaguely to let other people do the talking for them. They don't want to do the talking themselves. Joka or somebody else won't appear on here or even ask Moonsault to talk on his channel, because there's not going to be a conversation. Like, the conversation would be over very, very quickly, because what he's talking about is a load of nonsense. I mean, we've spoken about it before. These people create drama. Then they get angry at somebody else mentioning that they created drama. They don't get angry at the people that started the drama. They get angry at people covering something that they already did. So you just got to look at these people sideways like, are you stupid or something? That's why they won't directly tag Moonsault Slayer. That's why they don't directly tag you, maybe Blackheart. That's why they don't tag Technicals, because all of these people are the same. They're just looking to get other people who don't want to do their own research, that maybe have heard something about you in passing and never spoken to you, to dogpile you. And then it feels like to them, they've won because the post has 300,000 views, 100 comments, everyone's cussing you. And some people, like, it works on them. Some people, like, they fold and they're like, I can't take the online harassment, I'm out. And that's really what they're aiming to do. They're aiming to make you fold and disappear.
Yeah, but in fact, what happened, for example, in my case, I was playing against Super Akuma. Not the first player around. Someone interested. But then you are cherry picker. I was literally playing to one of Europe's best players, and for some reason I cherry pick. That's why I don't like this kind of behavior, because honestly, you trash talk players you don't even know. Okay, you never interacted with. Okay, and then now also a public figure like everybody else. Because I had trouble with some of the people around your area, now you're gonna assume like I do this with everybody else. That's why it made me so mad, because I personally know the work I did, and the work I do every day on stream to create good content and to play in ranked at the highest maximum level of play, and I have to get called out because I don't like one person. No, just no. Okay, and that's why I feel this is so bad, and I completely agree with you. Personally,
one of the worst things that I've witnessed so far is that when Shinblade came to me and he said he wants to come on here to talk about his situation, and at some point, whenever that comes to be, and then I struck up a conversation with him and whatever, and I brought him on here and we were talking, and people were saying to me, "Don't let Shinblade talk. Don't let him talk." These people were on there dogpiling this guy. He could not defend himself because of the amount of people that were dogpiling him, and then got angry at me because I gave him a chance to speak about something. Do you understand? These are the kinds of people that we're dealing with it. They want to push certain people down so they don't have a voice, make them sound like the worst people imaginable. They'll do the same with Moonsault Slayer. They'll say to me, why did you have him on here, Mike? Why don't you shut the fuck up? Let's start there. And mind your own business. If you don't like it, don't watch. Okay. And second of all, instead of sneak dissing these people that I bring on here, why don't you come on here and tell them while they're sitting here? But you guys,
I have a confrontation.
You're in my DMs. You're posting on Twitter when I'm sitting here, and I'm very open with people. And I'm like, you can come on here and tell us what you want to say. You don't want to. Moonsault is sitting right here. Shinblade was here before. And you guys are in my DMs, and then you're messaging me on Twitter saying, "Oh, Mike brings on so and so." Where are you? It's always, "Oh, you bring on certain content creators." I welcome everybody. It's just certain people show up and certain people don't. Because you're keyboard warriors. That's all it is. So as long as we establish that, then you stay in your lane, and I'll keep on doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course this shows because for example, you remember how we met. We met in negative terms, but then we confronted each other because we were both open to a conversation, and we became friends. That's how it happens. That's normal behavior, I guess. Normal human behavior, I guess. But some people are not built like that. They just start shit, and then when you confront them, they either disappear or ignore you, and they continuously do their job. Okay, I guess. Okay, I guess.
Did you want to stay on? We're gonna bring on Tie Dyes.
Yeah, I can stay a little bit on if I can. If you want, I can stay a little bit on.
All right, cool. Just before we bring on Tie Dyes, Tekken is my world. Thank you for the $2. Am I crazy for wanting to Shadow the Hedgehog in Tekken 8? What? Yes, you're crazy. Well, whatever you're smoking, stop that. That, of course. What, you want him to use Chaos Control as his heat?
I want Harry Potter.
No. Come on, guys. We'll kill him, Tekken. Tom, thank you for the $10. The reason why the Tekken community is so toxic now in comparison to the past is because the validation is easier to grab because of how brain dead the game has become.
Yeah.
Could
be. Yeah. Could be. Mm.
I think the more you lower the skill ceiling on something, the more you open up the gates, I guess. And I guess it's good to have more people playing, but at what cost? Like Tekken does
Ah,
feel like it's kind of lost itself a little bit.
yeah.
All
We
right,
know
let me
about
bring
this.
in Tired Eyes. Tired Eyes, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So let me get started then with a few things to Moonsault Slayer. I also just wanted to start by saying you guys have been awesome. Love watching the streams. Thanks, Mike, for all the streams. King J as well. Now with Moonsault,
You're
right?
welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, you too, Blackheart. I haven't forgotten about you.
No. Just King J, Mike. Don't worry. Just. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
So with Moonsault, right? I mean this with with no hate or love, right? Because it's just want to leave a disclaimer. It's really hard for people to actually come on like you guys and actually show their faces, to put out content and actually do the work, right? So whenever I say stuff like this, I'm critiquing as a person who wants to see you succeed, right? And also just analyzing what I see in other social media. So sometimes I'll read other comments on other social media and be like, okay, this is what people are saying about Moonsault, this, that, and whatever. It might not necessarily be what I'm saying. I can tell you what I think, because I would watch your content a long time ago. So I'm off and on. I won't say I watch every day and whatnot, but I watch it. So what I'll say is, you're incredibly knowledgeable, right, about Tekken. Like some of the things you've said, I've been playing Tekken since way back when, right? And some of the stuff I've heard you speak about in videos, I'm like, bro, I've never heard that before. Like I legit never knew that was a thing. And then I'll be watching your videos, while maybe like going to work or some shit. And then like I'll hear you be like, I've done so much research, this, and Christine, and this, and then I'm just like, huh? It was like the first time. It didn't really matter, right? Then I'm like listening, and then the video will stop, and I'll be like, ah, shit, my net is tweaking or something, right? And then I check the phone, and then I'm like, the video's over, And then I think that happened it happened a few more times, and I'm like, what's happening? And then I'll look at comments on social media, and then people will be saying I don't like how he does the name thing. Mind you, people on Twitter are, Twitter is Twitter. We all know what Twitter is, right? So people find whatever to make fun of you about, right? So you can do whatever you want with your content. I'm just sort of saying what I see people say about you on social media, because I do want you to succeed. I feel like if you found a way to mitigate all of these problems, you'd be so like fucking high in the Tekken community, because the stuff I haven't heard anyone talk about most of the stuff you talk about. You know what I mean? So I guess you could sort of tell me what you think about any of that.
So I think it's interesting, right? We talked about the mispronunciations and the messing up of words, but I think, people who've been watching the majority of this, you guys see how, how often it comes up, right? And there's been times where like I trolled with, mispronouncing names, and I stopped doing that because it's not, it was a joke, but a lot of people, they just didn't like the joke. And it's interesting how even though I kind of tried to stop doing the mispronouncing names and stuff like that, it's interesting how this conversation still lives on, like even today.
I mean, it's been like 5 years since I watched the last. Okay, go ahead.
And what I was going to say is like there's times where like I do mispronounce a lot of things as well. Like the example that I gave, pretty recently, is how like, I often confuse the words Harada and Heihachi, right? I was talking about the tournament with the elderly people, and I said age 37 instead of age 73, right? And like, yeah, I just confuse names a lot, and I confuse, like, I'm noticing numbers as well, and it's something that I try to like hone in on and correct. And I think I have gotten better at it. Like, the more people say it, the more I'm becoming aware and being able to pinpoint that. You know, when I am talking about Harada and Heihachi, I can keep that in my mind. Like, you know, make sure you're clear with what you're saying. But it's not going to be perfect. There's a video I was just working on, and I was talking about ogre and you know, the ogres of different continents and whatnot. And I was talking about the ogre of Central America, and I said the soldiers of Central America, right? So I had to, you know, I understood that I was that I confused ogre for soldiers, and I went back and I fixed it. And it's like, you know, those things from me will never stop. A lot of the things I will not catch, they will continue on. But I also try to, you know, give a thorough enough explanation to where even if I do say something wrong, you can still follow along. And like, all I can do is just admit, like, yeah, like, I be butchering words, I be slurring my words. Sometimes I be making videos at like 3 a.m, right? So you know, when you are, this is why I hated when they did the weekly trailers, because it was so off my schedule. And you know, it was just tough to adapt to that time zone. Same thing with Tekken Talks. It's like on a totally different time zone, and I have to change. But I'm not trying to make excuses for my mispronunciations. I'm just saying that I'm aware that I do it and I try to correct it, but there will still be things that happen. But also, to your second point about the videos ending suddenly, you know, I didn't think this would be such a big deal. You know, back in the past, I used to do the traditional outro, like, you know, thank you for watching, like and subscribe, but it felt so repetitive and it felt so like unnatural. It felt so fake. And also the analytics showed that no one watched it, right? I would look at the analytics, and as soon as I said thank you for watching, it ends. All the viewers drop. So I'm like, if this isn't making me feel good, and also no one's not watching it, then let's not do it. When I'm done explaining, I'm done explaining. But it created this thing where a lot of people are angry that there's no outro, and it's like, it's crazy because no one even watched it, and it was so fake and forced doing it.
Like, can I respond to that real quick, if you don't mind? So I'm not sure if it's, you know, because I haven't looked at those comments, people complaining about an outro. I think if you don't want an outro, that's fine. Honestly, most of these critiques are not that deep. I'm just talking about what I see people say, because people will critique anything. People will find a reason to hate you for literally any reason. I would watch Mike. I'd watch Mike, King J. I'd be like, these guys are chill as fuck. But you know, you'll find the biggest haters everywhere talking about A, B, C, right? With you specifically, I'll be like, you're in the middle of a sentence, right? You're talking, right? I'm like, he's about to say something which matters, and then the video ends, right? Not like, okay, bye guys, right? Like, maybe like, what's the best example I can give? Like a Moist Critical type thing. He says, yeah, that's it, see ya, and then it ends, right? Like, you're in the middle, and then you cut the shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Do you know what? I have watched your videos on my TV, so like it's a bit different with, like, obviously if I'm at my desktop and whatever, I can see that the video is about to end here. But sometimes when I watch it on TV and you talk and it just abruptly cuts, I'm like, huh? So
yeah,
I feel like,
yeah.
I feel like you should address, because you're building a community. So even if
Well,
you're at,
It's like,
so
so good.
So how that happens is, I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but I like to end my videos, or I like to have my videos be like a perfect time, like exactly 10 minutes, not 10 minutes 1 second, not 10 minutes 2 seconds, right?
Why?
I just like it. I just think it's cool to like be able to do that. It's just, I don't know, I just like it. So sometimes, you know, the video ends more abrupt than not, because you're cutting it. Like, I could see the milliseconds, right? 8 minutes 57.7 seconds or whatever.
Now, sorry for interrupting. Now that I'm noticing all of your videos, like, I like 14 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes and 50. Like, it's never, I don't know, 10 minutes and 51. Oh my God, this is so anxiety producing. I don't know.
Wait, hold on, I've never even clocked this. Is this real?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
The only
Mike,
time it's not true is
Mike, you
when
better end this live stream at 5 hours, huh? 5 hours, not 1 second more, not 1 second less. Okay?
Wait. So I got a question. So you're telling me while you're editing the video, right? You're splicing the content in and whatnot. And then you're like, shit, it's hit 10 minutes. You know you're talking, but you're like, shit, it's hit 10 minutes. And then you just hit upload.
Yeah,
No,
like there's one video where like there was 20 seconds more of talking, and I was like, nope, got to be 10 minutes. Cut.
Wait, I found one. Sony
Let's see Mike.
Viva.
Let's see Mike's length.
Sony sells ownership of Viva is 4 minutes and 19 seconds, bro.
You should.
So look, what I realized is when you make a video that's less than 5 minutes, it doesn't add up properly. So what I need to do is I need to draw out the last couple of milliseconds so that it can be a perfect 420. I figured it out.
Oh my god!
You know what? I actually respect it. That's
dedication, bro. That's dedication, bro.
Because I think YouTube ads. So like when you upload it, let's say you upload a exactly 8-minute video, right? YouTube adds a couple of extra seconds on there. So that video will be 8 minutes and like 1 second, right? So you got to cut it short and do a 7 minute and 58 seconds. Don't do 59 because then it will push it over. You got to do 58 seconds. But if you do a video shorter than 5 minutes, you have to do 59 because if you do 58, it will say 59. So
no, fuck it. No, Moonsault. Now I will find a video in which this is not correct. I'm gonna expose you. Wait. No.
In my older videos, I didn't do it, but I've been pretty consistent. Unless like I don't have time to edit the video and I just throw it out, but that's rare.
No. I don't. Here we go. The first fall. This video lasts 5 minutes and 15. It's not 20. It's not 10. It's not 20. See, Mr. Moonsault, this is bollocks, huh? Armor King. The Armor King video.
Reaction trailer. Yeah, I didn't edit that one.
It's 5 minutes and 15. That's.
Do you know what I will say though is that like I have noticed that your videos just abruptly end, and I always find it hilarious. So I actually don't dislike it. I find it's unique, right? I know some people might dislike that or whatever. It's not something that I dislike. I'm just like, he's finished talking. All right, cool. We're done. I find it funny.
I personally think that you're overthinking with the content. I just think all you need to do, you're doing your thing. You're building this community. You know, you stream this, that, and the other. I'm not forcing you to say bye guys or anything like that, or even do any kind of community thing. But I do feel like as someone that's like I like watching your content. So as someone that likes watching your content, it doesn't hurt much to make people that are watching your content or taking the time out to watch your content feel included. Like when I watch Mike's video, it feels like, you know, he's talking to me or whoever else is watching.
Yeah,
the video.
and that's why I get very excited when that happens, when I see Mike's videos. That's why
wait. Can I say something on that point, right? So what you said just now about like we're not like literally we're not telling you what you have to do or whatnot. Literally, you can do whatever you want. It's your channel, it's your content, right? Only thing is another example I can give is like, you know, like Main Man Suite, right? Many years ago, when he was making Tekken content, he was like incredibly like vitriolic. Like the stuff he'd say was like you could tell he was like a wind up, right? He would put on the video and be like, what's up guys? Main Man Suite here. Just want to talk about Virtual Fighter 5 and how dog shit the audio is. Fuck, you know, like he would be making fun of the game and the people who play the game and whatnot. But then after all, like the hate he got, he could have kept going with this sort of energy. But like, I think he realized after a bit that he should like mellow down like a little bit, right? He still has a little bit of that like spunk. Like he'll be angry when he wants to be, right? But he's like toned it down to be more accommodating, and you've seen his viewers rise, his views rise, like all of this. So I feel like it's sort of the same thing with you, where it's like if you just ironed out like or tweaked a few things, like you could be in like a lot higher places, because I say this wanting to see you succeed, but also knowing that like you're your own man, like you're a grown ass man. You don't have to listen to me. You know, who the fuck am I? You know what I mean? Yeah, but that's where I'm coming from.
I appreciate it. There's a lot of things that I want to work on and get better at, and every day I try to do that, right? And conversations like these, is what helps me, think deeper about the people watching, because Mike knows this. This is one thing that I won't say that I struggled with, but like, for lack of a better word, I didn't fully comprehend, right? Before, like, 2025, 2024, I was under the impression that no one watched, right? Because I never interacted with other content creators. I had no, clue that, pros would watch, content creators. Like, the number, 4,000 views or whatever was just a number. So I didn't really understand like the significance that, that I had, right? I didn't understand that I was speaking to everyone. And, I tried to, keep that in mind now. But yeah, back then I didn't even consider, because it's like, why would you, make a video and like, yeah, everyone's going to hear this video. Everyone's going to listen to this. That's not how I made videos. That's not how I make videos. I just make videos like, this is what I want to say. This is how, I'm feeling about this game or this character, this thing. And I don't really like go at it from the perspective of like, let me address everyone,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. Was that when? Is that when we had a conversation on stream?
Yeah, I was we thought they were going to add loot boxes to the game, and I was like, everyone who, or I was like if anyone doesn't speak up about these loot box, they're the problem or something. I was ranting, and then you were like, you can't do that, Moonsault. You're gonna send your audience and attack people. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? Like, send my, like, I don't have an audience. I don't have a influence, right? And then like,
what do you mean you don't? What do you mean you don't have an influence? What do you mean?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like what I was saying to Mike. Yeah, okay. Like I was telling Mike, like, I don't have an audience. I don't have an influence. Like, what are you talking about? I'm going to influence people to, attack others. And then
you didn't understand the weight of your own channel, of your own, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, because for me, I think 34,000 subscribers is small.
I mean, it's it's one of the biggest Tekken channels out there, probably.
Well,
right now,
in terms of Tekken, but if you talk about like, just general, like Smash, like Mortal Kombat, right?
Yeah,
30,000 is considered big for Tekken, and that's enough for people to hate on you. And Mortal Kombat, Smash, the big channels there have like 100K and stuff like that, right? So,
you gotta understand that Tekken is a pretty niche game, though. So of course,
that's what I was saying. Like, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand like size relative to the space you're in, right? If you're in a bigger space, 100,000 is not that, it's versus if you're 30,000 in a smaller space, so I mean, and that's what Mike explained, right? Mike explained that to me a year ago, and I've tried to make videos with that in mind, and also just other conversations and whatnot. I tried to like keep that in mind, like, be
you never
careful.
know who's watching. That's the thing, bro. Like, you never ever know who's. I made a video the other day, and I had I did not anticipate waking up in the morning to messages from people that are not even in our community. People in the WWE, people in AEW. Like, I wasn't expecting all of that. So like, you never know who's watching. I've always tried to. That's the only thing I was trying to get across, is like, some of your videos that get 30K views, and that is not all the Tekken community. Those are other people that are watching your stuff. So just gotta be mindful when you're talking about people or other situations. You have no idea who's watching. It could be anyone.
Yeah, and that's why I'm happy that we had that conversation, because it was able to help me this year, right? Because like, imagine if we didn't talk and then season 2 happened. People thought I was reckless. I would have been really reckless, right? But hearing your words and others like you, and then receiving that, not being stubborn, helped me be more cautious. But also, I am going to speak my mind. If I see you downplaying, bro, I'm gonna roast you. Like I'm not like people be saying the stupidest things ever, and then they get mad when someone calls them an idiot. It's like, bro, your brain cells was not active when you were tweeting that. Like, don't be mad at me. Like, we're trying to fix the game, and like you're trying to win. This is the thing too, right? I think a lot of my hate comes from me targeting pros. I think pros are a big reason why Tekken 7 ended the way that it did. Everyone blamed the developers for Tekken 7 being ruined, but the pros, look, I'll use an example. Arsenal and Ash, right? Arsenal and Ash was asking for Kunimitsu buffs, right? I don't think no one remembers that tweet, but he was doing that, right? You had many examples like that from Nee, where he was asking for Steve Fox to stop being nerfed, and he wanted Steve Fox buffs in the era of Tekken 7, right? So these pro players ask for the craziest things ever, and like, bro, us players who are not playing this game to win some $10,000 tournament, we just want to have fun. But you guys are trying to balance this game so your character is more competitive, like tournament viable, and I don't like that. So it's like, if I see a pro doing that, where they're like trying to downplay or attack another character because they want to do better in the tournament, no, bro, like, I'm gonna speak up, and you can dislike it if you want, but I mean, get good. Like, if you were good, you wouldn't need buffs. You're begging for buffs because you suck. So don't get mad at me for saying, like, stop asking for, like, get good. You guys lab for hours and you still get bodied at a tournament. So it's like, buffs aren't going to help you. You need to, think differently about your practice instead of trying to, gaslight the developers into thinking your character needs improvement. So, I mean, like, the pro players, I think with the Arsenal and Nee situation, a lot of people realize pro player propaganda is a real thing. But before then, no one talked about it. I mean, you could talk about Tekken 7, JDCR, Dragunov. No one was there talking about player propaganda there. They got JDCR's character nerfed, and they took him off his journey, right?
But to be fair, who's asking for buffs in season 2? To be fair, I don't think anybody's asking for buffs, but probably right now, or not.
And then we do need to get the next person in here because it's just the line is still growing, bro.
Okay. I just wanted to say one thing before I go as well. Besides thanks, right? Thanks for all of this. I wanted to say to Mike and King J, right? Because these guys are also low-key bullies, okay? Let me explain what I mean. Whenever I see like a chatter come in, and then I see King J put his hand on his mouth, and he's about to, like, you guys got to stop laughing at your chatters. I'm busy bursting out laughing myself just from seeing King J smile. Like, I just can't handle it. Just like, yeah, you guys gotta stop with that. Obviously, it's I'm saying this in all fun.
For some reason, it happens every time I speak. For some reason, I don't understand. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe it's my accent.
King J will laugh at someone's voice. Yeah. You guys will laugh at everything. Yeah, but I
for some reason, every time I talk,
I'll say this on the laughing thing. Yeah, I got a comment the other day saying that me and Jay were extremely, I think it was me, Jay, and Shinblade, and G6 were extremely disrespectful to Jason when we had him on here because we kept on laughing, and I said fair enough, we were disrespectful, that we shouldn't have been laughing that much. Now I can't remember what made us laugh, but it kept on spiraling because someone kept laughing. But probably Jay. But I'll take responsibility for that because it's my podcast.
Sorry.
I apologize to Jason, even if we disagree with him, or anybody else that we might have laughed over. As much as like I do appreciate that the podcast has grown and there's a lot of people that come to watch it. I never set out to be a podcaster, so I am still like learning how to be a bit more professional. And when I get the giggles, it sometimes goes off the rails. So I apologize about that. I'll try to.
Jason Montoya, the goat, the actual goat.
I'll try to not laugh I'll try to keep the laugh. If I start laughing, I'll just mute myself and I'll mute everyone else that's laughing, unless it's called for.
All right. But no, I don't want to keep the line going too long. So, like I said, thanks again, guys. You've been real, and keep doing what you do, Moonsault Slayer, and the rest of you. So, peace out, guys.
Thank you.
Take care,
Guys,
man.
I'm also gonna go because it's very late. You'll probably stay for another 10 hours probably, but I'll
No, all right, Tyler. Take care, bro.
yeah,
All right, peace
I'll also go. But thank you, everybody. Thanks for having me. As always, I love you, chat.
You stay right there. You stay right there.
What? I have to go, man.
Where?
Huh?
Well, you're gonna go play more Tekken. Have you not had
Oh, to fucking sleep, man. It's 2 a.m., bro. How long are you gonna stay in this fucking...
You don't sleep, bro. You've got every character.
What do you mean? What do you mean I don't sleep? What do you mean?
This guy's talking down on people that get their characters to GOD now because he's got every character to GOD too.
Oh my god, man. Bro, I did it in the full summer, bro. In full like from June to now. It's pretty fair enough, I guess, if you're good.
Imagine that in summer in Italy, you were indoors playing Tekken when you could have been outside.
Of course, man. I hate going to the beach, man. I hate it, man. It's so hot. It's so I hate it. And I couldn't wait for September, man. I couldn't wait for. I hate summer. I fucking despise summer. I'm a moody guy. That's why I'm called Blackheart. You know, I'm edgy, man. I'm edgy. I like winter. You know, I'm like I'm a goblin, man. I'm a fucking goblin. Okay. Thanks for having me, Mike. Love you. Kinjay, stop laughing every time I speak. You piece of. Bye, Moonsault. I love you, bro. Love you, bros. I hope to collab with you someday, Moonsault. Let's do a collab together.
Yes, sir. Let me know.
Okay. Bye, guys. Take care and stop laughing. Bye.
Take care, man. We've already got two. Gonna bring on 2 more people. Just before I do, Randall Hall 2, the second. Thank you for the $5. Keep doing what you guys are doing. Much love. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Randall's been there for a while. Appreciate you big time. And Rain, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, man. Rain's always coming through with the gifted membership. I think we're on 300 members now, so appreciate you guys.
How does that work? Is that only on? Can people? So see, I'm kind of new to that. Yeah, see, gifted memberships. Yeah, on YouTube, do you have to be only live?
No. You can also have gifted members. Like so when someone gift a member, it goes to everyone who's subscribed to you. So it's not for the people who watch; it's for everyone. Like one time, someone gifted, and Mike got a gifted, and he wasn't in the stream.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I'm gonna start the YouTube streaming as of tomorrow, which is something I ain't really said, but yeah, I want to start doing both. I just want to try it out, but I've always liked to keep it just on one platform, but yeah, I'm gonna try YouTube still.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, appreciate you guys for signing up to the membership. I promise I will post members content now that August is over. All right, let me get ASD Network in here.
Yo, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
hear you. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, just look what it says underneath my name. But anyway,
got beef with Mike. He called me a 1-to-1 merchant.
It's all jokes, man. It's all jokes. You know me. I'm lighthearted, man. I'm actually here to give everyone their flowers in it. But basically, yeah, like Moonsault, I've been watching you for years. Like I've been watching you for a while, and I'll say that you probably are the best. For me, I see you as a news channel. Do you know what I mean? You're probably one of the best news channels, like for me, right? Everyone has their opinion, right? I do feel like there is certain things you could work on as a content creator, but you know, I do like your stuff. There's one thing that I would say that you really brought a lot of awareness to in Tekken 8 is breaking throws. I remember you used to talk a lot about you know, how the game didn't have like problems like with like breaking throws, right? And I think indirectly you kind of had maybe the Tekken devs have been watching your content or whatever, or whoever it is, but when you brought more awareness to this, all of a sudden there's like an option for throw break training.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So because I watch a lot of content creators, right? I'll put you in my top 10, my top 5. I put Mike as number 1. I'll probably put Jay as 2, 3 probably Finty, and then 4 I probably would say maybe Fighting GM, and then 5 I'm not really sure. But my top 10 is not ordered because I just like after 5 I just don't know like how to order them. But I'll say, there's it's a lot. Do you know what I mean? But also I like to say yeah, and also King JM, man, you're doing this good work, man. Like it's not just the content thing. I see how you're moving in the gym. I'm a qualified personal trainer. I gotta say, you made some good gains in the gym. You're doing well, man. You're looking after your health. That's good to see. And you've done a lot for the FGC. The I'll say the British FGC. I don't really get why a lot of people hate you. I think you're actually a pretty good role model, to be honest. You keep it clean, you keep it professional. I'll say you're a good role model for someone who wants to get into this type of field. Do you know what I mean? And you bring up some good representation as well. So it's good to see that, man. And also Mike, obviously I put you as number 1. I think you really do, let's say, talk on the topics that needs to be talked about, important issues. There's even things you were talking to like female content creators as well. You really do bring a lot of issues that needs to be brought up, and that's why I really pick you as number 1 in my opinion. When I am ready, I will run back the first to 10. I'm just not ready yet. I need to learn how to react to lows and basically some throws and that. I actually have a file on my PC. I actually analyzed that first to 10 where I lost 10-0. And I've actually analyzed where I was taking damage. So I've done my homework and I've seen where I've run. Same thing when then he got King J as well in the Shambolic Survival. I got some notes, so you're on the database now, King J. And I respect your ability, as a player as well as Leroy as well. But and also, I also have like a top 5 of personalities as well. I respect Blackheart. I think Blackheart is just someone who's just out of this world. He needs to start hitting up tournaments. The fact that he is God in every character. I put him in my top 5 for personalities. I wouldn't necessarily say content, but personalities, Finty up there, so on and so forth. So that's really what I would say. That's all I got to really say about that. And fair, like I'll just say to Mike, yeah, I feel welcome here in the FGC because of the content you bring out.
I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you feel welcomed.
Yeah, and the fun fact as well, I'll say is, the Shambolic showdown. I think I was the reason why first to 10s happened in Tekken 8. Because I think I'm the first guy to bring that up. I've been getting so much abuse for my Jin on flipping because of the way I play. I see what you guys are talking about now, like how I'm playing. I even played my own Ghost for like the second time. And now I see like I'm getting messages, people getting pissed off, people literally one and done me on quick matches. Not even ranked, it's on quick matches happening now.
It's because you play very unorthodox, but that's a good thing. It means you're very hard to read.
Yeah, man. But that's all I got to say. All I got to say is Moonsault, keep doing your thing. Don't let the haters say anything. I think you're a pretty intelligent guy in regards of how you handle things. A lot of the stuff that you say is very unique. Like, and the thing with where you cut the video off like early and you don't say thanks for watching and so on and so forth. A lot of like YouTube like gurus who tell you how to build a YouTube channel, they actually tell you to do that, and it helps with watch time and retention. So technically you're doing something actually a good thing where you just cut it off and not let people know that you're basically locking off. You know what I mean? So just keep doing what you're doing. I do feel like your Yoshimitsu is pretty good. I do feel you need to work on your frame data and so forth for iLab. And I just find it with the buff guy, what happened in the situation, I found it was kind of disrespectful. You know what I mean? Like I lost 10-0 to Mike. there was not a single ounce of emotion or anger towards him. I just accepted it was a skill issue and I lost, and that was that. You know what I mean? Like, he was making excuses about, you know, the unblockable low that Yoshimitsu has. Yeah, you can hop kick that with Kazuya. I actually tried it out. You can do it. So it just is what it is, you know. You can do it with Jin as well. But yeah, man, keep doing what you're doing. I'm out.
Thank
Appreciate you, bro. Take care, man.
How he brought up the throw breaks, right? Everyone knows I can't break throws, and you know, during season 1 I ranted about it a lot. And exactly the way that I was saying they should do it, where, you know, they should add I literally said throw break training. The exact way I described it is exactly what they added to the game. And when people say, you know, Moonsault Slayer doesn't have an impact, I mean, I think moments like that is my impact. Like, exactly what I described is what they added, and I think it's great. And also, you know, the fact that I am not a good player, I'm not a pro, right? I think that allows me to connect with other players who are not pros. The majority of the player base is my skill. So when I have these same issues that they're having, where, you know, I'm struggling to comprehend throws because the developers added tracking and unblockables and they come out of stances, like, I know a lot of other people are having that same issue. So with me ranting about low skill things, you know, it's problems that, you know, other players of my skill would deal with, but a pro player wouldn't even think to request something like a throw break training, right? So when people say like you have no impact and all you do is negative things, I just disagree, because like there's things like that where I you know, do great work for the majority of the player base, and not just, you know, trying to help pros. You know, it's trying to help everyone.
Yeah. Look, man, like, at the end of the day, you brought up the topic, then it appeared in the game. People might say it wasn't because of you, but the timing was very suspicious. And at the end of the day, you did bring up some good points. And look, now we got a proper training system for it. So it's a win is a win. So there's value there. But we got one more person. Have you got time for one more person, Moonsault?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Last person is Duke. Duke, can you hear us?
Yeah, you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So I just want to say, yo, Moonsault, you're doing pretty good, man. I don't know how many other like live service games you guys play, but I know Tekken's kind of like a relatively new like live service game because of the shop and stuff. But I just want to say that in other live service games, what Moonsault does is pretty normal. I mean, like, for example, I play Path of Exile. And for Path of Exile, that game has like 30 commentary channels. So what Moonsault does, I say it's pretty normal. I say the reason why Moonsault is getting hate is because what King J said earlier, he's doing something new within the Tekken community. I don't think anyone has ever done this in the Tekken community before Moonsault. So the fact that Moonsault is kind of like treading on new ground is kind of making, I think it's kind of making people angry that the fact that they couldn't think of doing this before, or the reason he's just the biggest commentary channel right now, because I can't even think of him as a drama channel. I think Mike is more of a drama channel. Like, Mike gets into like the real down and dirty shit in the FGC community, and Moonsault just kind of does like Tekken news.
Yep.
So
he's not a drama channel. That's why I'm confused why people are confusing that, mistaking him for a drama channel. He's like more of a news reporter.
Yeah.
I also don't get it. I definitely indulge in the drama side of the community way more. I don't know why they keep calling Moonsault Slayer that.
I think it's because they don't watch the content and they only hear about, oh, Moonsault is you know, and into it with Buff Guy. You know, Moonsault's making videos about Fergus. Moonsault's making videos about Arslan. I think that's what it is that they are just seeing, you know, videos that are really popular, and they're not seeing, you know, the day to day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like yeah, you're doing a good job, man. I just want to say that. Because I come from a lot of other live service games, and what you're doing is pretty like relatively normal. I think it's just not normal within the FGC. It's pretty new. Like the FGC, like the fighting games haven't been like live service games until like recently, until like this gen essentially. And what you're doing is pretty normal. When Tekken gets updates, you just do the news on them. So keep doing what you're doing. And yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, bro. I see C4's come back in there. C4, you good, bro?
No, not good.
C4, have you been okay today, bro? You seem upset.
I am now. I'm upset now.
What's going on?
And it's because of you.
What did I do?
You gave praise for Moonsault potentially being a reason why they helped new Tekken players tech froze. Yeah,
I gave praise for Moonsault being the reason why they helped
players
new
to tech froze.
players tech froze.
yeah.
That's good.
What's wrong with that?
Well, when I was talking about the hit counter in the game helping new players, you said get good. Did you not?
No. I said I don't like the messiness on the screen.
I'm pretty sure you told me to get good.
I'll
sure?
probably say it in a jokey way. Like, sure, I'll probably say it in a jokey way. But I don't like the way it looks on the screen. Now I don't mind as much. But yeah, when I first saw that, I was like, I don't like that shit on the screen. It looks stupid.
I'm used to it now, though. To be fair, I'm definitely
I've
used to it.
used to it. It's not the biggest deal in the world.
Like, man, that gets to see how much the combo damage does now, and people could say that's 103 damage or that's 115 damage. We don't have to go into training mode to replicate it. Like I said, I didn't like it at the start, but now, yeah, it's whatever. I'm used to it now.
Yeah, and I also said that just because I don't like something doesn't mean it shouldn't be in the game. Like the throw breaking thing, being in the practice mode, I don't think that's I mean, the damage counters were in the practice mode as well, and I wouldn't complain about that. That's within the practice mode. I think the equivalent to that would be in the throw Tekken if like a hand would light up now in during the fight to give people more of an indication of where the throw's coming from. I'd have a problem with that. But adding training mode facilities, I've never had an issue with that. It's because
Would you have
it
a
was
problem
an
with
active
that
fight.
if it was in player match?
What the
Like
what,
if they showed you know how so like if a throw is broken with one, the left one like glows or whatever. Like would you like that in a player match?
No, hell no, of course I wouldn't like that. Keep
Like
that in
you could
training
turn it on or off.
mode. No, keep it in training mode. That sounds silly. I wouldn't like that in player match. I don't know, like maybe if people disagree, like the thing is that my opinion is not the general consensus. If I don't like something, does not mean that I'm telling everybody else they're wrong. That's just a personal thing. But with regards to what C4 is bringing up, I've never had an issue with Tekken implementing training mode facilities. I just didn't like it being in a live match. Now, like Jay said, I've gotten used to it. When I'm watching a stream, it does help seeing how much damage a character is doing, or if something is a punish. So yeah, I was being short-sighted when I said it before, and I was being a little bit elitist. But I've never had an issue with training my facilities.
Okay, I mean, I rated it. I remember you saying I'm okay gatekeeping, and I was like, oh, that's fair enough.
Yeah,
So I thought you wanted the game to be hard.
I'm okay with gatekeeping. You know, after all the things that I've seen, we're in the fighting game community, a little bit of gatekeeping might go a long way.
I was with you. Yeah, no, fine. I was also going to say, I didn't know that Moonsault didn't see themselves as a high-level player. I thought Moonsault was good, not like
well,
offline good.
I think that if you're talking about like casual, I'm definitely better. I learned the term from pool. Pool players, they have the term called B player, where a B player would smoke like a casual pool player, but they would get smoked by a professional. And I think that's what I am. A lot of people who are pros will look at my gameplay and say this guy sucks. But there's a lot of people who, like, I have friends who play Tekken and they can't even get around. Well, in Tekken 8 they may be able to, but I think that's like where I'm at.
Do you not think it's a bit odd to be critiquing Joker's placements when you can't beat Joka?
Well, I'm not trying to be good at Tekken, right? So he's trying to be good at Tekken and he sucks at Tekken. That's what the tournaments say. He can't win. He hasn't won a tournament since January. So
Okay, but he's won one more tournament than you will probably ever win, right?
I
So
mean,
you've
if I
got-
was to, I don't want to be a
Right.
pro. A pro doesn't seem fun. These guys travel around the world. They waste all this money. It just doesn't seem fun to me. But
okay, cool. It's probably hard to be a pro, right? Especially in Tekken, because there's a lot of, I think the density of good players in Tekken is probably higher than a lot of other games. Maybe like behind Street Fighter. So
I'm not saying that it's not hard, but I'm saying that, like, what are we giving out? Participation trophies?
What's sake,
Well,
bro. No, bro.
well, obviously not.
Away from
But
this one.
I'm just saying, in any other
He hasn't won a
circumstance,
tournament since January.
yeah, but you've never won a tournament. You couldn't win a tournament.
I had
right?
never competed in a tournament, and I don't care
Yeah,
to win a tournament.
Okay, so again, I'm going to say you couldn't, even if you really wanted to, you're not good enough to, right?
Well, why
You
does
acknowledge
that?
that.
I don't
matters
even
in this.
think that's like that's a weird thing to say. You can never do this thing
What's
that you
weird about
never
that?
tried to do.
No, wait,
You
hold on.
can
I
never
need
do
to
this thing that
understand
you
this.
never
How
tried to
does
do.
this? This doesn't make any sense. What does it matter if he can't place high as Joker?
I'm not saying, I didn't say it matters. I'm saying from the stance of someone who is okay with being
With as
a
low as he's
casual.
placing, I probably can.
What was that?
With as low as he's placing, I probably can get like whatever he's at. This guy's
So you can win a
smoked in
tournament, an offline
tournaments.
tournament.
I could. You saw his placements where he's at like recently.
I haven't seen these placements, but I heard you
Go
can't
look.
tech throws.
Go look.
You needed the game to help you tech throws. So when you're critiquing someone who is like a higher level than you, and you have a problem with tech and throws, I think you should be, again, throwing stones in glass houses. You should be careful how you critique someone
I
on
don't
their skill
practice
level when
Tekken.
you
He
can't tech
does.
throws.
I don't spend 4 or 5 hours trying to be good at Tekken. He does.
Okay, what does that?
You have
What does that
someone
mean
who's
to what I
trying
just
to
said?
be good at Tekken, but they're not, versus someone who's not trying to be good at Tekken and they're not.
But you're also trying to be good at content creating, and you have flaws that people brought to you, and you don't
And I
seem to
accept it.
be acknowledged.
I accept it.
No, you accept them, but when people are telling you about your videos ending shortly, you're coming up with some garbage excuse about I needed to make it a 0, where you could edit it in the middle. You can still say, "Bye, guys, video done." Retain the viewers for like 1 second before your video and edit in the middle. Could you not?
It's not about viewer retention.
That's I feel like that's different though. Steve.
Yeah,
Wait, no,
it's
no.
an-
Didn't
it's
Moonsault say it? Didn't you not say that? Did you not say it was the retention from when you
Because
say
that's what I-
bye, people fall
No,
off?
I didn't say it was
No,
retention.
no.
I said I don't like doing outros because it's like repetitive, it's boring, it's soulless, and also no one's watching.
Okay, so is
So
Maximilian's
it's-
video
it's-
soulless because he has an outro in his videos?
He's not
No,
saying that.
everyone likes different things, right? Like if you like watching grass grow, I'm not gonna, talk. I don't. So it's like other people. It's like people have different things that they like and don't like. I don't like doing outros. How's this?
Okay, so
I don't know. I don't see the comparison.
okay, so the critique that multiple people have given you, you said you was open to critiques.
Yeah.
Now, having an outro, does it hurt you to do one? You just don't like doing it.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
wanna do it.
what's the critique got to do with what he thinks about Joker and his placement though? That's got nothing to do.
Critique. Oh no, I've moved on from that. I've moved on from
Oh,
that.
you moved on. Okay.
Yeah. That, so I'm talking about his coming to the podcast at the beginning saying he's open to critiques. He's been given the critique multiple times about how he ends videos. That critique is objectively better to have an outro in your video, but you don't want to take it. So you're not open to critiques. You just want to do the things you want to do, right?
You're latching on to one thing
Yeah,
and
that's a bit
ignoring the many others. What about all the other things that people said? And I was like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's something that I try to think about. Just because I don't want to add 3 seconds to my video, like that, like it's
You
wild.
don't have to add 3 seconds. You can cut it from the middle. That's you
What do
can
you mean
edit
cut
and
from
cut.
the middle?
So if you've got dead air in the middle of your video, you could cut that out. Or if you repeat a sentence, you could cut that out from the middle to
Yeah,
make
but
it 10 seconds.
but that's up to him though, isn't it? It's his channel and his content. So like someone could say to me, cool, they would like to see me do, like I asked the question before to people about like what do they want to see. They say they want me to do first to 5 and 10s with pro players. To be honest with you, I don't even think, like, I don't like that type of content, and the engagement is low on that type of content. So they usually like stuff like reactions to things or theory type stuff. So I'm kind of concentrating more to that. So what you're saying to him, like the advice that he got given by, like, you know, everyone on this stream, they've said to him, yeah, like the cut is abrupt, but he does not have to follow that. He might still like it and might do it in a more funnier way at some point. But yeah, that's up to him, innit? It's his channel.
Okay, that's cool. But then you can say that with any critique. So it's kind of pointless. This whole take critique. You can have any critique and say, well, I like doing it my way, so I'm just going to do it my way, right?
But he's been on here for 5 hours taking critiques and being like, okay, cool, I can change that, whatever. But this one thing, like, it's disingenuous to say he's not open to critiques or open to changing.
Okay, so what critique have you taken that you're going to apply?
He spoke about the naming conventions. He spoke about checking over his content, like proofreading things a little bit more.
Especially when it's a serious topic.
Yeah.
Clickbaits, leaks, the way I speak about the developers, you know, we talked about a lot.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Sorry, go on.
You're being a bit harsh on MC4, man.
And
like,
I haven't dodged not one question. I haven't, you know, dodged any questions or anything. Like, you know, quite honestly, I think the questions aren't harsh enough. I was expecting, you know, the amount of hate that I get, I was expecting people to have real fire for me. But all of these questions are things that I've heard many times before. And I already, like, I don't know, like you're ranting right now about the way I do my outros. The fact that that's what the Moonsault Slayer gets hate for is wild. You have people out there who's really doing like serious stuff, and you're lecturing me about you need to cut a couple of seconds out the beginning of your video because what?
So did you just say that you've heard these questions before?
That's
what people brought up today. So then, so if you wait. So if you heard these before and it's not changed, and people are saying today, you didn't take on the critique, and it's been the same, right?
No. You know, specifically,
how can you hear the same critique multiple times and say that you've changed?
Because I told people that, you know, when it comes to me mispronouncing stuff, that it's something that I have to work on, right? I am very open that, you know, my brain just doesn't process these things. So I try to be very aware of it. And, you know, I was giving an example of how I'm working on a video before this, and I caught something and I had to go back and do it, right? So these things are just a wake up, and all of a sudden Moonsault Slayer doesn't mispronounce. Yeah, I'm going to continue to mispronounce, and, you know, I'm going to try to work on it, which I said that I am, and I am. But also I'll edit it out. Like these nitpicks are nitpicks. These are some inconsequential like thing. Like, of course, when it's a serious topic, yeah. But if I'm talking about throw breaks and I'm like, oh, Yoshimitsu throw, and then I mean to say Heihachi, like, if that's what you're hating Moonsault Slayer for, you gotta go walk in the park. You gotta go, like, you know, go to a movie or something. Go to a bar. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy that
it's just
like,
weird that you'd say I take on critique, and then when one gets brought up, or two, whatever one it is,
because I
it'll
don't have
be
to
the
listen
end of the
to
video.
everything.
You say it's inconsequential, so then you're not prepared to take the critique. Just accept it.
That's I don't think you're. What's your problem?
Which bit did you not understand?
It's like, it seems like you just don't want to agree for the sake of not agreeing. You haven't agreed.
I think I made it pretty clear.
Given me credit for anything. You're only nitpicking.
I thought this was about critiquing. This isn't a nitpick, a critique.
Can I ask you, Sequel, let me ask you a question, yeah? If let's because his subscriber base is growing and his videos are getting good traction, if the analytics are saying that the watch time is tracking and his channel is growing, and there's not enough people saying that they're not happy with this outro situation, is it fair for him to dismiss that?
It's his channel. He can do what he wants.
No, I'm asking you, would it, because you're asking the question, like, why have you taken this on board? Maybe the analytics are saying otherwise. Maybe the fact that his channel is growing ever since he started doing that, or he's getting more watch time, is growing, and he's just like, well, the numbers speak for themselves. I might have these people on here saying it, or I might have people on Twitter saying it, but it doesn't add up with what I'm seeing in the back room. So, or the back, or whatever it's called, the back office or whatever. So what would you say to that?
If that was his defense, I'd be like, then you don't need to hear critique. You don't need critiques because your numbers are growing. So what you're doing is working. But at the start, I thought Moonsault was talking about how he wants to get critiques. And I think the people that have come on before have been pretty like fair with the critique, and multiple people said the same thing. So I'd think, oh, that might be something that is so easily changed. The examples that King J said about the actual whole content of being like first to fives or whatever, that's a whole different issue where that's like a lot of time put in, where editing 2 or 3 seconds out isn't that hard.
But what if people have come on here and given him 10 critiques and he's taken 9 on board but not 1? Would it be fair to say he takes critiques on board?
If he took 9 out of 10, of course.
But he's taken all of them on board apart from this one.
No, he's heard the critiques, but he's also said, I've heard them before. So if he's hearing them now, then they didn't change before. Right? If he got told a year ago, not about the mispronunciation of names, or we're talking about the numbers or the facts, being wrong with the facts. If he heard that a year ago, and now he's hearing it now, that would mean that it didn't change from the last time, correct?
No, not necessarily. It could mean that he's gotten better with it over time, not that it's completely gone away.
It's a process. Like, you know, I also try to say, like, I'm not perfect. Like, there's a lot of things that I will do simply because we're not perfect. So, like, the best I can do is try to course correct, you know. My mistakes have shrunken to an insane degree, right? My mispronunciations have shrunken, right? And you know, I'm not going to listen to every criticism. There was one person who commented on the video and they said, you know, get rid of your intro or I'm going to unsubscribe. And it's like, people are always going to find a reason to, you know, be upset. And it's like, if you were upset by if you were upset by the hard cut of my videos, then you would find something else to be upset about. You would. If I was to alter the way that I do my outro, you would find something else to be upset about. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to chase all of these, you know, because I'm trying to, you know, there's days when I'm working on like 3 or 4 videos at a time. You know, I'm trying to, you know, rush because there's an update or something. And I'm not going to sit here and think about, oh, let me make sure this. Nah, like I'm just going to do what I want, make sure it's right. And that's it. Like all of the critiques about a couple of seconds, like I ain't got time for it.
Okay.
I want to circle back to the line of questioning regarding Joker's tournament placing and Moonsault. I wasn't following what you were saying, C4. I didn't understand what Moonsault's skill level or placing in tournament had anything to do with the conversation.
It was about critiquing someone that that's not in the same sort of wheelhouse. So the same way Joka, who isn't on the same level as MoonSlayer in terms of content, talked about certain types of content, and Moonsault, not just Moonsault, but other people think that he's talking about him because he didn't at him. He just talked about people that do XYZ type of content, bring nothing to the table. and then we spoke about how Moonsault was a higher content creator in terms of like subs and whatnot. It's weird for it to be the other way around, where a casual is telling a quote unquote pro player that they're not good at the game.
Well, I think all Moonsault was saying, in fairness, was bringing up his placing. So like, I don't think like even my mum could bring up his placing. The number is what the number is.
No, but he's saying he's a bad player. He was saying he's a shit player. Let's
In
be
comparison
real.
to pros, yeah,
He's not a
pros
shit
are
player.
held to a higher standard. You know, okay, so look, all of the pros are pros, right? We know Arslan, Ulsan, those are the good pros. Who's the bad pros? Joka. Why? Because his tournament placing says so. And the only reason I'm highlighting him is because he want to highlight me. You want to talk about my content? Okay, let's talk about what you're doing in the tournament. Oh, you're losing? Okay.
Okay, so I'm just sorry, go on, Mike.
I think that's fair because like that's no different than like obviously if you make it to the UFC, right, you're in the Ultimate Fighting Championship. But in the UFC, you got winners and losers, right? So even though you're competing on the world stage, I don't mean this is disrespect. It just is what it is. You got winners and losers. You got the guys at the top that are in the top 10, then you got the champion, then you got the guys that are not ranked. So you might be an ultimate fighter, but you're not one of the ultimate fighters. You know, I think that's what Moonsault's saying. He's saying you're a pro, but you got the pros that place and do well, and then you got the pros that kind of like either fill the pot or they're there to drive numbers. That's just
what did he call it again? I mean, so what did you call it? Participation trophy or something?
Trophy, yeah. He's like a professional loser.
So do you see the difference between what Moonsault's saying and what Mike's saying? Mike's trying to give him the PR spin about, oh, he's just stating how good he is. But Moonsault's saying he's trying to say he's shit. You see the difference, Mike?
No, I understand.
I know you're trying to sweep for your mans. You're trying to sweep for your mans.
No,
I'm talking about him trying to say shit.
I understand what's going on. I understand, obviously, because he indirect Moonsault, so obviously he's going to feel a type of way about it. Yes, I'm giving the answer. And Moonsault's saying it differently. We're saying the same thing, basically.
What? Oh, the sweeping is too strong. Okay. He's not saying the same thing. I don't know why you're carrying on this line, but okay. You can't even say it with a straight face. You know what you're doing.
No. I'm trying to be diplomatic about it because this is not my beef, but obviously Moonsault is saying it in the inflammatory, or maybe he believes that. You know, he's a grown man. He can speak for himself.
But also too, I gave Joka his credits when he wins, right? I do think he's a really good player. When he wins, I made videos and I celebrated him. But if you want to bring up my name, okay, let's look at what you're doing currently. And if he wasn't losing, I wouldn't say that he's losing. I'm saying that he's losing because he hasn't won, right? So I'm not, saying that, I'm saying he's losing because he's losing. When he wins, you can go back and watch my videos. I celebrate him. And I'm actually a big fan of him. I think he does great work in tournaments, not in Tekken 8, but Tekken 7, he was doing good work. But it's like, if you want to bring up my name and you want to try to critique me and judge me, then if we're sitting here judging each other, then let's judge each other, right? I'm supposed to be a good content creator. You're saying I'm not. You're supposed to be a good pro. I'm saying you're not. One of those is definitively true. One of those is speculation.
I don't know which one you think is definitely true. I don't think if you don't come first place, you're a loser. I mean, you can still be a top player and come second.
Look at what tournaments he got money for.
Did he? I don't know. I don't follow him. Did he go EWC? I don't know.
You should look it up. You should look up which tournaments this year he got a prize for. I think it's only 3. 2 at the beginning of the year, and then it was 1 probably back like a month and a half ago. Like, I mean, if he wants to talk about me, then I'll talk about him. And I wasn't even going to say anything. I was going to let this whole situation pass, but I mean, you're like a diehard fan for Joka, and it's like, if you want to talk about the facts,
don't be a dickhead. Don't do that dickhead shit. We brought the tweet up. I've told you I don't know about Joka. Or how you trying to do this?
If Joka wasn't talking about me, then he shouldn't have allowed his audience to tag me and harass me. He should have cleared it up or delete the tweet. If he's not talking about me, which everyone agrees that he is, he should say so, because it seems like he's attacking a content creator. And if that content creator starts swinging back, I'm going to be considered toxic. I didn't say anything because I know people are going to be like, he's toxic. He's toxic. Like, bro, this is the thing I don't like. These guys on Twitter, they tag me or they sneak diss me all the time. And I'm supposed to sit here silently. Like, bro, like if like I don't want to crash out. I don't want to be negative, but you guys keep, sneak dissing me, and I will take it there. Like, if you want to talk trash, I can be a trash talker. I can cook up a video and I could flame Joka's entire career because it's right there. So, I mean, like I don't want to be that person. I don't want to make fun of Joka. Joka is the one who went out of his way to make tweets about me. So
do you not think he could be just talking about quote unquote drama content creators in general? Wait, no. There's a difference between talking about you specifically and about people. Do you not think he could be talking about people that do that kind of content?
When he's seen that one person was being singled out, one person was being targeted, he should have stepped in. If I do something and I see someone's being targeted, I'm stepping in and I'm like, no, guys, this is not right. He allowed it. Did he not?
But in all fairness,
I saw other people at it. I saw multiple people at it in that tweet that Mike brought up. I saw Mike's name in there.
All I'm going to say is, in all fairness, I don't think that there ain't nothing that's been directed. Well, from what I asked you earlier, there's nothing been directed at you, Moonsault Slayer, from Joka. Obviously, he's made these cryptic tweets that obviously you feel like is directed at you. That's what we're basing this off of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like we just don't know, but
it's pretty obvious.
It is pretty obvious. It is pretty obvious. But I think in these type of situations, you just have to kind of just allow it. That camp has done cryptic tweets towards me before. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen it and I've called it out, and then they respond in certain ways. So you can call it ace a spade a spade. However, they haven't directly said anything. The only way you could do this is by just directly asking, are you talking about me? And if you hear a yes, then you're well within your rights to say whatever. But I think it is a bit harsh. As much as I don't like them lot, I don't like Joka and them lot, but it's harsh to kind of like just go at him and say that he's having a participation trophy. I think that's kind of crazy.
Did anyone ask Joka who was talking about?
Joker's, I'll be honest with you, from what I know of him, he will never admit it publicly.
Okay, but did anyone actually ask him in the tweet?
I was tagged in it. I was tagged in it.
Oh, you tagged in the tweet?
Yeah, I got tagged in it, and I asked, why am I tagged in this? Now, if it was my tweet and Joker or whoever was tagged in it, I would just say, no, it's not to do with this person. But the replies were going, the quote retweets were going, there was no mention, nothing whatsoever. Now, again, I don't think it was about me, but the way I see it is that if you want to whisper or like say something underhanded and not direct to anyone in particular, then you can hold it from all angles. Otherwise, be direct. You're putting out an inflammatory tweet in a niche community, and the biggest person in that community to cover topics surrounding the community is Moonsault. So either be direct and we all know what's going on, or just deal with it. Like it's like if, obviously this is a bit more of an extreme example, but it's like if you say something about a whole community or a whole race when you're really just talking about one white dude or one black dude or one Christian or one Muslim, and then you're surprised when all of them are like, who are you talking to, bro? You know, like just say the name. I couldn't give less of a shit.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm going so hard on Joka is because this guy here is like pushing me. Like I didn't want to talk about Joka. I told Mike this, like I shouldn't, get into these like petty beefs, and I shouldn't, I should use my time better. But like you trying to make me seem like I'm like crazy or like I'm doing something bad, like no, like I'm just not gonna tolerate it. Like, we all know that Joka's tweet is about me. If that wasn't the case, he should have said it. He's seen that my name was tagged. My name being tagged is the most like response to that tweet. The respectful thing to do is to say, no, this is not about you. Don't allow, you know, that tweet to exist. Don't allow me to, you know, get dragged into that. Like they're saying, be direct.
It can
So
be
when-
it can be an assumption though, isn't it? Like that's the one thing that they always do. But yeah, like
It's a
that's
fair
why it's
assumption.
done, though. That's why it's done, though, Jay. Like,
Yeah,
it's worded in a certain way, so that when people question it, they're like, oh, I wasn't talking about him. So who were you talking about then? Nate,
I
because
don't know.
you might not be speaking about anyone in particular, but you've got an idea in your head of the people that make this kind of content. So throw some names out there, and don't start throwing out Hassan, Ethan, Destiny. We know you're not talking about these people. We know they're gamers that you're talking about, people in the fighting game scene. So throw some names out there, but instead it's kept very vague so that you're absolved. Yeah, this is nothing to do with me, blah blah blah. But yet Moonsault's name is tagged there. You can see it because loads of people are responding to it or liking it, and nothing's being said. So at that point, you're creating a dramatic situation. And then what will happen is this podcast happens, and it's like, look at these drama farmers. I'm sorry, but whose tweet was it? You started on the guy.
Yeah, you can't. The thing is though, as much as I know what they're like, it's probably that they're in a Discord and people have seen and said, oh, okay, you know, they probably watched this video, everyone's talking about in Discord. Then he's made a tweet and then everyone's liked it. Like, it's that kind of type of corny type of behavior of what I would say some of these players / creators do. It's kind of silly. But then I also feel like what Moonsault Slayer needs to do is just not react to it, bro. Sometimes, but you know, much people like, let's put it into words of like Maximilian and that. Like Maximilian's like the biggest fighting game content creator. I don't see him get into any problems, but I probably do see there's probably people that drag him down all the time. He probably has people that don't like him. He doesn't really respond to this stuff, or he doesn't end up like cussing these people. He doesn't need to. And I'll be honest with you, in terms of your situation with Joka, like Joka doesn't need to tell you whether it's to do with you or not. And he doesn't, vice versa. You lot don't even need to conversate or whatever. Just keep doing you. Get me? That's gonna annoy them even more. Do you get what I'm saying? You doing what you're doing, keep growing, keep elevating, keep rising. Why? Well, you keep you know, just growing your YouTube. Yeah, you need to kind of just stick to doing that. Don't worry what people are doing in terms of cryptic messages and they're talking to me they're talking about me. Like, bro, they can say something like, oh yeah. So, like something so cryptic that you can think it's you. Oh, was Joker ever your friend? Was K Wiz ever your friend? Was any of these people ever your friend? No. You know what I'm saying? So it shouldn't really bother you. Like, I know you want to be like respected along with everyone that's in this community, but I'll be so real with you. This EU community is so divided. It's ridiculous. You're growing. Just concentrate on what you do. But people like you. You've got subscribers, you've got viewers, you've got comments, you've got all of these things going on. People do like you. And yeah, they might not like the fact that you're in this community doing whatever, but so what? You was never their friend anyways. That's why they don't owe you anything and you don't owe them anything. Keep doing your thing. Keep rising, bro. You're sick. You're sick at what you do, man.
I appreciate that. That's what I try to like do. Like, I try not to get into these petty battles. Like with K Swiss, like I didn't respond to anything he said. With Joka, I wasn't going to respond. Obviously, being on the stream now, you know, I have responded, but my intent was to like I was working on the Ogre June Kazama video. I have another video that I want to work on, right? So it's like I do just understand that, like, you know, everyone on the internet has someone on the internet who hates them, and that's just the way it works. So that's just how it is, you know. I just don't really like let it bother me.
Yeah, don't, man, bro. Just keep doing your, bro. Like, the thing is, everyone that's doing this, like, they don't understand. Tekken is small. Like, doing all this stuff where you're like sneak dissing on social media and stuff, it's so pointless. You probably get your friends or whatever in your Discords or your followers to like it, and yeah, okay, it might look like, yeah, you've got this entourage and that, but bro, really and truly, you so have you. Do you get what I'm saying? You've got your thing going on. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's just
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't know them like that, but obviously the reason why my issue is a lot more deeper with them is because we've had problems and then we've been cool again, and that's because I've squashed the problems and then I've seen snaky shit again. So that's why it would warrant me to be more pissed off with them, whereas they've never really liked you. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's nothing really to worry about. That yeah, they can end up liking you later on down the line, but I think the more your channel just grows and the more that you keep on doing, I think that will obviously help you just like keep on the steady road. Like fuck whatever that anyone else thinks or what they say, bro. Fuck what, like they aren't supporting you anyways. Who cares? You know, they're gonna be in their corner. They're gonna keep doing what they're doing. You're gonna be in your corner. You're gonna keep doing what you're doing. That's the best way to look at it. I've tried like the way how you feel and stuff like that, where, you know, like when I've done content in this space, I would like for everyone to get along, for all of us to be cool, for everyone to be friends, and not even friends, but you know, just be able to be just on a amicable level.
Yeah.
But what I found in this Tekken space, especially Europe, is everyone's got their little groups. Everyone wants to be that, you know, the face of it. Everyone wants to be that person that's, you know, yeah, they've said this first, they've done this first, and it's that. And it's just a load of bullshit, man. It's sad because this is probably one of the reasons why, if we talk about Tekken and stuff in general, like EU is not at the top. You know, we've got Korea and Pakistan that they work together on majority of the time. I know there's like one or two beefs, but there's a lot of beefs in Europe, a lot of problems in Europe. You know what I'm saying? And that's including the UK. It's sad, and you know, I've tried multiple times to lower my pride with certain situations where I've been disrespected by said names and stuff like that. But yeah, this time around, I ain't squashing shit, and I'm just doing what I'm doing. No matter what happens, you know, like I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, keep grinding, and yeah, just hope for the best. And I feel like you, Mike, should definitely do the same, man.
Yeah, I agree. I think that for me, I just try to like just do what makes me happy. Like something that I always say is that like I'm lucky to like have the ability to create content, but also that people like it. And I don't know how long this will last for, but while it does last, you know, I'm gonna try and help others. I'm gonna try to, you know, speak for the truth and, you know, just enjoy it. So it's like I don't make videos or make tweets with the goals of like putting people down. And it's like I'm not saying that I haven't, you know, but I try to like learn from that and not do it again. Because it just doesn't make sense. Like I don't know Joka, I don't know, you know, K-Swiss, all these guys, right? And honestly, I think like if they met me in real life, I think we would be cool because like I don't have any enemies. But it's like when that boy. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, you know, I just gotta I just stay focused and like, you know, not let it get to me, because it used to get to me. Like when people used to like tag me and stuff, like because I didn't know how to deal with it. I didn't know how to like deal with like being, you know, attacked on Twitter and the tweet got 500 likes. But now it's like I'm used to it. You know, every 2 months someone out there makes a tweet, and whether it's specifically about me or it's kind of about me, like it's like, so be it. Like, you know, I got work to do. I got things I need to do. So I kind of just ignore it.
Yeah, I hope you lot, to be fair, I hope you lot do kind of like, well, I don't know, you lot don't owe each other anything, but hope that beef does kind of like iron out. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't even call it beef at this point. It's just like you lot don't owe each other anything. You lot don't like each other. Or I said, or maybe the tweet wasn't about you. I have no idea.
I'm just gonna read out these super chats before we like close out. OJ, thank you for the $2. Stupid people only understand extremes, not nuance. That is Twitter in a nutshell, unfortunately. Grey Monger Arc, thank you for the $10. A lot of pros seem to be condescending. But Does anyone know what that?
I don't even know what that word is because it's got an N at the end. I don't know. It's,
Yeah, I
is
don't
it,
know.
I was about to
Yeah, I'm
say
fine.
asshole. One?
I
I don't know what that word means.
don't know. Chat want to guess what that word is. From the ones I talked, ton. If you're not a Tekken god of destruction, your opinion doesn't matter. At least that's what they've told me in the past.
You gotta
I
be a
think
Geode. You gotta be a Geode. You gotta be a
No,
God.
wait. I've been told this many a times.
Yeah, I think that in terms of like skill and when you're talking about balancing characters, I think that there's some validity in that. I don't think you have to be God, but I think you have to demonstrate some sort of like level of skill or understanding of Tekken to talk about balance. Because sometimes you get people that are like, they've picked up the game for 2 weeks, they got to Mighty Ruler and they're talking about so and so is broken. And it's like, come on, man. Like, you don't have the experience to be speaking about this. I don't think you have to be God necessarily, but I do think you need to have some time playing Tekken as a whole. And I'd say, like, I don't know if like I want to put ranks into it because some people don't play ranked, but I think that you should be able to hang in a match with a strong player or like a semi-strong player. Which is why, like, when C4 brings up certain stuff, like, obviously it's no shade on C4. It's no different than me bringing up stuff about Strife. I could play Strife. I'm not very good at it though. Don't really know the ins and outs of it. So I think you need
but you can talk about Strive. You can talk about the game, right? Just not about how the balancing should be.
I could talk about the
what you're
game,
saying.
I guess. Yeah.
I think that it's okay to give feedback for the skill level that you're at. If you're talking above your skill, then that's where the issue comes in. But like if you're a red rank player and you know like for me, like I was dealing with throw breaks, and I think unblockable throws causes confusion in the throw system. I think that giving feedback like that is fine. But if you're like, like if you're like a red rank and you're specifically trying to say this character should be nerfed or that, like I think you're talking out of your skill. But you can give feedback on like your experience because like the game is made for everyone.
Yeah. I think it's okay to voice your opinion, and then someone maybe more knowledgeable can can point you in the right direction. Unfortunately, on Twitter, when you say something, people immediately like either want to cuss you out or scream at you or drag you or like, look at this stupid opinion. Like, how many times have we seen a red rank say something, and instead of just being like, no, this is why you're wrong and here's the example, they'll quote retweet them and start laughing at them, and that tweet will get thousands of views, hundreds of likes of people just dogpiling them. And it's like, we could have just told him to duck, or we could have just told him that it's a 2 break or something like that. So I have no problem with everyone voicing their opinions. I think my main problem comes when like it's a new player and they double down, and you're like, all right, we've tried to tell you that this is not how it works, and you're still doubling down on something that you're not really aware of. I think that maybe is where people get annoyed with some players.
There was a Clive main who I interviewed, and he said Clive needs buffs. And I was looking at his stats, and his worst matchup was Clive. And the win statistics showed that Clive is one of the most like effective characters in online. And I think that's an example where like you have someone who's like not properly understanding the character, and they're asking for buffs. And I do think in that situation, you got to look at why people can beat you with your character, but you can't beat others with the character, because everyone's winning with Clive, but that one person, they couldn't figure it out. So I think a lot of times, instead of trying to get the developers involved, you have to look at you have to admit that you're not good, and you have to, like, if you want to be good, then you have to, watch some tutorials or do some setups, some training to get good. Don't look for the developers to bail you out.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. So many people online asking for silly things when they should just go into practice mode. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $4.99. My uncle critiques football teams all the time, and he isn't a pro. Regardless, he ain't wrong for calling Spurs bottlers. Any of you Spurs fans?
I don't watch sports like that.
No, I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't really watch football like that, but Arsenal has bottled the Premier League a couple times, haven't they? They keep coming really close, and then right at the end, they flop. I don't need to watch football to point that out, do I?
You know, one thing I wanted to ask, Moonsault Slayer, are you from UK, or you don't want to give out where you're from?
Yeah, I kind of don't really like.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I just
That's
be
cool.
paranoid. Like, I think to a higher degree than I should, but like, you know.
Yeah, you want to keep it. Okay, fair enough.
Tiny Parcel, thank you for the $2. C4 has never heard of sports commentary. I'll take. C4.
That's okay. As someone who's a commentator, that's just the stupidest thing to ever say. But cool.
Why did you say that, Tiny Parcel? What was that in response to? Does anyone know?
Well, I do think the concept is interesting. Like, you know, I you know, people call me drama content creator or whatnot, for talking about, you know, the ongoing with pro players. But you have like ESPN and whatnot, who literally, as soon as the game ends, they have the people with the decks talking about this guy missed the game winning shot. Here's what this other pro said on Twitter about it, and they'll pull up the tweet. LeBron James said, "Couldn't be me," and then they'll all start laughing. But like, I do a version of that. Like, but it's interesting how people don't see the similarities, and I think they don't want to see it.
100%. I agree.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
We said before, once someone has it in their head to hate you, whatever you say, they'll have a problem with it.
I mean, most sports commentators were ex-players.
But
let's not forget that.
But you can't.
Are they not? When you see Ian Wright talk about football, was Ian Wright not a footballer? Or Alan Shearer? I'm
Not
saying
all
all
of
the
them, though.
football people. I said, yes, I said most of them. I didn't say all of them. We're going to the extreme thing again. I said most of them. And
Okay,
if
yeah,
not,
I didn't
if
hear
they're
that.
not, then that's their career. Like, that's literally their job. Literally their job. It's not like a part-time thing. They don't get like part-time sports commentators.
I was being sarcastic. C4's point saying Moon can't talk about Joka because he's not a pro player.
I didn't say you can't. I was saying, again, stones in the glass house. You don't like people critiquing your thing and you get upset about it, probably shouldn't do it to other people. I also get sneak dissed online. I don't do the actions you did. From what other people
What did I
say,
do?
again, or from listening to what people said when they come on, you said someone said about you this in Michael Murray's or something.
And I explained to that person that I feel like you were not listening, because I explained.
No, that's why I just said something about Michael Murray's. Did you not insult him or diss him?
No, I didn't. That's what I told the person. I told the person that, one, I don't support, attacking the developers, and two, I will call out Michael Murray if he's spazzing on Twitter, but I will also give him the most praise for the work that he's done. I literally explained the duality of it, where I can critique him, but it's not to hurt, it's to help, because we all would agree that his actions has hurt the game and it's not necessary, right? So when I say, Michael Murray, you should probably lay off Twitter, it's not making fun of him. It's like, it's a serious problem. And I'm trying to give advice to help where others give advice to hurt.
It's fair. It is fair to tell Michael Murray to stay off Twitter, because he's had some of his tweets are like, "What are you doing, bro?" I'm sure you've seen them, C4. Some of them are like,
I've seen what people have replied to.
Well, Michael Murray's had some very weird tweets, and he doesn't feel like he can take criticism very well, because the way he responds to it seems very visceral, and then he'll take a break. He's like, I can't bother to deal with this toxicity, and then he'll leave. And it's like, all right, well, just stay off Twitter, bro. This is a toxic. Like, Twitter is the abyss. We all know that. If you're gonna go on Twitter, you understand. Like, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying I necessarily like it. That's just how Twitter is. You'll say that you like waffles, and they'll start calling you a Nazi for that. That's just how Twitter is. So if you can't handle it, then you shouldn't be on it. I think it's fair for Moonsault to say stay off Twitter.
But before Michael Murray started using Twitter, or like his tweets blew up, he was a respected developer. He started using Twitter, and he's rapidly losing respect. And I remember the days when people liked Michael Murray and when he wasn't made fun of and stuff like that. I remember it. And that's why I still celebrate his accomplishments. But, you know, like I said, he's also sabotaging, and he even admits it himself, where he says, like, you know, okay, I got crazy with this tweet. I shouldn't do this or shouldn't do that. Like, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, so the Michael Murray one, that's what I heard. The tier list, everyone in like D and C tier, that is a diss. Whether they shouldn't take it like that or not, but that's what it is. So yeah. I was just making an example of how what you complain about and it happening back to you. It's kind of like it's playing the mud, just then you're gonna get dirty, innit? That's how it is.
Well, like I said, right? There's been multiple people who've taken shots at me, right? Whether they're not, and I think they are, or whether they are, and but a lot of those things I have ignored, right? There's been multiple examples before this Joka one that I have not said anything about. So you can't say that, like, oh, when people say your name, you get angry. No, this Joka situation was going to be the same as all the others, where I was going to continue with my day, and I did continue with my day. Mike wanted to give me the opportunity to just talk about, you know, the ongoing attacking and whatnot, and we're doing so. But if Mike would have never reached out, I would probably be editing the next video right now, not talking about Joka at all. So you can't say that, oh, you need to Moonsault, like,
I didn't mention Joka. I literally mentioned the tier list. I didn't mention Joka.
What are we talking about, Joka?
I didn't mention Joka. I said the tier list.
Well, even the tier list is being compared to the situation, though. And the tier list is not directly a diss. I just can't see. I don't see it that way.
Calling someone D tier is a diss, Mike. Let's please.
He called me D tier last year. I didn't take it as a diss.
Yeah, you didn't take it as one, but it is a diss. It's like if someone
it's not a diss.
calling
Like,
someone D tier is an insult. Come on now, it's not like a massive insult, but it is an insult. It's a sneak diss.
It's not, because first of all, there's a lot of Tekken content creators. I'd wager there's well over 100, right? He's put about, what, 30 on there? To even make the tier list means that, like, on some level, you're popular. People know who you are. And that they have an opinion on you. A lot of content creators don't even have the privilege of people watching their videos. So the idea that someone would see it as a diss, to me, is just them being fragile. You're on a tier list on a website with hundreds of millions of creators and loads of people doing content. You've made this list, which means you're recognized. But maybe your D tier, like you said, because your content's in its infancy, or you haven't really fleshed out which avenue you want to go down. It's not necessarily a diss. I'm not disputing the fact that there could be people in D or lower that do get dissed. I'm saying that being in D it's not certain that you're being dissed. Like, it's not. I didn't see it that way, and that's not how it was presented to me either. And when I spoke to Moonsault about it, it was exactly as I suspected. It was that I was still kind of doing the Mortal Kombat stuff. I was still like new to like that kind of audience, and so he put me down there. That's not a diss.
And also too, one person that I put in D tier was 6, and he reached out, and I was trying to explain to him why he is low tier, and he really just wouldn't hear it. Like, he was more so like, you know, but I bring it up to say that, like, you know, if people are confused about why they're D tier or whatever, like, I'm very open to tell you why, because once again, it's like, it's not a diss. It's like, you're really doing something. You could be better, basically, right? Like, these guys, they just, I don't know if they go out their way to do bad, but somehow they're doing bad things, right? And it's like, you could be so much more. And I mean, if telling someone that is a diss, then I guess I'm dissing.
But I
yeah. So saying someone just saying. Do you ask how is a disc?
No, like, you said that I was wrong just now for the explanation that I gave.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what you mean.
Oh yeah, no, I just didn't want to interrupt Moon. So to be fair, Moon brought up a good example of when he said someone contacted him afterwards and he gave him the pointers to be better. that's a critique. That is like a good criticism, right? To help improve someone. But just to put someone in D tier and then that's it, you're just saying they're bad. You're not giving the why, when, how, whatever. You're just saying they're bad. That's why I'm saying that is a diss. You're disagreeing. I'm like, no, if you say anyone is bad at something, you're saying they're not good, it's a diss. If you give them critiques afterwards or you explain why, then you can say it's like a criticism and you're trying to help them. But if you don't give someone pointers, you're not trying to help them, you're just saying they're bad. That's why I say it's a
D
diss.
isn't necessarily saying you're bad though. That's what I'm trying to
It's
get
the bottom.
across.
So it's the bottom. It's the bottom, Mike.
Yeah, but
And-
what
but
you're
also-
not understanding though is that, like I said, there's hundreds of Tekken content creators. You made the bottom of a tier list, but you're still on a tier list, and you could be on the bottom for multiple reasons. Like I said, when he put me on the bottom, I was still doing MK and Soul Calibur stuff. So I just entered Tekken. That's not a diss. That's just a fact. There's a fact
That's
that my
participation.
Tekken content
But
yeah, but I
Participate-
still got
participation
into a
trophy.
tier list when there's hundreds of other content creators, and I'm doing Tekken and Soul Calibur. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's not. I wouldn't even say it's a participation. Like my Tekken like endeavors were in their infancy, and to be recognized by amongst all these other content creators, I don't see that as a diss. I don't even see how you could see that as a diss. If he directly told me you're in D because you're shit, that's a diss. But he didn't.
And,
No, you're
and-
indeed because you're shit. It's
No,
it
no,
goes
but
without
look,
saying.
But that's not why he
I-
put me there.
I also
You specifically, not you specifically.
I also explained the tier list on stream. So if someone was really that, riled up about it, the VOD is there. What do you want me to upload the 3-hour stream to Twitter? Like, people know that, I probably talked about it on stream. I think the thumbnail of that stream is the tier list. So it's like saying that I didn't explain this or that is not true. Like, everyone knows that I make videos. Everyone knows that I was probably talking about it on stream. If you're really interested to figure out why you're so low or so high, you can go and watch it.
Okay. I explained earlier about the comparison with content creators and commentators in terms of when people were saying someone else is bad. You saw the Say Jammers thing. I'm saying it applies to commentators as well. To content creators. When the content creator says another one is bad, by putting them in at the bottom of the tier list, it still applies.
I think this is a perception thing. I don't think we're going to agree, but that's fine. It's good to disagree and have it out on cam. I completely disagree, but yeah, I mean, that Moonsault.
What does Jay think? Sorry, Matt, to cut you off. What does Jay think? See his thinking face.
What do I think?
Yeah, if someone you didn't know or talk to put you in the lowest rank of a content creator tier list, would you think it's a diss or not a diss?
It all depends, on the circumstance. Obviously, initially, from an ego perspective, yeah, I'd think it's a diss. From an ego perspective, oh yeah, I'm doing all this content. This guy's put me D. I'll be pissed. But from a adult, mature perspective, is he doing this tier list for Tekken content creators? Am I producing a lot of Tekken content stuff? Is it good? I might think it's good. But again, from an ego perspective, I'm not going to be looking at it from the way how he's looking at it. The reason why he put Mike in details because Mike wasn't doing Tekken content creation. Is that correct? He wasn't doing Tekken content creation at that time.
Yeah, I was doing mostly MK and Soul Calibur, and I was moving into Tekken slowly.
Yeah, so he's in detail. He's Moonsault Slayer is not going to be watching him for those games because he's not interested in those games. He's interested in Tekken. But at the moment he's moved into Tekken and the stuff he's doing now, he really likes his content. He's put him into S tier. So that's what I'm saying. From an ego perspective, which I think is quite immature, then you're gonna think straight away that okay, D tier is bad, but you can definitely move up in the tier list if you do good content in what he's doing the tier list for, which is Tekken content.
Yeah,
that's the way how I'm looking at it. I don't see I was in A and there's bro, Mike has only been doing Tekken content from whenever. He's higher than me. So if I looked at it in an ego perspective, I would be like, why is Mike higher than me? And I would be pressing Moonsault Slayer. But I haven't pressed Moonsault Slayer because I feel like, okay, that's his opinion. I could be doing better content. I've just now got to go back to the drawing board and do better. That's all that it is. So yeah, you
But
can't look at
also-
it from an ego perspective because it clouds your judgment on what the tier list is for.
Also, you got to remember that this is just one man's opinion. And on Twitter, when people saw Moonsault Slayer's tier list, they rearranged it and they moved me way down. Some people kept me in the same similar position. Some people moved me way down. I didn't see it as a diss. I'm just like, my value is not the value that I bring to the fighting game community or my community might not necessarily translate to someone else. It's not really a diss. It's just they don't see any value in what I'm producing. Some people are literally just interested in playing the game. They're not interested in the community aspect of it. That's not a diss. That's just what they're into. You know, I don't see how you could see that as a diss.
I think
What I saw was
Sorry.
people there was, you know, because like Mike is saying, multiple tier lists was created. I seen some people you know, maybe two friends are on the tier list and they're going back and forth cracking jokes about I'm higher on this tier list. Well, I'm higher on this tier list. Like it's not supposed to be taken so seriously. It's just like memeing. It's just like for fun. And I am happy that, you know, a lot of people seeing it is like something just to laugh at and like, you know, crack some jokes and but also like, you know, feel motivated. But the goal is not to demotivate anyone.
But also, like, just remember that for as much as people might rearrange the tier list and whatever, Moonsault's one got a lot of traction, and so did last year's. So it's they've kind of made it the tier list to look at when he brings it out. They've made it that way because of how controversial they've made it seem on Twitter. Because it's just a tier list like any other character tier list. Like if I made one, it's probably not going to pick up as much traction as Moonsault's one. That's kind of become the community tier list now. That's the one people are going to look at next year. When is he dropping the tier list? You know, so they did that. They gave it value. They gave it meaning. If no one interacted with the post, everyone's like, oh, whatever. It would have been whatever, but they quote retweeted it, they commented, they screenshotted, they made videos, they changed it up. Now it's become the definitive Tekken community tier list. Now we wait until 2026 because of them. The people that complain, they're the ones that did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not going to agree.
You don't agree with us. But this is why you're here, Sifu. You're the contrarian.
I feel like
I'm not
you
the
have to
contrarian,
agree
bro.
with-
Don't
with
do that.
anything.
Don't give your chat silly ammunition. I've given you
I
an
swear
example.
you
No one
said
had this
that.
energy with Jammers and Sayjam. When Sayjam's opinion was that Jammers wasn't that good, everyone got up in arms and upset and cried.
That's a different situation entirely.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Jammers was directly insulted by Sayjam. He
No,
literally
it was
said
Sayjam's opinion. Sayjam's opinion, Mike. He said, I don't like his commentary.
No. It's fine to have an opinion, but Moonsault didn't directly insult anybody. Sayjam did.
What was the insult with Sayjam?
When
Jammers.
Sayjam saw Jammers on screen, it's like, I can't fucking listen to this guy. I can't listen to this guy or whatever. And he muted.
Gonna put him on mute, yeah.
That is an
Yeah, because he doesn't
insult.
like his commentary. Right?
It's an insult.
Saying, okay, hold on a minute. Saying I can't watch this commentator because you don't like him is an insult.
Yeah.
And put them on mute, yes.
Yeah. And it's,
Okay,
it's
you
a
got
little
lost.
bit different.
Right.
It's a little
Lost.
different with Sayjam and Jammers because they work in the same sort of field. They're basically colleagues. It's like if I don't know, like if F Word, for example, he wasn't really a fan of Jammer's commentary. They're colleagues. Like, they're all commentators. They're all trying to eat from this thing. If you publicly shame one of your colleagues, it's a little different to Moonsault Slayer, a content creator who has no real connection to any of these people, having his opinion out there. That's not the same thing at all. Not from a professional standpoint, and I think these guys are all chummy with each other. That's a little bit fucked up what Sayjam did. So I don't think you can even see them in the same light. That's like me and well, actually, I don't work in any capacity in this, but if me and Jay were like working in the FGC, we're doing commentary or we're doing casting or whatever, and I just randomly go, oh, I can't listen to this guy, mute. I've just dissed him in front of thousands of people. That's totally different to what Moonsault did. I don't even know how you can compare
Okay.
the two.
If muting someone and putting someone in D tier are that different, then cool. Let's agree to disagree. If
You don't
if
see any
muting
difference?
someone is a diss and saying someone is the bottom of a tier list isn't, then yeah,
But you're
sure.
you're taking a lot of context out of it.
The stream of
I
where
heard the distinctions. Sorry, what was that?
the stream of the stream exists of why I put them low tier, and my reasoning is not born out of negativity, whereas what Sajam did was.
I mean, I don't want to bring up Planet Medusa, but we've already gone over it. So why are we doing this?
Because like so look, what if I left out a D tier and a C tier and I only had A, B, C? I mean, B would still be the bottom tier, right? There's no way, like you're saying that if anyone is put in the bottom tier, it's a diss. And I'm saying that these are the biggest people in the world of Tekken. And I'm ranking them on like what they do. And a lot of those D tier people cause destruction, right? And I'm saying they could be much better than that. Like I believe, like the same way you're saying Medusa does all this great stuff. Yeah, but he also does a lot.
I wouldn't go that far.
Crazy.
I wouldn't go that far. Hold on. I don't get clipped. I didn't say that. I'm not sub to him or anything. I watched like 2 or 3 videos. I don't think he's a great person.
You said multiple times now where like you barely watch me, you barely watch Medusa, you barely this, you barely that. It just seems
you also said you barely watch Medusa, by the way, but you put him in D.
Yeah, but I seen him the way he attack and go after people. That triumphs his content, right? When I'm not even going to say names, but when you're destructive like that, it trumps. Like you can be a tax-paying citizen, but if you're out there, tripping old ladies, it trumps it. Like you're out there causing harm.
I get the logic. I get the logic completely. I just I think it's like going back to what we were talking about. I don't know how we got back on those guys indeed, but I think that the context of like the Sajam situation and what Moonsault did really distinguishes them. And I think we all understand discrediting your colleague in front of thousands of people, which could potentially affect their earning. I don't know if it ever did with jammers, and even if it didn't, it could, because Sajam is not any guy. He's one of the biggest guys in our scene. He works with a lot of these companies. They could see that and just not want to book jammers for something because they're going to take his word for it. I think that's drastically different to any of us having an opinion on content creators and making a video about it. You might see it as like, I still see it as dissing, but the ramifications of your behavior are totally different to what we're doing here.
I agree. Like the power, it's not really a power imbalance because I'd say jammers and Sajam are still quite high, but the difference between the influence that Moonsault can have versus Sajam is obviously massively different. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying what was said is still a diss.
Yeah.
They would both be a diss.
Yeah,
Do you agree
we can
that,
agree to disagree on that.
Do you agree that, okay, so look, you're saying it's a diss, but do you agree that it was also more than just a diss? Like it was a diss and something else? Or are you saying it's only was a diss?
Your thing or Sajam's thing?
My thing.
Well, from what you're saying, unless the person that you tiered saw the VOD, then I wouldn't say it's a diss. Like if you had them all in a VC or something, then I'll say it wasn't a diss. But if you did the VODs and then you posted, I don't know if you did this, I'm just saying, but if you posted the thumbnail of just the tier list without context, then I'll be like, oh yeah, that's a sneak diss. And then you might explain to them afterwards, which is fine. But initially, you're not going to give them context to why they're there and they don't know that. That is a diss. You haven't told them why you think they're bad, which is your opinion, and you're totally entitled to do that. I'm just saying. I don't know why we're so scared to say it was a diss when it was clearly a diss.
No,
I don't think it. Yeah, yeah. That's what. Obviously, sorry. That's why you don't say it's a diss because you don't think it is. But yeah, I would. if I see the parallels between the two, I think are closer. Where Michael's saying about colleagues, we have someone who was on the tier list and Moonsault. So your content creator colleagues, you might not have Moonsault might not have done collaborations with everyone on the tier list, but you're working in the same realm, which is Tekken content. So I would say you're also colleagues, everyone on that tier list. You might not work with all of them, but you're still working in the same area, working in the same field.
I wouldn't say we're colleagues. We're probably like, we wouldn't even use the word peers. We exist in the same field, but I don't think you can use the same terminology because everything surrounding it is different.
That's like saying, you know, tech giants are colleagues. They just all do tech.
If they collab, then I would say they're colleagues, yeah. Same way commentators collab.
So, but Moonsault hasn't collabed with any of these people.
Was collabed with you. I don't know this, do I? He's collabed with you. He's here with Jay. You say you interview people. Would it not be an assumption that you've interacted with some of the people that you've tiered in this list?
But would an acquaintance be like Jumanji said acquaintance? I think that would be might be a better word to use than colleague.
For what, content creators or commentators or both?
Content creator, because you're talking about Moon. I don't think any of us would be considered colleagues. Even me and Jay, like, even though we're friends and we're in the content space, we're not colleagues.
This is just a collab. To be fair, like obviously, I don't compete for Tekken, and well, not right now. So I do content creation, but I play Tekken. I don't know. Nah, I don't think that's colleagues per se. No.
We do different
types of
say
content.
Would you say me and Jammers are colleagues? Commentator colleagues?
Jammers don't, not really, because Jammers commentate Street Fighter, and you both do commentary, so you both do that job role. But had you have both been doing the same game, then I would say maybe.
Yeah,
He
like
doesn't commentate.
You're not colleagues with like ketchup and mustard. You're in the same field. I would say that you're acquaintances. If you started commentating Mortal Kombat on like the same circuit that they do, then I'd say you're colleagues because now you're working on the same game. You're working on the same circuit. But yeah, you and Jammers wouldn't be colleagues, in my opinion.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I thought you would say that we were, but fair enough.
Nah, because you both do different games. So that, see, like, all right, cool. So, say for example, if they started calling up Guilty Gear, say for example, all right, cool, Evo, for example, Guilty Gear Strive happens, and they're like, yeah, who are the Guilty Gear Strive commentators? They're not gonna look at Jammers, so he's not your. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, they're gonna look at all the people that are Guilty. Anyone that's like a commentator for Guilty Gear Strive, that is your circle. That is your, you know, your peers and or your whatever. But then obviously, if it's Street Fighter 6, anyone that's in Jammer's circle, aka Say Jam, Yipes, all those people, they're in his circle. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's how it would work.
I mean, I agree with you. I remember when this happened, and I said, I don't. People were making the distinction that it's only bad because it was Say Jam to Jammers. I was like, I don't think it is. I think you lot are like don't understand. If it was Rip, if Rip said that to Jammers, I think people would still be just as upset, but they wouldn't be able to lean on the fact that they're colleagues because they talk about two different games. That was so. That's why I was surprised that you lot said there was no that there was a difference between the games, because I'm like, I think people would still be upset if a Tekken player said that to Jammers.
Yeah, they would be.
I think that they would. I think, but the thing is, Rip's influence is quite big as well, and he's a well-known name. Like, if I got into commentary and I said it about Jammers, no one's gonna care. But if Ketchup and Mustard or Rip or Yipes or even a Counter-Strike commentator, like someone that's really well-known, makes a comment about another commentator, even if they're not necessarily colleagues, I think people would get angry. I don't know if they'll get as angry as they did when Sajam did it because they're directly connected. But I think with enough influence and the ramifications that can come from you saying things like that, because it's not the first time it's happened in the work field, I think people would get pretty pissed off.
Yeah, I said I thought I don't think there would have been a difference personally, or very negligible difference between a non-Street Fighter person saying it. And I basically said what you guys have said. That's why I was surprised with the whole colleague, not colleague distinction. Because I think he would have got the same. I don't think Jam's got backlash. I think Sejam probably got more backlash than anything.
Yeah,
I think it's more of a power thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, but I think there was one more super chat. Tonton, thank you for the $5. People want to make a first 10 out of anything nowadays, but can't finish slowly counting to 10 to take a real shower. Crazy. Yeah, I think it's because people were saying that Joka and Moonsault should do a first to 10. I don't see what the point in that would be, personally. I mean, Moonsault, do you have anything you want to respond to that with?
I don't think that matters. I don't think that settles anything, because obviously he's better than me. Like, I would get smoked. Probably like 0-10. If I did win, it would be Tekken 8 doing the heavy lifting, right? So it's like, it's not a conversation of like, I'm saying that I'm better than him at Tekken. That's not the conversation, right? He's saying I'm a bad content creator. And since he wants to say that, then I'll say you're a bad pro, right? And I mean, the best response you can have is go to win Evo France, right? If he wins Evo France, someone could clip this stream and I'll be the biggest fool, right? But if he goes to Evo France and he gets dogged on the first day and he's taking Chipotle sticker pictures, then who's right and who's wrong?
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I think within like the world of competing, numbers count. Which is the same with YouTubers. Numbers count. So I think that's a fair comparison. But was there anything you guys wanted to end on?
Chipotle stickers is crazy.
That's what the pros do. That's their trophy.
Oh man, Chipotle stickers. I couldn't control it. That one, that's funny. Oh man.
C4, is there anything you wanted to end on?
No, I'm good.
I'll say this. I don't want no beef with no one. I try to just mind my business and do my own thing. When I talk about others, I try to do it with respect. And I try to do it with care, right? I know that there's a person out there and my words will have an impact on them. And this is why I try to be honest. This is why I try to be accurate. But if you're doing foolishness, then like you shouldn't be doing that, right? You know, I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm not trying to cause harm. That's not why I was put here. So, but also, like if you put out a tweet and if people are tagging me, like if I respond to you, like I'll say this, I'll give you 12 hours to clear it. Like if I make a video or if I say something, like you should have said something, bro. Like I hate when that happens, when people tweet something and then I'm being tagged in it. Like, bro, like I never did that to none of you guys. Like I never, sent hate you guys' way. I try to, celebrate you guys and for the accomplishments that you have. And when I stream tournaments, I be the biggest supporter. And if I am doing something that causes like negativity, I try to step in and be like, hey, don't do that. And I would expect the same thing. And if not, then, fine. Like if you want to, have a little petty battle, then we can have a petty battle. Like I don't want to, but if you start it, then okay.
No, that's fair. That is fair. And in Moonsault's defense, I have seen you remove videos where you make mistakes. So yeah.
Yeah, I take videos down. I apologize. I own up to things. Like I do everything in my power to like correct when I'm wrong. Because it's not right, it's not right for someone to, be talking about someone else and then just spreading lies. And I literally had that happen to me, right? So it's like, I know what it's like to be hated. I know what it's like to have people just saying things and it's not true, right? So I don't do that to people. But I mean, if you guys want to do it to me, then I'll hit you where it really hurt. Like, I'll really have you feeling butthurt. But I don't want to. But don't come at me. Like, if you don't want to be feeling butthurt, you better not. Like, if I feel something, you're gonna feel something.
No, that's fair. That is fair. Well, guys, it's been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I know we said that like we don't really want to indulge in drama, but after this, I can imagine there'll be some shit on Twitter tomorrow. So just brace yourself. But yeah, if no one else got anything to add, then I'll get you guys out of here. Moon, I appreciate you jumping on, bro. It's been a fun discussion. I hope you got everything off your chest that you wanted to.
Yeah, I appreciate this opportunity. I know that it's going to create discussions and clips and whatnot. But I hope that there's more people out there who understands what I really try to do, instead of like something else, like taken out of context, or because like I said, I always own up that there's a lot of things that I want to work on, right? Mispronunciations, mistakes. Yeah, there's a lot. And I am happy that I was able to give the people who want to listen answers, and the people who don't want to listen, so be it.
No, that's fair enough, man. Well, I appreciate you, bro.
you.
Oh,
all right,
wait,
guys.
real quick. I don't know if Moonsault's going to think that I'm a hater. Not. Yeah, just going to put that there, just in case.
I feel like you haven't given me like no type of like credit or no type of like props. Like, I feel like I've been very open and I admitted to a lot of things, and I feel like you haven't like. It's just like you're only focusing on the things that I won't do or the things that I haven't done, and I feel like that it's kind of crazy, right? As someone who's here talking with us, to ignore a lot of the things that I owned up to, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if I was meant to give credit. I didn't know I was here for that. Oh, a lot of people did give you credit. I didn't feel like I had to as well.
Fair enough.
Good YouTube channel.
No, it's just like when you talk to someone, right, and that person admits that they're wrong or they're saying they want to do better, you would like at least acknowledge it. Like, you didn't acknowledge nothing except like the things that there was just no acknowledgement, and it's just to talk for a long time and there's no acknowledgement. It's just like
I think because of the things that you have done, like the example with how you're dealing with people that take shots at you, it's happened to me, and I just did it in a different way, and I think my way's better. I don't know. So I think the way you did it was wrong. Hence why I keep saying about throwing stones in glass houses. But you said, when you ended, like, if you get hurt, they're going to get hurt. That's just the way you go about stuff in it. So
wait, what did you do? Like, how did you handle whatever situation you were in?
When I did Evo, there was people like sneak this. Well, I say sneak this. It wasn't really this, but they were saying stuff like, "Oh, we still got commentators that misgender people." So I DM'd them and said, "Blah blah blah. I didn't misgender. This is what happened. Do you want to talk about it?" And then they deleted the tweet and didn't reply to me. I didn't go on about that person and try and hurt them.
All right. Well, maybe like I usually just ignore like when people like say something, but if I do feel motivated to say something, then I'll just go to their DMs and be like, "Hey bro, like, is this about me? Like, people are tagging me, can you clear it up?" I'll do that.
That might be a good thing, to be fair. Instead of just like accusing people of like saying that, "Oh, okay, they've said this about you when they haven't." Do you know what I mean? That might be a thing to be like, "All right, cool." But I still feel like these people ain't gonna say, you know what I'm saying? They're not gonna tell you that, "Raw, this is what it is."
Yeah. What would you do if you reached out to someone and then they didn't respond and they just let it continue?
I don't think that person's a dick.
Yeah.
That's it. There ain't much to it. Like I said, with that situation with the hashtag studio thing, there was one person that came to me and was talking to me and versus fighting about it. Like, you know, we're not speaking to me about it, but tried to squash it. You know, we were meant to have a conversation. It's been 2-3 weeks later, and this person's not responding to me 3 times. I think they're a dick. Straight. Until when you can actually prove and say, all right, cool, you know what, you can't even, at that point, you can't even say, sorry, I missed the DM. It's like, you spoke to me and you said, yeah, we're going to talk about this. Then it's been 3 weeks later. You haven't said a word 3 weeks later. Like, you can't say you forgot. Like, you're being a dick. That's it.
I think the same sort of thing happened.
Someone said to me, King J, not everyone checks their DMs like that, though. But the person came up to me and said, we need to talk. Yeah, let me know when you're free so we can talk. That doesn't take 3 weeks. When you come up to me, I didn't come up to you, you came up to me. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You could be busy, there could be things happening, but 3 weeks. Come on, man.
I think that if you put out a tweet and you see someone, another content creator being tagged, and people are like liking that comment, commenting on that comment and saying that person's name, and you don't say anything when you're active on Twitter, then I'm not DMing you. I know what you're doing. I wasn't born yesterday. That's on you at that point. If you put out a tweet and it's misinterpreted and you didn't even mention me or anything, then fine. You know, I could be like, okay, you know, even if you didn't reach out to me, you didn't actually tag me. But the fact that people were tagged and there were no mentions of anything tells me that this was done maliciously. And at that point, I don't need to DM you. It's on you what happens.
Yeah.
Real quick, what happened to me is someone was basically did the same sort of timing of Moonsault and the Joka thing, right? It was literally like 20 minutes after I did comms at Evo and then crossover, and they said about these commentators are misgendering. I know it's me because you don't have that issue in any other game. And it was like 20 minutes after I come off comps, and they did it twice. So Mike knows I'm omega petty, super petty. So I understand when it comes to like rebuttaling back. But you get, me personally, and maybe Jay gets this as well, you get way more satisfaction in the victory when you DM them and say, oh, let's talk about it, and you don't get a reply. Then you know they're virtual signaling. Because they don't actually stand on what they said. Because they're not willing to resolve it. They just wanted everyone else to see that I had a problem with it. So I get more pleasure out of that.
So that's exactly what I'm saying. A lot like these people, they do stuff to make it's like fake beef. So they do these things, and obviously because you see the interactions and the engagement, you see like, oh, there's loads of like, you know, reaction to it. It means that, oh, okay, that they're right. No, they're probably in a Discord talking about it, and you know, they probably saying, oh, I'm gonna do this. Boom, yeah. Then would have their friends or their followers like it. It's not a big deal. It's, bro, like if you DM them and they don't respond, like, bro, just forget it, man. Like, let's put it in a real life perspective. Outside of the game, who are they? I know that sounds fucked up, but that's just the reality of it. Like outside of the game, they're a normal human being like anyone else is. Like outside of that Twitter and the likes and stuff like that, and all these other people that want to just jump in and on this hate thing, so that's like outside of that one tweet, so what? Do you get what I'm saying? Like obviously, if it's something like racist or, you know, like homophobic or whatever, then fair enough. Obviously, some people can feel some type of way towards that, but like something like where someone's saying, oh yeah, people only can get engagement from drama, it's just like, bro, so what, bro? Like, who cares? Like, you have to win, you have to, and you could look at it and vice versa. If imagine if Moonsault Slayer that says something like, okay, like tweet something along the lines of, yeah, you some people have to win to earn a living, like, bro, it's just childish. It just sounds, me even talking about this sounds so childish.
Yeah. I never do something like that. I never.
Yeah,
I don't get any satisfaction out of any of these sort of things. Like I don't wake up in the morning and want to fight with other content creators. I don't got like if nothing's going on, then like sometimes my channel's quiet. Like I won't post anything. So I'm just like, I'm not looking to start a fight with somebody. It's very like I know how to push people's buttons if I want to. We all know how to. We're all grown men here. We know what bothers people. But these people start problems and then they get confused when there's clapback. And what C4 was saying with like he gets satisfaction from messaging them, then they don't respond, they take their tweet down. I don't get any satisfaction from being in beef with people at all. Whether like I come out the victor or not. I'd rather not be in beef. It's the problem is that they keep on starting problems. Or they'll do something bad. Or they'll do something horrible to somebody. And then when you go to that other person's aid, like with Shinblade, they get mad at you. It's just like stop being a dickhead and then we won't have to talk. So I don't know why you want to silence people because they want to stick up for someone that's being bullied or like you, like in your case, C4, they were saying that you're misgendering people. Now you got to go explain it to them. Just if you don't want to engage in drama, just shut up.
Yeah, no, I get that. I guess the satisfaction is defanging someone. You take away the tool that they're using to either troll or shit talk you, because what you do is you take the DMs, and when you see that they don't want to reply to you DMs and they only want to reply to you on Twitter, you know that they're only doing it for the audience. So I don't reply to them. I don't reply to them in public. I'll be like, let's jump in the VC. And then you hear nothing. So you're like, oh, you're only doing that. You're performing monkey. I should have done that in a freezer voice, but I fucked up. But yeah, that's all they're doing. They're just trying to perform in front of people. And then I'm like, oh, cool. If that's what you want to do, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. You had the opportunity to solve it. I've got the receipts, but you didn't want to. So I get the satisfaction out of defanging them because then they can't talk shit to you. They can't troll or bully or whatever because they've got nothing else to say. That's where I get the my victory lap.
Yeah.
Why is there so much drama and fighting game community?
I don't know, bro. I've just seen D all the way G come into Moonsault's chat. Moonsault, what is that about? What he's saying?
All right.
Because of the tier list, bro.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but this was the start of my divide with D. We had great relationship and you know we squashed the beef now, right? But there was a point in time when I really was like a drama guy, like I really was going way too far, and I admit that. Like the person Ryujin or something like that was having some personal things or whatnot, and I was tweeting about it, and FDX was like, "This is ridiculous. Like, what are you guys doing?" And I was like, "Yeah, you know, that's right. Like, FDX is 100% right." And I never did anything like that ever again. And I personally don't think FDX was trying to like cancel me or anything like that. I think it was like FDX was trying to really say like you guys are not doing what you're supposed to do. That was something that I had to realize is like, you know, certain and also too, the reason why I appreciate moments like that is because it helps me in the future, right? I'm not going to say the pro name, but there was a pro who had a little situation, right? He had to take a little moment, a break from Twitter. And there was people putting out tweets like, the drama content creators, you guys don't make videos about this. Don't do that. And I never planned to make a video about it, but like the old me before FDX probably would have, you know, considered it. So I that's like when people say like you don't learn or you don't do this. I have learned and I have, you know, improved. And I know when a conversation is too far detached from the game, because like if we're talking about me and Arslan arguing over Brian Ferry top 1 fair game, but if we're talking about someone having personal issues or something like that, just because they're a pro doesn't mean that you can make videos. Hey guys, pro player 2000 just got divorced. Like that's out of pocket, you know? So I want to do something like that. And it's like, you know, I could have went that route, you know? So I don't think I would have, but like, you know, if you go back to that situation, it was one step in that direction. And, you know, I appreciate FDX for saying like, this is not, I can't remember what the tweet was specifically, but he was like, what are we doing? Like, this is not okay. And, you know, I appreciate him for first off, he directly mentioned me, right? And he gave constructive feedback. and it was motivation to do better. And I appreciate that. And that's literally a night and day difference between one Tekken content creator saying do better versus another content creator saying like, just preying on the downfall. So I'm actually happy that bro brought that up because, it shows the proper way to call out someone, and not try to dogpile, like, hate on them,
No, that's
You know,
fair
you
enough.
said
I agree with that.
real quick. You know, you said that you did used to do like maybe like predominantly drama content. Do you feel like that reputation should have gone by now? At
Well,
Moon?
well, it wasn't predominantly drama. It was just it was really like, maybe like a month, maybe, and it really wasn't even that. It really was like, a week, like two videos like back to back, and then it was looking like it was going to be a third, right? But I think that a lot of these, critiques follow me, right? Like the name pronunciation thing, right? Like the fact that that still follows me to this day is kind of wild to me, right? And it's just little things like that where it's like I feel like if people really watched me, they should see, improvement. If I do mispronounce something, they should see that I'm trying to make an effort to correct, right? Like this conversation right here, right? Like people should see that I'm aware of it and I'm trying to correct it. And if I do make the mistake, be like, hey, Moonsault, you kind of slipped up here, lock in. And it's like fair enough, right? But when I see like Reddit posts or Twitter posts where people are like, that guy Moonsault mispronouncing characters' names, it's just like, it's like you're using a old you're basically critiquing something that no longer exists. Like I'm not that person anymore, so it's like those critiques, you basically just make your tweet, I hate Moonsault Slayer. Might as well just do that. And
So what you're saying is you've evolved as a person, and they're just still trying to get you for things that you did in the past.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like they either don't see the evolution or they don't want to see the evolution.
yeah, it sounds like the latter. They just don't want to see it, man.
Or
This is the
wait.
thing.
I know Mike wants to go, but there's always another option. They could say, I think the whole pronunciation thing isn't a big deal, but we're using that as an example. You said like you're evolving and you're trying to improve on it, right? But someone could watch you, see that you're still doing it, maybe not as much, but they're thinking, well, you could just edit it out. You've got prep time because it's a video, and they could see you do it like once a month instead of like 4 times a month, and go, oh, they're still doing it. Maybe not to the same degree, but they can still have a problem with that. No, is that not reasonable?
Yeah, I agree. I think that like, if you combine me making jokes, mispronouncing names versus me actually mispronouncing stuff, that it was a lot of it going on. But if you compare that to now, it's very, very little. Like, one video I said Heihachi, Heihachi said on Twitter, like that's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like that's he's still doing it. Like, I feel like that's what people do. Like, it's little things. Of course, if the video is important and whatnot, we already established that. But people latch on to the littlest things, and it's like they don't want to give any credit at all.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying like that there is another perspective. But yeah, I think it's a little thing. I don't think it's that deep.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say that I have what is it, dyslexia? I don't know if I pronounced it right, and I don't know. Like, a doctor never told me that. I looked up the definition, and it would describe what I do, but I don't like. I'm not gonna, be like, oh, guys, I have dyslexia. Take it easy. Like, I'm just gonna try to do better. That's all I could do.
I'm in the same boat.
Doing a great job, bro.
What'd you say, Mike?
I said I think you're doing a great job. Just continue
okay.
like with everything. I'm sure like C4 always look back on his commentary and see where you can improve. Jay will look on his content, see where you can improve. Same for all of us. Like we're all just trying to get better. Obviously, like being on the internet means that we're opening ourselves to critique, and I'm always open to that, even the crazy ones. It is what it is. Whether you open yourself to it or not, it's going to be there. But I think you're doing a good job, and it shows in your numbers. Your channel's not dropped off when they said it would. It's only getting bigger, so I think you just keep doing what you're doing.
The final thing I'll say is I appreciate C4. You know, he was frustrating me a little bit. And you know, but I do appreciate what you said, and I do even though we disagreed or whatever, I just do appreciate you taking the time and trying to explain. I don't want you to walk away from this feeling like I ignored you or I wasn't listening. You know, even if I disagree, I still very much appreciate what you've done, because a lot of people won't do that. A lot of people won't take, you know, hours out of their day to try to explain. So I do really appreciate that, and thank you for taking the time. But also to, you know, Mike and King J and everyone else, you know, I don't view myself as like some great thing. I'm just a guy, you know, and the fact that everyone will, you know, come together to, you know, basically tell me how I can do better. That's not something I'm just going to shrug off and ignore. I really do appreciate it. And even though the conversation is kind of like negative, it's still something happy to be about, you know, like when people say community, like this is what a community is supposed to do. Like, let's sit this guy down and let's tell him how he can do better. And if we disagree, like, you know, things are going to get a little spicy, but you know, that's, you know, I appreciate that. So I just want to say that.
Yeah, I have respect, bro. I'm always coming in hot. I do it for the stream. I like getting the hate from Mike's chat. So, but yeah, you're cool.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate all of you being here as always. Big shout out to Moonsault Slayer for doing this. And yeah, I'll get you guys out of here, man. Appreciate all of you.
Take it easy, man. Take it easy.
In a bit, guys. All right, guys. Well, that was Moonsault Slayer. Tom, thank you for the donation. I'm not going to read this out, but I'll put it on screen because you donated. Tom always with the wild donations. Appreciate you, bro. Sorry you couldn't jump on. We were literally closing out as soon as you like text. And I know Moon had to go offline. So, but I appreciate all of you. I think it was a good chat. I do think people are way too harsh on Moonsault Slayer, and I don't feel like he's doing anything egregious. You know, it seems a bit silly, but yeah, see if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'll let you guys know. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for all the new members. I think we're like 300 members now. So appreciate it. Urban Boy, I know you got plenty of clips from the stream. Please go easy on us. And yeah, thanks to all of you guys for asking good questions to Moonsault and being fair to him. Once again, obviously, the Moonsault's biggest detractors did not show up. And just to be clear, I'm not talking about Millie. For anyone clips this and sends this to her. It's not nothing to do with Millie, just people in general on Twitter. Again, they had a lot to say in the lead up to this or like before, and nothing to say now. So par for the course. But guys, I will see you tomorrow, I think. Might be doing a shambolic survival or showdown. We'll see. But I'll let you guys know. Until then, guys, take care of yourselves. Have a good day and peace.
So